Be
It's
specific. Like,
particular
what case are you talking about? Be more specific. Like,
the
what?
the
What?
case like it's a land that was given. There was a chief in an area in the central region, right?
Hmm.
And he wanted development in his community, right? Because he feel like okay, his people are kind of backwards, so he feel like if the people in the diaspora come in and settle within his community, he feel like the people from his community can also benefit as well, right? Because like when African Americans come, they build houses, they're gonna establish schools and stuff like that. Some amenities gonna come, and the residents of his community
Wait. Hold
can
on. Let's stop there. You were counting on the group called African Americans. You were counting on them to establish schools to better
the, ch-
your.
the
I don't know.
chief
Like that.
the
I don't know.
chief. Let's
And that don't sound
just
like he was doing his research off the bat. Like, that's not, unless you were getting a specific group who majors in education. Like, there are, of course, like the large millions of people. There's
no,
some of
that's not
them
what
that
I
are
mean. That's
very
not.
intelligent. But if you just in general are expecting them to establish schools, it's like, I don't know. That's not what they're really known for. Like, I wouldn't, if I'm just being objective, like an alien
That's not.
coming
That's
from
not
outer
what I
space,
mean. I mean, I'm
that's
just
not a good
if
idea. That's not a good idea from the
if
beginning.
people. I mean, if people settle, if people like live in an area, of course, with their family and they have kids, of course they would think about wanting to, take their kids to school, have some kind of clinic around,
But are
build
these
some kind
people
of.
known for education? Is what I'm saying. Are these people known for rigorous education standards? So you're
I
hoping
mean,
for.
Zongo,
yeah, he's just.
what he's saying is the people that you are relying on to come in and build school are not known for building schools in America. They don't have
Exactly,
iota of
exactly. That's
education
what
in
I'm
them.
saying.
So how you give that,
Why are you holding them?
how you put that power on a person that has not, has no clue of
So
building things. That,
so they are not
that's
known
the
to.
thing that he's saying.
They are not known to be builders. Is that what you're saying? Because I thought like they were builders actually.
There are, if you pick the specific group, like if you pick, hey, this is Bill, whatever. His family builds schools. He has a school in South Carolina, Alabama. They've been teaching. Like, if you pick specific people who have that skill set from the group,
Right,
it'll make sense. But if
right,
you just open call and hope, that's not gonna work because
I
that's
think.
not
I think.
what their
I think.
exactly.
I think. I
predominant
think.
skill is right
Yeah.
now.
No, I was just giving an example. I think it was an open call, and he was hoping that anybody that comes settle
Yeah, but the ones
within
that
the
came
land.
are not
Okay, let me
actually
just
the
put it
ones
this
that
way. How
can
about if
build
I
stuff.
said this?
So,
If I was like
you know,
an American chief and I opened up land to Chinese settlers and I was hoping they would establish hip hop studios.
No,
yeah,
I was just guessing like the school thing. I'm just citing an example. I don't know his main objective, but I think the main objective is to bring development. But of course, bringing
What kind of
development
development?
bring I mean settlements, of course eventually if you settle you're gonna have kids. Of course you should have some kind of schools
You
over there,
need
right? You should have
specific outcomes when you plan a project. You need specific outcomes. Part of a successful project is choosing the right teammates. If you choose people who are not known for being industrious and productive without supervision, no pun intended, then you just hoping that's not realistic. It's like, what are you doing?
like you can't really pick and choose, right? Especially when you know
You have
that.
to pick and choose. You set the
Wait,
criteria of admission.
wait. I mean, because if you do that, they're gonna say, "Oh,
how can you pick and choose? What if you open the door and all criminals are coming in? Would you gotta vet people, man. You gotta know who is coming in. Come on, man. Come
what
on,
about
That's
guys.
important.
Zongo.
Julie?
The
Wait,
foundation
wait.
of citizenship and naturalization and government policy is that you pick and choose who comes in and it's house policy basically. It's like house rules. Like
Now I
mama and
get what.
daddy say who can come over. It's basically that on a macro level.
Right.
No. I mean, in running like a modern nation state, that's the right thing to do. But here's the case: you say these people are displaced, you want to bring them back home. Are you really gonna do picking and choosing?
Yes,
Doing some kind of
But
displaced.
favor?
you
What do you
say
mean
you're bringing
displaced?
them
What do you
back
mean
home to
displaced? They
build.
have
You are not
citizenship.
bringing them back home as to settle. That's
They're
the
not
thing. If you are
displaced.
bringing them back home to
Man,
settle, that's a different criteria. If you are bringing them to build schools, now
man,
you have to vet who is gonna build school for you. That's what we are saying. So,
man, Julie, man, keep quiet over there, man. So you
oh
mean to
come
tell
on, man,
me,
we just bringing you back. Yeah, this guy, man.
Julie, come on, man. So you mean to tell me, even the invitation that was given, they have to do some kind of like scrutiny against the
Yes,
people who are
yes,
coming?
yes, 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 yes,
Oh my
yes.
god,
Always. Yes, bro. Yes, that's what I'm telling you. Very
man,
simply,
adult
yes,
information.
for sure.
I don't
If
believe
I was doing it,
that.
listen, if the chief hired me That's what I would have done. So the chief
I,
fucked up. So you need to tell your brothers when they want to do projects with this group of people, they need to call me first because I'm familiar with them, and I'll do the vetting because I know these people. You need to pay somebody who is familiar with the people. That's HR. That's human resource management right there.
I get
You need
what
to
you're saying,
hire
but
a
are
good
you African
HR.
American? Because I doubt an African
Bro,
American
I
would
already
be.
explained the situation. I'm
This
from,
guy, man.
but in your world,
Man, I don't think
world,
an African
in your
American
world, the
African
answer is
American wouldn't
yes.
be
In
doing this,
my
bro.
Zongo,
world, I
wait,
don't
because
know.
he doesn't talk the real statement doesn't make him an African. Is that what you mean or what?
Well,
Because
I'll say this.
generally,
As
they,
far, if you want to know what my relation to Africa is, I would say if somebody asks me, I would say I have descendancy from from the nations of Africa. That's what I would say specifically. So if you say, "Are you African?" Technically, what's an African? An African is somebody who belongs to a nation of Africa. So I have
man,
bloodline descent from the nations of Africa. That's a fact, and that's what I can
this
tell
guy,
you.
man,
Zongo is
he's
like,
just
I
good.
cannot do a discussion with
I'm
this
precise.
guy. This guy
I'm
doesn't want
precise.
to assume. He want
I
to put
Man,
studied
you
the
in a
law,
box,
so I'm
you
precise.
know.
I studied the
man,
law.
Kaiser already gave me
I'm precise.
the red flag already, man. I guess I.
I don't talk like the general everyday everybody social like whatever's common talk. I talk what is precise and what I can measure in the law. So that I'm precise in the terminology I use. If you don't like it, that's cool.
I mean,
But
yeah,
like
but I
I'm gonna
mean,
do me.
just
Supervise them.
no, no, I get
Supervise them.
no, no. I agree. I agree what you're saying. Actually, I agree what you're saying. But it's just like, is it really? I mean, if you do that, do you think it's gonna garner some kind of backlash? Like, are you gonna do some kind of pick and choose,
You have
especially when
to.
you call
You
people
have to.
back?
That's statesmanship.
I agree.
It's important.
I agree with you.
You're gonna
Now, if
get
you,
backlash, but you got to run your business the right way. So otherwise, you're gonna
yeah,
get bad results. So would you rather have people criticize you, or 50 years from now they talk about, oh, this guy he selected the right people, made a good it's unfortunate to do the right thing. It's gonna be hard. It's like you're gonna get so much. You might get assassinated doing the right thing. Like you might be a government official, and to do the right thing is gonna cause you to get assassinated, and you have to understand that. And that's unfortunate. That's the world we live in. But
the way
you
you
have to
think,
you have to set out to do the right thing.
the way you think, if you own a private, some kind of like, you are kind of like a private investor, or you kind of like, invest into some kind of like, private firm, or you have some kind of like, a community that is owned by a private individual, it kind of makes sense. But something that is intended for the public,
So then the government should hire a
Zongo,
private firm.
Zongo,
is
You just solved the
you don't
problem.
get
Look, you just solved it.
Zongo, you
So
don't
if
get
that's
his
the
point.
issue,
He said anybody
I
that is
you
coming
just
in
solved it.
can
If
come
that's the
in.
issue, they
But
need to
if
do
you want
a
people to
private-public
build
partnership.
school, yeah, if you want people to build school, you have to know who is capable of building schools. That's the point. He's not stopping people from coming in. What he's saying is, if you want to build a specific thing, you have to actually know who is capable of doing that stuff. So when that chief wanted people to come in into that community, that was good. But him saying that he want people to build schools, he did not vet the right people to come in and build schools. So the people that actually came in were not good in building anything. That's the point that he's talking about.
yeah. I
That is
mean, I
also a
mean,
very vital point
no,
that I did make.
no,
Yes.
no, 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 no. I mean, I agree with what you're saying. Like, if that was a private investment, like you own your own land, you can
Listen,
vet and
the
choose who to
public,
pick,
if
right?
you're, it's more so when you're public. When you're public, you kind of have a sacred duty to make sure the money actually goes to benefit the people. So if you bring in the wrong people, you're hurting the people. You have misused public funds. You have failed in your sacred duty. Since he's the chief now, the ancestors are mad at him. From a modern secular government level, he failed. Like what the fuck? He failed as a project manager. And on this sacred, spiritual, ancient ancestors, the ancestors are like, you're a fucking idiot. Like, why would you bring in the wrong people? Like, you're a fucking idiot. We're gonna banish you
Man, man,
we're gonna banish you to Hades.
you
We're
can't
gonna
even
banish
do
you
that.
to
See, let me
Hades.
give you an example. See, let me give you an
We're gonna
example,
kick
right?
you out of the
Even
ancestors.
at my workplace, right? Wait, at my workplace, when I told my fellow environmentalists that I believe in industrialists now, they accuse me like, "What the heck are you doing working for a regulatory body?" Then I'm like, "What? What? Like, wait, what? Like, what are you talking about?" Right? It's really hard to think that way if you work in the public sector, man. You gotta be open for all, regardless. You
No,
just
you
don't think that.
don't. You have to discriminate. like it makes sense. Like, you know what? Listen, my people in the United States were discriminated against, and for many years they were denied certain rights if they didn't understand the system that was going. If they did, they may have had their rights. So, so I understand what you're saying, and it hurts, and nobody wants to be excluded. But if you're trying to be successful, right? You like
Mhm.
think about it on a normal level, right? You're playing sports. Who are you going to pick on your team? The good players, right? You're not going to pick a bunch of sucky players
Of course, man.
unless there's some incentive for picking the sucky players that outweighs their suckiness. And that's a cost benefit analysis. So that's how you got to look at it. It's business. Government is business. It is business. It is business. Government is not sentimentality. It is business. Yes, you do have to weigh certain public perceptions, but bringing in bums is like who appreciated bringing in bums? Like
Man, so you mean to
what's wrong
tell
with
me?
it?
Wait, you mean to tell me? But I mean, you mean to
Bums are
tell me like,
bums, man. Bums are
yeah,
international.
yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, you're right. I agree. But I mean, most agencies or or institutions that are being run by public officials, I don't really run properly, man, because it's just for the general good of the public, man. You can't do pick and choose for that, you know.
That's called corruption, bro. That's these
Yeah,
people are
man. Like you
incompetent
know what I'm
and
talking
corrupt.
about, man. Yeah, you know what I'm talking
That's
about.
mental illness. That's mental
Man, I've
illness.
been even when I was in Oregon,
It's mental
Portland.
illness,
I was in the
brother.
state institution.
It's
Co-
mass mental illness
Let,
that you
let
want
me
to
let
get
me
into
let me
government
give you an
to
example.
stagnate the government. That's a mental illness. That's that's like a spiritual illness. That's a mental illness. It's illness on like different levels of
Yeah.
dimensions of reality. It's like a big thick darkness that causes people to just want to
Do you
regurgitate
think? Do
darkness
you think
and
if you
create more
do you think if
darkness.
you think that way? Do you think if you act that way, people might say, okay, because you probably see yourself as a middle class, or you're trying to seclude people from the lower class, like.
No, you're trying to win. The people in the lower class when they play basketball, if you can't do a layup or dunk, they're gonna cut you from the team, bro, quickly. They don't give a fuck. They trying to win the game, bro. They cut you quickly. You look at basic human motivations, and when you see people going against basic human stuff, they got some type of illness or agenda. It's that simple. You just got to make right decisions. You can't try to get into why are they
Do you,
making all these
do you,
wrong
do
decisions.
you think
No,
like
just look at them, make the wrong decisions, and go, hey, do we need to keep this guy? No, that's it.
do you,
He
do you
got to
think
work the rest of the shit out.
do you think people like with your kind of mentality um do not win election because the way you guys are just being, blunt, and even though it's productive, but
Yeah, in real life,
it's
I'm
how
not this blunt. In real life, I
it's
would not be this blunt because I know people can't handle it. I'm much softer in real life. But it's late night,
I
man.
mean
We
like
just on the phone. I'm giving it to
no,
you raw. But like
what I
in
mean is like
reality, you might have to be a little bit more subtle
what I mean
and sweet about
what
it,
I mean
maybe.
is what I mean is
I
like,
don't know.
running for a public office. Do you think the public will be willing to
No,
hear what
probably
you
not.
just said? Yeah,
Probably not
you're not gonna win it.
unless it's run
You're not
unless it's
gonna
a
win
group.
any election. Yeah, you're not gonna win any election, man.
Not
You
talking
gotta
like
lie.
this. No,
You
not
gotta lie,
talking so
man.
raw. But then again, who knows? Depends where I'm at. If it's a local election, I could. Depends who runs the city. Depends how
Yeah,
many
you're
people in
right,
the
man.
city.
It's a local election, it's local election. Yes, there's a high chance you'll run, 'cause especially if you live in a nice neighborhood. Of course, they would want someone.
Or a neighborhood that's under siege and the people are sick of it and they want some change and they want
Exactly. Yeah.
somebody who's going to kick
Yeah.
ass. You have to
Of course.
always, like, again, that's still business, right? You got to
Yeah. Yeah.
come in the right climate of the right corporation. In America, in the United States of America, we have almost close to 90,000 different governments if you include all the municipalities. So, I mean, you have 90,000 opportunities to win an election somewhere in some little town. So, I mean, some community wants to hear what you have to say. It's whether you're willing to go out there, or even it's like maybe the community likes your message, but they don't like what you look like. So it's like you're gonna have to bargain somewhere.
Can you
So
imagine?
both sides are gonna have to bargain.
Can you imagine saying that you want people from African descent and then picking and choose like who want to stay?
That's
Oh man,
what I would do. That's
there's
what I
gonna
would
be a,
do. I
but
want the
that's the
best representatives. Why
yeah,
would I
but
pick good people?
no, that's
Why
the
would I pick
right thing to
garbage?
do.
Why would I
That's the
pick
right.
garbage?
That's definitely the right thing to
Why
do.
would I pick garbage? I'm gonna go to pick garbage.
But
Wow, like
publicly,
why?
would you be able to
Yep.
disclose this information public
Yep.
for everybody to read?
I would write it in a way people don't read. So I would just write it in a very boring way where they wouldn't even understand it, and I would get
Oh,
my objective accomplished.
in an ambiguous way for me.
Just write it like look
like
how
a,
I'll be
like
like, well, the person must have this or that, but if they don't have this, but they do have that, I'll just write it whatever the fuck, and we interview whoever we want to interview, and I train the administrative staff to pick who I want to pick, and that's it. Like if I'm trying to get something dumb done over some dumb people, and it's for their good, then they, like you just need to tell them what you need to tell them. Unfortunately, like they can't handle it. Like what do you want me to tell you? That's the truth. I'm not telling you to lie, but I'm just telling you they can't
man,
handle the truth.
I agree with you, but it's just like I haven't even met an African American like on this platform that kind of have that kind of share your mentality, which is it's really interesting
Well, again, and I'm the one. I'm
to
the type of one who doesn't identify as one. So put it that way. I'm an
mm,
African American who doesn't identify as an African American in that
mm.
exact phrase. But I do acknowledge that I have descendancy from the nations of Africa. So I've ended all the controversy, and I think how I think because it's about being effective. Like I'm not trying to please anybody, or like if it's not effective, then what the fuck? Like what do you
Now
like?
if you want to be effective, you gotta vet people. I mean, and I agree with you. You gotta vet people.
If you're in government and you're not trying to be effective, then it's not a real government. Like I would read these fucking European people during a certain time period talk about the African governments and
Man,
the Asian governments of that time, and they would use very strong language, like they would say like these governments are effete or these governments are effeminate or feminine. And I would be like, what? And I had to really read and research what they were trying to say. And this is what you're describing. Effete means it's not effective, it's old, it's weak, it's not really there. It's a placeholder. Or effeminate means it
yeah,
takes
but
orders from
sometimes
somebody
I
else.
mean, but
Like
sometimes when it,
gassed up MP talked about how these are not real governments, but they are governments. But it could be an effeminate government that takes orders from another government in some respects. But it's
yeah,
all relative. It's all
yeah,
relative. It's
but
all relative. But
generally,
don't take it too hard. It's relative.
yeah, but generally, government institutions. I mean, in the U.S., I mean, I don't want to generalize, but I mean, in the part, in the place where I'm working with, I mean, yeah, no, really effective, no, because they just have access to the government funds and you just squander the money because they have easy money. They gotta use it, otherwise the government's gonna take it back. So they
And
gotta
they're
use
not
it.
using it properly. They're using it sloppy. It's like it's not effective. You have
Yeah,
funds,
they,
but it's like you're just squandering it. It's
mm,
like it's incompetent people without the creativity or the work ethic to accomplish the mission. But they got to eat, so they were smart enough to get in a position. But you know, it is what it is. We can
yeah,
go into the layers of where they came from and blah 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 blah. But
yeah.
but again, we wouldn't get anywhere if we stay there. We're not going to get anywhere.
Yeah, with your
Being in
mentality,
space,
with your
like being in the
mentality, if you with your mentality, if you are in a private in the private sector, there's no doubt you're gonna excel. If you ask me personally, because you are not like making decision based on feeling. You're just making decision based on effectiveness and efficiency, right? Which is it should be the ultimate goal.
Yeah,
If
I
you
mean,
guys,
I
but
mean,
to do that, it means you gotta disqualify others, right? But
of course, they've
it's,
just already
it's
they disqualified themselves by not being ready to meet the standards of the project. Like
yeah,
who's
yeah.
gonna hire like I mean like it's like think about it. It's like you're not gonna hire a guy in a wheelchair to be teaching like swimming or something like that unless he knows specifically how to teach people how to swim, and he will have to prove that, right? And if he can prove it, he's a great swim teacher. He'd be like, "Fuck, wow, that's amazing. This guy's a wonder. I couldn't think a man in a wheelchair could teach people how to swim, but he can. So let's use him." Like I don't understand. This is like clear normal thinking. This is like the thinking you would have as a child if people didn't bombard you with a bunch of nonsense and a bunch of fears that you're afraid to say this or think this way because we're not like I don't know, like that shit helps you lose. And I see a lot of losses, and I can look and see a lot of losses, and it's like let's avoid easy losses. We owe it to ourselves, like let's avoid easy losses and try to implement strategies that are gonna give us victories. And if you find yourself not even doing that, then you can't blame anybody else outside of you because you're just projecting your own like need to like it's self undoing. It's self undoing. It's low self esteem, and it's like masochism on like on a group global level or some shit. Like, and I'm not a part of that. It's just weird. Like if you like that type of stuff, that's cool for you. It's just not my way of life.
Oh, okay, yeah, Yeah, that's good, man. And why don't you? Because I do see you in the chat sometimes. Why don't you always come to always give a different perspective on this? On this stream sometimes.
I mean,
Instead
I
of
come in when I can. I'll try to come more maybe, but sometimes
mm,
I'm busy. But it's easier just sometimes to be in the chat because sometimes I'm not in a place where I can really speak. But
yeah, you're right. I
I'm just
mean,
walking right now, so
yeah. If you're working in the office, that's really understandable, right? Yeah, but I'm just yeah,
yeah, I
that's
try
really
to give a different
understandable.
perspective because it's like I've seen like from my perspective, it's like I've seen like when I watch like TV sometimes or anime or video games, they'll have this concept of time repeating itself, or even movies like time repeating itself, and like I've just seen like time repeat itself. It's like the same stuff. It's like, and when you see it after a while, it's like, what am I really seeing?
Yeah, man. I mean, oh yeah, I was yeah, I was surprised with the question when I asked you about the land thing. They were like, okay, the chief probably made a wrong decision.
I would exclude my own people if they were incompetent because it's like, well, you're
Yeah.
incompetent. It's not personal. It's business. I'm not excluding you because I hate you as a person. I'm not excluding you because I'm gonna make up some story about how you're inferior, other than in your abilities currently. Um, And that's just a fact then. If it's a fact, it's a fact. You got to move on. If like they wanted to improve, I would try to help people improve, like, to the best of my ability with the time I'm willing to give. You know what I mean? But like if they're not trying to improve and they're purposely trying to fail, then it's like, fuck you. Like, like what else? What else is there to say? We not the same.
Yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah,
we not
yeah,
the
yeah.
same. If you got a twin brother that wants to do retarded shit, then you're not the same. You got the same DNA, but you're not the same. He want to do completely different stuff than you. And if he changed his heart and mends his ways somehow, then maybe then you won. But until then, like what the fuck? Just because you look like me, I gotta like go along with your retardedness? Like no, that's retarded.
Do you think Ghana should also do those ancestry DNA instead of just allowing everybody to come? I mean, just like Sierra Leone.
Nah, man, they don't need to do no ancestry. They need to make you take a test and be like, what? How much assets you got? They need to they need to review your character, see if you fit the stereotype that they're trying to bring in. Not the stereotype, but like the character, like vet you for if you're a good citizen. Are you worthy of holding land? Are you going to do good things with the land, or are you going to do some P Diddy shit? Allegedly, I don't know what P Diddy does. So I'm
Mm.
just saying allegedly. I don't want to be disrespectful. You know, he might be holding church services. I don't know. Who knows?
No,
No.
you're right. Because you're right though. Because a lot of people that hold the Hebrew Israelite faith, this ideology is completely alien to the land. They are the ones even actually purchasing land, and they're trying to spread that ideology over there, and then convincing the locals who are not really in tune with the what's really going on around. Just
Wait.
convincing.
Hold on, hold on. I'm sorry. You saying the Hebrew? Like you talk about the United States Hebrew Israelites that be like on the streets yelling and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah. They have some that have bought land over there, and they're trying to spread the
wait,
ideology
wait, 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 wait,
to
wait,
convince
wait,
people that they are
wait,
Hebrew.
wait, 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 wait. You sold these motherfuckers land?
Oh yeah, man, they got land, man, out
Oh
there.
my god, bro! This is exactly. ah, y'all motherfuckers crazy, bro.
Yeah, they give them land, man. I'm like, yeah,
But they probably take it back. They probably like, we don't give this up.
these
We'll
people
take it
have
back.
even no
We'll take
life.
it back when we need to.
There was the last time I was in one of the hood over here in Washington State, and
Oh
even
shit.
the snow bunnies night, they had no idea what the people were doing. They're like, what are they doing, man? They kind of like telling people that they're against feminism and all those kind of bullshit and nonsense, right? And
You
yeah,
invited the Hebrew, bro. It's like I'm like don't invite none of them type of people over. Like some of the stuff they say has some historical validity, and like you could research that shit, but don't invite them over. Like, bro, don't invite none of them
no,
type
no,
of
no,
people
no, no.
over and give them
Nobody's
land
inviting.
in your
Nobody's
country.
inviting them.
I'm telling you, you do that shit, and
Nobody's
whatever
inviting.
happens is
People are
on you,
inviting people of the African descent. Wait, wait, wait.
bro.
They
But
are
they
inviting people of
crazy.
the African
You don't
descent.
invite crazy people of any descent. Everybody has descent. Everybody
Yeah,
has descent.
exactly right.
Everybody born made it. Everybody got descent. or can make one up. Like, bro, like you don't invite people because they got a descent just because they got a descent. You invite them because you got some actual reason, or they're gonna be useful. Like I wouldn't invite those people over unless I had some like specific, unless I had a plan ready for them. I wouldn't invite them over. That's why you don't do an open call.
So,
You don't know what
so
you're
you
gonna
think
get.
the African countries were wrong for
Oh my
calling
god.
th- calling them back in an attempt to make repairs to the damage that was created in the past?
Yeah, you about to get your repairs. You about to get your you about to get your damage back. You about to get your paid and damage.
I,
What if you invite all these crazy group like religious social groups from the United States who are of African descent? What if you invite them all over and they start brainwashing your people and turning them into like whatever like YouTube zombies? Like, bro, you don't know what the fuck they gonna do, bro. They know mind. Like, bro, like people who've been in slavery, what did they learn? They learn how to enslave people. I don't know, bro. It's just natural. I'm just saying. I don't know. I wouldn't invite crazy people over. That's all I'm saying. People who just be yelling on the street, just talking crazy shit, like crazy religious shit, like that. Put it this way, like the stuff they say, a small part of it is true, but like some of it is just like not nonsense. It's like so you got like part truth and a lot of nonsense. With a lot of those groups, you get like part truth and a lot of nonsense, and the nonsense makes people who also advocate certain parts of that truth also have to do a lot of extra work to explain their point of view because you're dealing with like scammers who take a small part of truth and then make a whole fake scheme and talk other shit. So that's a lot of those groups. They have a lot of those types of people, unfortunately, in America.
yeah. Hey, Judah, what's your thought? What's your thought on that, Judah?
Oh man,
But
I'm just chilling, man. Really, yeah, just having checking some paperwork, bro.
Are you at work or what?
No, I'm not at work, man. I'm at home. I mean, I'm busy just writing some stuff down and things like that.
Oh, that's good, man, Judah. King Judah, man. God.
What? Are you okay, man? What's up, man?
What you mean I'm okay? I'm just hyping you, man. You don't like hype?
No, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you guys actually have. I mean, yeah, I mean, that's a good brother, man. I kind of, and I've never pandered to people that actually are not building things. I always say, get the
Man, I
people
love
that
your
are
position, man.
doing
We
the
need
right
more of your
thing.
opinion on this platform, man. We don't like this, those panderers that always cry this
Yeah,
victim mentality, because sometimes they kind of project um, a very one-sided narrative about the African Americans. So it's really refreshing to hear an African American with a whole different viewpoint.
yeah. So it's all right. Yeah, I'm busy, man. I would have catch up on the discussion, but I don't want to derail it. So,
Yeah, man. It's also even late over here, man. I got to go to work tomorrow morning, man. But I'm working from home anyway, so that's not really a bad thing. So
definitely not a bad thing, bro.
what?
The working from home is definitely not a bad thing. All you
I
do is
swear to God, right?
flip out the bed, turn on the laptop, log into your site.
You don't gotta wake up, go to shower, man. Now you can just check the time. Oh, 7:30, man. I got it. Yeah, just log on the laptop. That's it. Just start working.
I find the shower does help kind of wake you up.
Yeah,
Depend-
you're right? But you can always wash your face. But then sometimes
yeah,
when
for
you gotta
sure.
go when you gotta go to the office, man, you gotta take a shower first, right? Like
Oh, you must. But at
yeah,
home, you got options, you got time.
yeah. Them white people, they don't be taking showers to go to work sometimes. I get
I don't
shocked
know.
sometimes.
oh, really?
Oh yeah, man, Judah, man, come on.
I
I
don't know.
know.
Nah,
I'm gonna say no
nah,
comment on that one.
that's a generalized statement. I wouldn't use that because, yeah,
Truly the Bantu supremacists, man. Yeah, that
Brother, I wouldn't agree with you on a lot of things. I mean, you cool. I mean, but yeah, I've made generalized statement, but I know people. I know why they, but it's all good, man. Let's not get into all of that bullshit and crap like
oh,
that.
man, it was just a statement, man. I don't really mean it. Like, it shouldn't be even a conversation. I just threw that statement in, man. Like, it shouldn't even be in a conversation. Yeah, it shouldn't be even a topic of conversation to even to be debating on. You know.
No,
It's
we're not debating, man. Yeah, we're not.
Yeah, man, Rice Boys, man. Why are you always on my ass, man? I do. Rice Boys is always on my ass, man. Like, come on, man, Rice Boys. I'm just a product of my environment, man. If I go to Haiti and you get me a Haiti
So, so let's talk
baby,
about
man,
that Haiti stuff,
that
man.
that'll be
Have they
great, man.
actually? Is Kenya military already in the ground in Haiti? What is going on? Are they? Is that fight still
Yeah,
going on? You know, and brother, what do you think about an African country intervening in Haiti? Is that a good thing, or you
I
know?
think that's ironic because Haiti was kind of like Haiti. People don't know the history. Haiti almost was a rival to the United States. It was almost like the new age African like descendant nation. It almost rose up but obviously it took a turn. But where it is now. But I think it's interesting that African country is over there in Haiti. I mean, I'm curious to see what's going to happen, like policy wise, and whether they could stabilize it. Is very interesting. I mean, Haiti has a very interesting history.
Hmm.
Very
You know,
interesting.
what people are not even talking about is that there's rebel groups over there that has overthrown the incumbent government. Where are they really getting their weapons from? I mean, nobody's even having those conversations. No, they're just going to send Kenyan troops over there to go and die. I don't know if let's hope they don't even die, or the
Yeah,
other
where do you
like
think they're
UN.
getting their weapons from? Where do you think they're getting their
I
weapons
don't
from?
know, man. Someone was saying from the United States, man.
You take the United States. I mean, the United States and Haiti are pretty much they have a very close connection because the United States and France kind of like people don't know like the United States was pretty crazy in the beginning. Like France was the United States, Spain was in the United States. Like all the European countries were in the United States. So the politics of and Haiti was also dealing with the United States and Haiti by consequence.
But I'm just saying, is that easy to tell which weapons these rebel groups are using? It's easy, man. They've been there, interviewed them. It's easy for them to tell, man. Like, it's just like nobody's just bringing that to the table.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I'm not fully aware of the situation, so I can't. I'm just kind of giving you just impressions
yeah,
of
yeah.
what I'm hearing. But I
But
just know
wait,
that
I mean,
I heard Kenya's over there.
because generally, are you listening? Like, because generally, nation states deal with other nation states.
Yeah,
Nation states that manufactures weapons. When they sell weapons to other nation states that needs them, right?
the incumbent
You know,
government usually, unless they
yeah,
decide to support the non-incumbent.
what I mean, other nation state means governments, the government institutions of that country, right? That's what I mean. But here's the case: a rebel group that is revolting against a legitimate government
Yeah,
who is really supplying them with the weapons, unless otherwise the ones who supplying the rebels the weapons do not like the incumbent government. It has to be that case.
I would say
But
that it's somebody who's supporting or has stands to benefit from
yeah, if someone undermines your government, they're gonna supply weapons to the opposition, man. Just power. I mean,
or or
this
the
is not.
opposition secured support over time
Yeah, yeah.
by
This
doing certain things.
is
It's like
not something.
we don't know what
If you
the exact
if you
mechanism.
study international relation 101, they will teach you this, man. This is not a Big Ten, man.
Well, I'm just curious as to in the specific. I understand what you're saying in general, but
Mhm.
I'm curious to say specifically who has reason to do that, or why? Why would it? Is it based on the
You
group
can really
success,
okay. You
or
can
has there been any new findings of like
One
minerals?
way you can tell. One way you can tell is first the weapons they are using. Where does it come from?
Where
right?
do they come from? Do you know? Like, what
I
weapons
mean,
are they using?
I haven't heard from a major media platform, saying that though. But one thing that I know, there's this guy from Cameroon. He says he's a
But that's a
diplomat. I
very good
mean,
point, bro. That's a very good point. You
yeah,
bring up that all weapons are manufactured, so you would look say, hey, what weapons are these guys using? And
my,
that would tell
yeah,
you a
those
lot right there,
provisions.
right?
Like that's how, if even here in America, if someone kills someone, they just use the bullet.
The
They
cases,
tell
yeah,
where
yeah.
they tell the origin of where the gun comes from. They go back to where it was sold, and then they tell who went to buy it, and that's how they tell it. Like, it's that easy, man. It's that easy to tell, man. Like, it's no rocket science, man.
But you never hear that talked about like on the news from that.
Yeah,
It's
nobody's
very simple.
people.
It's very
People are just
so very simple in elementary, but you really don't hear them highlight that. Like, oh, by the
yeah.
way, the rebels are being supplied with guns from France. Like,
Yeah. All they do is like,
you're like
okay,
what?
they are going there they are going there to kind of like, to
Hypothetically,
to reduce the tensions over there. Okay, I mean, how can an opposition party just revolt against an incumbent government? Because the
oh,
military are the ones who only have access to the weapons. That's how it works, right?
or did the
Unless
military sell the weapons? So the military was like, "Hey, fuck these. They don't pay us. We
oh,
sell them. We sell their rebels our weapons. Fuck them."
for the rebels to be able to overthrow the military, man.
I don't know. I'm just saying. Like, I have no
Wait,
idea
wait,
what's going
think
on in
about
their
it, man.
country.
I don't
I,
think about it. For
I,
the rebels to be able to overthrow the government, even defeating the military, man.
I have
Rice
no
Morris,
idea what's really going on in the
You gotta
country.
come. You gotta come on the channel to explain this to us, man.
I have no idea what is going on in the country. Did the military fight? Did the military step aside? All I know is that Kenya is in Haiti, and as you told me, that there's a rebel government that has I guess
Okay,
security.
someone says
Are
Rice
they
Morris was a
one question?
Rice.
Are they the de facto government now? Is the rebel faction you're talking about? Are they considered the de facto government now,
It
or is
seems
there
so
still a
if
battle?
it seems so if the government has been ousted from power, they have to be the de facto. I mean,
Are they administrating services right now? Is the de facto
that I
government?
can tell. I don't wanna conjecture.
Overstep. Got you. Got
Yeah,
you. That's what I'm curious. Are they
yeah.
now administering services, or have services stopped in the country?
So according to an Haitian himself, who's in the chat, says the weapons are coming from the USA and DR.
And
So the
DR.
hypocrisy, the Dominican Republic, right? So the hypocrisy is that if the weapons are coming from the US and US are the ones funding Kenyans to go to, calm the tension, isn't that?
Did Kenya just join NATO? Did Kenya just join NATO or something?
Yeah,
Is that a
they
fact?
joined it as
I think
mm,
the non-ally observer.
non-allied.
Oh, okay. I can see some now it's a little bit coming together. If they just joined up with them, they coming in and the weapons is coming.
Mm.
I don't know. I'm just linking things together based on what you're telling me. I'm not saying I know
Oh wait,
anything.
they're not saying like the US. They say like the wait. Oh,
Kenya's is
Rasmus is in the backstage. I mean, Kaiser. If Kaiser can add him to the stream, man, he can give us more light on that because what I heard is that the Kenya is the one leading the United Nation mission, but the one who's actually sponsoring the whole mission is United States is the one funding the entire
the mission. So the
yeah,
United States is also supplying
the weapons is coming from
weapons.
the US and DR.
Are they supplying? And they're funding the mission, so they're supplying the weapons to the Kenyans too, in a sense. Would you say that?
I mean, of course, if they are funding, I mean, it depends. Like, yeah, of course, it could be that they are providing them with the military weapons, right? But also paying their salaries.
Also paying the salary and funding.
Yeah, I mean,
And then Kenya just joined NATO as a non-allied man. Hey, you see, I'm talking
that's
about
a
good
whole,
deals. You
but
see,
that's a whole
Kenya
different conversation, though. That's a whole
seem
different
like Kenya know
conversation.
how to make some good deals, though, bro. You seem like they moving and shaking, bro.
Oh,
They
really?
not
Is that
waiting
what
on no program. They not waiting on no program.
yeah, man, they are
They
really
got one
making,
funded. They ain't waiting on the
they are
program.
making waves on the
They getting that shit
international stage,
funded.
man. They are
That's what it
making
sound
waves.
like. That's what it sound
Yeah,
like. That's what it
it
sound
just
like.
don't get me. Like,
You know what
I
I'm
mean,
saying? I don't know.
I'll understand
I'm
if the
ignorant.
weapons. I'll understand if the weapons is actually coming from, let's say Dominican Republic. But why would Dominican Republic even fund,
Because it's right
supply?
there. saying the
No,
weapons came from the Dominican Republic is
No,
not saying anything because they share the same island. So that's like
they should, yeah, but
hypothetically, if they ship the weapons into the
exactly.
Dominican Republic and then it gets to them, then yeah,
no, adult
that's not
supervision.
really
Think,
saying nothing.
no, adult supervision. Think about it. Wait, think about it. See, for you to understand this, you have to understand even how the whole military is structured. Like the weapons. For you to be able to defeat a whole country's military, you have to have a superior weapons over like the military personnel within that country, right? And to get such a superior weapons,
So weapons
but
is one thing, but what about training? Did they also get training? We don't know because
that's
it's
what I
like
mean. But
that's what I'm
that's
saying.
no, that's the part of the thing I'm saying. It has to be training, it has to be everything.
You get a
Because
whole package, bro.
y-
They don't just give you weapons. They train you. They run military exercises. They
exactly
teach
right.
you how to do
To be
certain
able to
things.
defeat a military, institution that has been there for a long time. They have like years of training. They have the weapons. They buy everything. They have access to everything.
It's a project. You see when they do it, they make sure it's run successfully. They didn't just pick they didn't just pick an African nation. They picked the one that is best suited to work
But the
with them,
question is like,
which in this case
why?
is Kenya. But hey, let's take a look at how you run a
Mhm.
successful mission versus the chief just picking people out of random. Did hypothetically the United States pick any Africans they wanted to work with? Nope. They picked a specific group, and they picked a specific
Kaizo,
from
is
that group.
Kaizo over there? Cause someone tell Kaizo that Rasmus is in the channel. It's in the back chat because he just want to join the channel. DR wants Haiti to be constant KO because it's strengthening their tourist industry. Oh, really? Okay.
That's a false statement. Haiti is of no importance in the Caribbean, man. I mean, people are trying to make Haiti as if Haiti is that country that America should be scared of or is very
No,
important
no, no, no.
in
Listen,
the
wait. You didn't
Western
listen to what he
hemisphere,
said.
right?
Listen, wait. He said
Wait,
DR, Dominican Republic, wants Haiti to be in a constant chaos because it strengthens the tourist industry of Dominican
no, but
Republic.
it doesn't make no sense because if Haiti is in turmoil, the neighboring country is gonna suffer in terms of tourism as well. It's gonna affect them anyhow. It depends on how you see it. There are people that are gonna be scared. Going to neighboring the neighboring cities in Dominican Republic. Most hotels in these places are shut down, so they are instead losing more in tourism than what this guy is talking about. That's why when people
Last
want to
Noise
come on this one and
making
make,
a valid point though.
as an,
Jude is making a
it,
valid point. Last Noise, man.
yeah, I mean,
Jude is an
come on,
international relations student,
come
man.
on. Let,
He
let me
did.
let me let me fi- let me finish. When there
Yeah,
is
go
war in
ahead.
Haiti, a lot of people are running into Dominican Republic. There's a lot of chaos on the street, high insecurity in Dominican Republic. Tourism are not good. Tourists are not going to Dominican Republic. There are failings if you check on their tourism board and all of those things. So their major issue is for these things to stop in Haiti. So they talking about them, no, it's just a layman's argument. It actually holds no point at all. And talking about weapons are coming from Dominican, no. Take responsibility of your own actions. Okay, we can assume that weapons are coming in. Your people are the ones going over there to buy
Oh
weapons.
yeah. No,
I mean,
no.
I'm
You're
gonna
right.
sell
You're
it
right.
to you. Yeah.
It's
Jude is
right
right,
there.
man.
It's
They
right
share
there.
border.
There's almost like
They
no
share border on
question
the
to say.
island. They share border on the same island, man. It just
Yeah, yeah,
doesn't
this
make sense.
year border. If there's a war today in Ghana, and they're gonna, you have people that are gonna be going to Togo to buy weapons and bring it
Exactly.
over,
It's
like
right
what is
there.
happening in Ambazonia.
No
With
land, bro.
Ambazonia, we are actually going into Nigeria to get weapons. It's not Nigerians supply us weapons, but we go there to buy weapons. That's just what it is.
Yeah,
Because
it's just what
there's
it
no
is,
way you
bro.
can
It's
buy
funny.
weapons in Haiti. So I'm not gonna blame Nigerians for selling us. We are the ones buying it. So all this
Exactly.
kind of statements like,
It's
oh, they want
crazy.
to bring down Haiti has never been that power where people want to bring it down. Yeah, people have failed. They have not done
Yeah, but
anything right. I mean,
Jude,
you have
Jude,
to,
Let me
yeah.
ask you.
Well,
Let me ask you
Haiti,
a
Haiti,
question.
Haiti, Haiti was a power at one point, and you
No,
could
I
see
mean,
why they
power.
kind
Are
of
you
keep
talking
the.
about in terms of what? In terms of, I mean, Haiti is a small island, not even close to a state, a United States. So, I mean, making that statement or allusions just doesn't hold any substance at all
Well,
to me.
in the
So,
18th century, you could definitely say
I
that.
mean,
Um,
I mean, they fought,
Yeah,
they
when there
fought
was
the
a
war, they
when
had
there was
and they did
independence.
aircraft
take
and
over.
stuff.
They did take over. They did take over the Dominican Republic at one point, and there was a Haitian Empire. So I
They,
mean, so they
Yeah,
had
but
they do have a
there's a
history.
possibility that can happen
They
because
have a military. They have a militaristic
there was no
history, and the
aircraft,
fact
there
that
was
they
no something
threw
like
off
that,
their
right?
colonial overlords, it kind of gave them a reputation. It's like these are the type of people. They're a certain. They have the reputation of being a certain type of
but,
people.
Okay, but
but
Now,
okay,
as far as their
but somebody
government
say,
state now and how much is their fault
okay,
versus how much
let
is
me,
history, I can't say.
let me tell you,
But you do have to take
why United
responsibility for
States
your
is,
own condition,
yeah, yeah,
always.
let me finish, let me tell you why United States is scared of Haiti, right? This is the thing. With all this stuff going around, there's a loophole. United States is scared that because Haiti might accept communism. They might bring in Russia, and Russia might take control over that island. That is what United States is scared of because Haiti is like how many miles away? Probably like 100 miles away from United States territory, close to Florida. That was the same thing that happened in Cuba during the Cold War. That is why United States see Haiti as so important and vital to United States. But other than that, there's nothing. There's just nothing of importance. There is no resources in Haiti.
man,
There's
Judah,
nothing. There's no
Judah, man.
advantage let me finish, man. Come on, man. At least allow me to actually make a point. You guys have been going back and forward. You
No,
know,
I'm
there's
just
actually,
agree. I'm just agreeing with
I
your
know. No, he's
analysis,
making a
man.
valid point, though. He's making a valid point, though.
Yeah, I'm just agree with your analysis, man. Yeah, that's what I'm just
uh,
saying.
yeah. I
It
mean,
kind of makes sense. It
this
kind of
is,
makes sense. Go ahead, man,
bro.
Judah, man. Now your degree is actually making valuable, importance on this issue, man. Like now you kind of proving to us that you really did international relations, man. Give us
Oh
that.
wow!
Go.
So you have been going around and say, but this guy did not actually study. Like, oh come
No,
on,
no,
man.
no, 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 no. That's not. I never said that. I'm just saying
See,
that
see,
I like your analysis on this issue. It kind of makes
yeah,
sense.
yeah, but this is the thing. I mean, Haiti is not a country where you say United States is like they really want to take their resources. No, it's just that there is that loophole. You know, a country in turmoil, every bigger country can come in and stampede their ideology, right? So that's the only thing United States is
Yeah, they
scared
could
of.
set up a
Like,
protectorate.
yeah, they might use it as a threshold. They might, use it as a stepping ground where they can
A
put a
proxy. Yeah,
base
yeah. Make it a
and
proxy.
approx, all of that. So that's the major
But
reason why
Julie,
United States is scared of it. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
The question I want to ask is that has there been attention or uh, 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 a bilateral challenge between Haiti and the U.S. What signs did the U.S. see? Like, what is like motivating the U.S. government to do that? What signs are the Haiti government demonstrating to the U.S. government for them to pursue such a um, an approach towards them?
I've not understood your question, but another why United States is trying to quench what is happening in Haiti. A few months ago, we saw immigrants that were coming from Haiti and they were being chased out with horses in Texas, right? Chasing them to leave. That's another thing that is also a problem in United States when it comes to immigrants. Majority of these immigrants are coming from Haiti. And it is also hindering, it's also causing a problem in United States. Another thing, and I'll give you so many points, right? Immigration problems affecting. Another thing is when these guys, what is happening in their country, they don't call any other country else, but they call United States, you know, and they see United States as that major player in that hemisphere. So if United States doesn't intervene, they are now it is now a problem of why are
They're
they
gonna,
not intervening? Why are they
they're
not
gonna,
doing this? Most of
they're
the
gonna
guys
call
that have
you
seek
Russia.
refuge, exactly. Most of the guys that have seek refuge across the world are in the United States. So they are calling for them to come in and create that unity. During the earthquake, I was in the United States when the earthquake in Haiti occurred. And in United States was one of that country that went over there with a lot of resources trying to help Haiti out, right? Even a lot of money was being given to Haitians. but they took that money and squandered it. It wasn't the United States. They squandered that money, and all of these things. I mean, the Haitians do not know how to build anything in that country. They use it as a blame tactic to say other foreign countries. Well, no, it's not. It's them themselves.
Yeah.
They are the ones. The government does not. I mean, a small country who does not. I mean, they don't fix that country, and you. How do you expect? See, this is the thing, right? You want to ask yourself, how did these people come around in such a way where they took weapons against their government? That is a major question where nobody is asking.
Can I
For
ask you
a
a question?
people to take, yeah,
What
let me
people?
finish. For a
Yeah, yeah, go
people
ahead.
to take weapon against their own government, there are a lot of things involved. One, the government sold their country to foreign powers. Two, the government does not take lessons from its own citizens. Three, the presidents are out for their own selfish gains. They do not promote the growth of their own country. Five, they have given power to a minority group where the light-skinned people in Haiti controls the majority people. And you have to blame your government for that, not foreign countries. You should solve your problems, elect the leaders that are, that are gonna, protect your citizens, see everyone as the same people, not discriminate about light-skinned Haitians or non-light-skinned Haitians, and all of that. So that's just, these are the things. Do not blame people for your own flaws. Blame your people for not actually, getting things done. And that's just it. Yeah, but I go ahead with your question, man. Sorry for over talking. You know.
No, 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 no. You were making you landed it. You made a good point. Now I kind of want to continue that. Do you think what do you think the reason is? Some people run better governments than others. I don't like to talk race or color or anything, but sometimes they're useful distinctions just to be simple because people look at them
Why
using.
some people run better government than others?
Yeah,
I, it
it's
comes
like
to
how
it
some
comes to
people you give them
the.
$10, they go like like the story in the Bible where the guy gives
Now I know the story of the
the
Bible. You
talents,
give person
the
one fish, they can
talent.
turn it into a million fish. Yep.
Yeah, or like you give one guy talent, he gonna do something with it. You give one guy five, he gonna
Right.
do something with it. How
Hey,
come some
Jude,
people you could give them something?
Rasmus
But
says, is agreeing what you say. He says, let's call it for what it is. Asians are greedy,
You
lazy, and
see,
cowards.
Zongo, when I talk, I was more have to agree because I'm not coming from a point of hate. I'm coming from a point of intellectual, passing on that real information. You know what I'm talking about, right? I'm
yeah,
No,
not
you
no,
are
coming from
absolutely.
a
really,
point of this
Matter
and
of
that,
fact,
you
for
know.
me,
you
Yeah,
are
yeah,
really,
of,
you are
of
I think
really.
course.
some people run governments better, and why? Why?
No, no, no. I mean,
Now that is the question. Why
Why
do
do you
people?
think?
Yeah, Zongo.
Jude,
Zongo, go ahead. You wanted to say something before I answer that question. Go ahead.
Jude is actually demonstrating to us that he really had a degree in international relations, man.
This guy is
He's
tough,
not.
man. Now let
He's
me answer
actually.
this brother's question. Why do people run a better government than others? I wouldn't put race in the forefront, right? But I would put some kind of a problem solving. Most countries, especially the ones that are of a different race than us, we don't have a problem of problem solving. We don't know how to analyze stuff and actually go into the root of solving that problem. Take for instance, we coming from Africa, right? When we talk about famine, about agricultural shortages of food, we don't have an IQ of actually going all the way to the root to say, but what is actually bringing in this problem, right? Like the white man, not say the white man, like other races, they can go into the root and say what actually caused this problem. If there's a homicide, they want to investigate, they want to do a lot of things. In Africa, we just see a problem and just say, okay, how can we clean it up and put it under the rock, and I'm done with this, and just move on. But when you put it under the rock, these problems come on often and
Pause, pause,
often.
pause,
We
pause,
don't,
pause. That's important.
yeah.
Where do you think that attitude comes from? That attitude seems like it's a deep-seated,
Well, it's
widespread
a deep
attitude.
seated
How do
and
you
it's deep
remove
seated.
how do you remove
You
that attitude? And the reason I want to focus on the attitude is because
right.
logically, if that was the disposition, you would just call up Mr. Dang and you will call up Mr. Peterson and have a comedian be like, look, we're gonna pay you this much money, or you're gonna pay us the money for reparations or some shit, and we're gonna pay it back to you, and you're gonna teach us how to solve this problem, and you're gonna teach it to 1,000 of our smartest guys, and then they're gonna solve the problem. and it's just going to be done. We're going to understand it now. So if we simply don't understand it, then you just got to get competent people, and you just identify them, and the government will just hold a forum, get 1,000 of their top smartest students, and teach them, and they would be like, okay, we understand the problem. They would study for a couple of years, and they would be like, yeah, okay, we can solve that mathematically. We have to grow the agriculture at this rate in proportion to the people, and we have to make sure they employ these practices. And if we want to keep it natural, this is what it's going to have to do. Or if we want to use synthetics, well, we can do it at this rate. And they make a decision, and they come up with a policy. I mean, with the government resources and millions of people, sorry,
Yeah, but
I
let
don't
me
think
ask
that's
you a question,
impossible.
right? Do you know
So
why
that's
we
why I
don't
want to
have
focus
a
on the
successful
attitude.
black country in the world? Do you know why we don't
Logistically, it's
have a
not hard.
successful black country? Huh?
I was saying, where do you think the attitude comes from? Or like,
The
it seems like the
attitude, I
attitude.
mean, that's why I was saying that we don't have a successful black country in the world, because the attitude comes,
Kenya, right?
there's
Kenya sounds
something.
like it's pretty successful.
Oh, no. That's what you see on paper. There is no successful black country in the world. Let's be realistic. All these things are just picture window dressing, right? They show you a window of where things are beautiful, but behind the scene, there are a lot of trauma behind it. In Kenya, as we speak, there's a lot of traumatic scenarios that are going on in Kenya. You only see of the major, the beautiful window, but it's not. There's no successful country as a black country in the
What
world. That
defines success?
attitude.
Define success. Let's define success.
Let me define. A success is a place where everybody strive. There is no difficulties in a lot of things, right? If you go to most countries where are run by blacks, either they are facing a problem of electricity, people are still living below the poverty line. There is high and
Infrastructure. Okay.
insecurity.
Poor,
The
bad infrastructure.
infrastructure is not at its growth. A lot of people are moving. There's a rural urban migration in most of these black dominant countries. Most of them actually want to move overseas than they want to live in that country. So it's a lot of measures. So that is how to measure success means that if you are successful, it means you are comfortable in the place that you are. Most Africans, as we speak, are not comfortable living in Africa. They want to move and go to places that they feel like they are comfortable. So to measure success, it comes with comfortability. It comes with a growth. It comes with most Africans cannot strive in their own environment. That is the thing.
Yeah,
So
but
so
Julia,
so
but Julia, I don't really agree with your definition. If you ask me personally, I would say success. You can say a nation state is successful based on the standard of living of the people within that country, and you can really
yeah,
determine
but
that.
tell me what
Wait,
African
wait,
country
wait,
has a better standard of living though. That's what I'm
wait,
saying.
wait, and I'm saying you can
I think
determine
Zongo
that.
has a fair criticism that he's making, and
Wait,
since he's making it, it sounds more like maybe we're saying that Judah, maybe what you described was important, but I think it was maybe more happiness than success, and
yeah,
happiness is important in a
That's
like
to you
constitutional
though.
state.
I
like
mean,
what I mean standard of living is like people have access to housing, healthcare, without child good education, people to have decent living until the demise. I mean that's
are
the
you
really
kidding me? What is the literacy rate in Africa? Literacy rate are poor. You cannot compare that
uh,
to being a successful. It doesn't make sense.
I'm
Okay,
saying,
that's
I mean,
fair. That's a fair counterpoint.
wait, what I'm saying
That's
is
true.
that every country has a goal. Like what
So
what
we
is
have to
what
look
is
at success in different dimensions. I think is what
exactly
you're
what
saying.
is your
Exactly.
ultimate goal?
Right.
It's
Wait.
not, you
What
can't
is
say yes or no. We have to say,
yeah
hey, they're successful here, but not
e-
here. They're
exactly
successful
The
right?
here.
word
We gotta be
success is
What
broad.
is your ultimate
You
wait,
cannot
Julia,
put it
wait.
under one umbrella, right? But I've given you an iota of success. An iota of success is that comfortability. If you are
Okay.
not comfortable in your own skin, you are not successful, man. I mean, you can call it the way you are. Most Africans are not comfortable living in Africa. That's not success. Even a rich person in Africa will probably go to Europe for medical checkups. They are not comfortable in Africa for all of these things. That's how I measure
Man,
success
but
with
yeah, but
comfortability.
I
You know,
did say the same point though. I did say the same thing. Healthcare
you
and all
didn't say
these
the
things.
same point, but these are actually my points that you are actually using. You disagree, but
I
you were
didn't
using my
say they
point.
don't have faith.
You know,
They don't have faith. They don't have faith in that country, and
What I mean to say is
it's
that I mean you were just saying
businesses, it's
about a bunch of
infrastructure.
like bogus stuff. You know, you don't say about striving something. It has to be tangible. You know, the people want something better. Like, what are the challenges they experience? Do they have? Is there any equal housing across board for everybody? Do they have access to that? You know, I mean
Zongo.
infrastructure. I
Tell
get
me
what you're saying
which
about infrastructure.
successful country. I'm still asking you a question
Wait,
that you
bro,
have not answered. Tell me which successful country belongs a black country which is successful in the world.
I'm not saying that there is. I'm saying when he asked to define success, you were just rumbling around.
Bro,
I'm like, nah, don't
no,
do it
I
that way.
wasn't rumbling. I tell you, success comes with
Uh,
comfortability. If you are not comfortable in your own skin, then you are not successful.
man, really,
That's just it.
really, man, comfortable in your own skin, really, man, Julia, man, come on, man. Just stick to international dynamics, man. Forget about those success things that you're talking about. Stick to that
He asked a
conversation.
question about define success. I mean, go ahead, man. I'm go ahead, Zongo. You
I
know.
mean, yeah, but I think you are erroneous on that definition. If you ask me personally, because
Okay, what is
success,
your own level of success? You
yeah,
talk about literacy. Africans are not even good in literacy. Their literacy rate is poor. The poverty line, they are not even. I mean, come on. When it comes to poverty, Africa is the dominance of poverty in the world. So you
yeah,
want to measure all these things. You are not comfortable in any, and you are not successful in any. That's why most of your presidents they move overseas for medical checkups. They go, come on, man. What are you talking about?
man, you are just highlighting. Okay, go ahead with your analysis, man. Like, I mean, I just want you to just be a little objective instead of just being
All right, go
emotional.
ahead. I'm gonna be
Being
objective
emotional,
for once and talk about
yeah.
tangible
Instead of just
goods
being
or that.
emotional, and
You
just
know,
instead of just being emotional with your responses, right?
Zongo,
Every
I'm not
country,
emotional, right?
hey
Go
Julia,
ahead. Sorry.
every country have their own way they define
I just
success,
tell
right?
you, name me one country in the world run by
But
black which is successful. You have not been able to tell me which.
I'm not
Because
saying this
I'm gonna
country is
go in
successful.
and analyze and analyze what doesn't make it successful. That's what you don't want to tell me.
Wait, listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying there is a successful country. I'm just saying that you have to define what success in, then you strive towards achieving what you
I
consider
just
success.
told you is if you are not comfortable in your own skin, that's what I see as
Wait,
successful. But
but someone
you
might
telling
see
me about
different, right?
poverty. Okay,
Someone might
okay.
say,
You
wait,
told me
listen, man,
about you told
wait.
me about literacy rate. You told me about poverty or the standard of living, right? But that standard of living is still in a black country doesn't make sense because Africans, when it comes to poverty, we are below the poverty line. When it comes to literacy, we don't match with Europeans' literacy or North Korea or Asians' literacy. We are below. So your own level of success is of I mean, it's of no importance. It doesn't make sense. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm
Oh, I
still there.
just beat
Someone,
you down. Oh, okay.
no, no,
Go
no,
ahead.
no, some, no, no. I was reading the chat. Someone just saying that it's Mike TV still there. Oh, was it like a long time ago or just now? Yeah. I'm just saying like I mean, it's all about defining your own goal. Every country have a goal, right? So you just have to define your goal, what you consider, what you view as success. Some people might want to view success as, hey, you want to improve the standard of living, and how that standard of living reflects in the practical reality. How does it manifest in reality? They might say, oh, they want equal housing opportunity across all citizens. They want all citizens to have equal access to healthcare. They want all citizens to be able to commute back and forth without having some kind of challenge. They want citizens to have to improve, let's say the let's say even mortality rate or the life expectancy rate in the country is low compared to other countries. They want to improve upon that. For them, that's what they might consider success. You don't
And
necessarily
tell
need
me
some
which
kind of like.
African country has done this. That's what I'm asking you. Which black country in the world has
But the
done
point,
this?
but the point I'm saying is that the way you define it earlier, I might define success different than I might work towards achieving that. Maybe you might disagree with my definition of success, but it doesn't mean that's not success to me. That's what the point I'm just trying to say.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna disagree with you. Like I said, everyone has their own level of defining success, right? So my own point could be valid, but not valid to you, as well as your own point could be valid and not valid to me. But it's all good. I want to ask for Asmoy. He made a statement on the chat
Hey,
that
you worked it out.
he said, what is it, Jude? I really like the vibe in Bafusam. Asmoy, tell me more about that Bafusam. What is the vibe going on there? But Zongo, go ahead. I would like to know, Asmoy. You know.
What is Bafusam? I don't know what is that. Okay.
Oh no, Bafoussam is like a major Bamileke city in Cameroon. So it's like
Oh, okay.
their major is one of the biggest Bamileke cities. Yeah, a major tribe in Cameroon. So yeah, it's a major town. It was one of the town that hosted the African Cup of Nations as well. So yeah.
Someone says, Judah, you're very stupid. Just cause you're the only one able to be in the United States. This is what your European education teaches you. That's when Judah is successful for for everyone is stupid. So
You
it
see,
means
most
success.
of us Africans have,
Wait. He says so. It
yeah.
means education. Yes, by standard. Yeah, especially yeah. You can't just say everybody's living below the poverty line by defined by a home. Like living.
I did not say that. I said, tell me which African country which is successful. Most African countries, there are a lot of people there. Most of their population live below the poverty line. There is no African country that has a population where majority of that population live above the poverty line. It doesn't exist.
And what is the poverty line? What is that? How do you define the poverty line?
Poverty line can be measured in so many ways. Depend on now it comes to it boils down to the life expectancy. It boils
So
down to
let me give
how
you an
many
example,
people
right?
are
Let me
actually working. Let me finish now. It boils down to how many people are actually making money, working. Actually happy with what they do. That it boils down to a whole lot of things. So go ahead. I mean, that's
let,
how they
let me
measure
let,
the poverty line.
so auto supervision. Let me give you an example, right? When I was in Ghana, like even before I came to the US, right? Even after when I was helping my mom to work, guess how much my mom was paying me every day? Like when I go to help her at her shop, she was paying me 20 Ghana cities, right?
Hmm.
And 20 Ghana cities in the US dollar. Just Google 20 Ghana cities in US dollars. How much is it? 20
20
20
Ghana.
cities. Yeah, 20 cities in US dollars.
Hold up. Give me a minute. 20.
That's what your mom was paying you. That's good. How much? I mean, you
How much
just
was
an individual, right?
how
How
much was
much
it?
were
No, no.
other people making? You know,
How much is it? Adult education. When I checked it, it's like $1 34, cents, right? That's like literally nothing, in the US. You can't even
exactly.
buy.
So that is
Wait,
what
wait,
is
wait,
considered
wait. Let me
poverty.
finish. I'm not done with my statement.
Says
Because I'm trying to,
$1.36 US
yeah,
dollars.
because I'm trying to make a point. If someone like you, born and raised in America, they're like, man, that's like below poverty to you, right? By the same $20, the 2020 Ghana cities, right? I can buy food, drink water, and drink, and still have extra change. You
Purchasing
get what I'm
power.
saying? You get what I'm saying? Like
Talk
you
about the
can't
purchasing
use
power, right?
exactly right. So you can't use that American lens to view the standard over there. It just doesn't make sense that way. You get what I'm saying? Like
You have to do a
people,
deeper analysis if you want to
yeah, you
do
got to
it.
do exactly. You got to do deeper analysis with that money. Does the money have purchasing power within the country where they find themselves, even within the region where they find themselves? Maybe $20 might mean different in the capital city, but in the region where you find yourself, it's sufficient, right? That's what we're talking about, man. You don't have to generalize it from country to country. If they can survive with that money in that country, they're good enough, right? Now maybe you might say, okay, you know what? After meeting all those basic needs, you feel like you want to travel, you want to go on a vacation, just like many people in the West do, and that's a whole different conversation. But first,
No, that's
you
not
want
a whole different conversation. That's part of the conversation. It
to,
that's part of the conversation. Why is that? I mean,
yeah,
you made a point and answered. you made a point and come back to it again and come on, man. You actually know where the conversation is at. And that's part of the conversation, man. If you cannot enjoy the amenities, you think, come on. Yeah, man, you shouldn't be talking like this, Zongo. Come on, man. That's why you moved from United States, from Ghana to United States, because you did not want to enjoy that $1 anymore you were getting from your parents. You actually knew that it was of no use. Come on, man. Like, really.
Jude. But I mean, but you can't really
Relative
compare.
success versus a
Let
high
me prove you a
standard
little
of
bit,
success.
man. I mean, I allow
That
me
is
to
the
prove you,
summary
man,
of that
because when you
argument.
laugh, it boils down to me laughing as well. Come on, Zongo. Like, really, it's all good, man.
Yeah,
I'm
because
not
I
gonna
want to.
talk down. Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead.
because I want to say you can't really you can't compare success by the European type of success. It just doesn't make sense.
No,
You can't
it's
use
not
the
a European type of success. It's like me. Look, things have been drawn across the line, right? I'm not gonna say what is success here. I actually should align with what is success in Africa. But this is the thing, right? When they say food, what does food means? If food means the same in America, and then food should also means the same in Africa context.
exactly
So
right.
that's where
See, look at what Kaiser is
that's where
saying.
the poverty. Let me finish.
See,
That's where the poverty. Look, wait. Let me finish. That's where the poverty line comes from. They are not using American scale, using it in African scale. But when they want to compare the most poorest person in America or in most of these European countries to the standard
mhm.
of living to a poorer person in Africa, it's two and the same. It's different. The poorest person in America I mean, that standard is simultaneously to a middle class citizen in Africa. I'm telling you for a fact, most people that make 20,000 US dollar a year in America, they are considered poor. That's why if you want to fight taxes, they ask you how much do you make a year. If you make below 25,000, you can get certain benefit in America. That's considered poor. You can go to food, you can get food stamps, you can get the cheapest insurance, you can get a lot of things. But with that standard in Africa, is like that's like a middle class. So when they
So
are
Yeah.
talking
those,
about,
Judah,
of
those
course,
are public government services, though. So we getting back to government corruption. Is there an index of government corruption we could pull up? Because my question was about the government also. So I think like, hey, maybe the people are at a certain level of development. You have to respect development. Not everybody is going to be 40 years old. Some people want to be at a baby level. But what I would objectively say is how efficiently is it running based on
See,
the age of the
so
country and
see,
the
auto supervision,
circumstances.
auto supervision, right?
Yeah.
See, even in the US, it took me time to really understand the system because I've traveled extensively within the US, right? See, there are some Americans that want to stay in the big cities, right? But
Hmm.
nobody really likes to stay in the big cities. Nobody want those amenities in the big cities, right? Because a lot of times when I go to the big cities, you like African Americans, right? They like to look cool, buy expensive things. But you go to the remote areas, the country areas, the white people. Some of them, I don't want to generalize because there are some white people like in the urban areas that like to dress cool and look fashionable as well. But not everybody want to live by that standard, though. Some people want to be by themselves, live in a rural area, just have the basic amenities of life, come to work, make good money, but just they don't want to stay in a big city. Just they want to be by themselves, have their own horses around, and to them that's success to them, man. You can't
Yeah.
just use that standard to an urban city lifestyle standard to define someone who prefers to live in a rural area. You
But they
can't
do
just
have
do
working
that.
amenities though. They still got electricity. They got so I mean there's certain
No,
things
exactly.
that are
yeah,
There
fair.
you
no,
go.
no. But the
That's
auto
what I'm saying.
supervision
That's
or
what success.
auto supervision. Wait, man. See, even in Ghana, see, I went to my dad's rural area, and they still have how do you call it, electricity and everything over
Running
there.
water,
But
running
Okay,
fresh
yeah,
let me
running
of
ask
water.
you
course,
a
man.
question,
They
right?
just want to
Are,
stay
they,
in the
are
village,
those
man. They want to
people?
stay in the
Are those
village, man.
people? If you let me tell you, let me ask you a question. Are those people? If you offer them United States or Europe, are they gonna stick to that enjoyment lifestyle, or they gonna take those opportunities to go to United States or Europe?
What do
They're
you
gonna
mean?
go to Europe, but these ones that you call them Americans, the ones that live in these cities that you're talking about, they don't. I mean, you offer them Africa or other, they will not go there. They enjoy where they are. They have all those amenities. They want to be there. But the ones that you're talking about in Africa do not want to be there. If they have opportunities, they're gonna move. That's just what we're talking about.
But
That's not success.
people who stay in the remote areas in Africa, man, they have no even dream of just trying to go to even abroad, man, because they don't.
If
Their
you offer them
mind
abroad
frame.
free visa, they're gonna go. That's what we're
The mind
saying.
frame is not within
Come
that
on,
lens.
man.
Man. See, let me see. A lot of the times, people just see what in the movie. They just want to experience it. But once they come and see, they don't want to stay again. I'll give you a prime example. My mom's
So
friend.
why did you
Wait,
stay Zongo?
wait.
Why did you stay in
Let me give you an
America?
example. Let me give you an example. My mom's friend has always wanted. My mom's friend recently came to visit her daughter in Ohio State, right? Where she came, the idea of the foreign country that she had was different. When she came, she noticed that she couldn't just meet her own people from the community, have conversation, mingle around. It's just a different structure out here. And she said she's not coming again without coming with my mom. That's what she said, right? Because a lot of times some people have to come and notice the reality. Like, damn, like this is completely different from what I initially thought, right? So I'm not saying some people don't want to come, but some people once they come and they have a taste of it, they're like, you know what, I just want to go back. And some want
Yeah,
to feel like, you know what,
you still don't understand the level of success. But we have people on the panel. Maybe they want to chime in. You have Al, you have Asmois, because and they should go ahead and chime in as well. I'll go ahead, man. Or Asmois. I mean, whosoever you want to speak. Hello.
Rasmus got to go first. Rasmus go.
Yeah, I'll go ahead. I'm at work right now, but I'll talk briefly. Yeah, with the situation of Haiti, I kind of agree to everything you said, Jude. It's not like the mind of a Haitian. It doesn't think. That Haitian does not think as a collective. He only thinks about himself and his family, right? So his or her aspiration is to come to the United States, make as much money as he can or she can, and then don't go back to Haiti or build anything, you know. But what they would do is like they will complain, how the U.S. is doing this in Haiti, or how the Canadian are doing this in Haiti, or the French are doing this in Haiti. But at the same time, you got to point the fingers like the people who are leading the nation, the people who are stealing the money from from the citizen. You can't just point the fingers at the U.S. or the Canadian, because what these people are doing is the Haitian leaders who are in the government, they are allowing these people, they are allowing these first world nations to take advantage of you. You know, that's what I have to say for now on. But I'll mute my mic and let
Yeah,
somebody else respond
yeah,
to that.
but what I'm saying, like the weapons, is it really? Why would you think if you say like the weapons were coming from Dominican Republic and can you hear me clearly? First of all,
Yeah, I can hear you.
yeah, if you say like the weapons were coming from Dominican Republic and the United States, uh, what do you think is the motive like behind the American government supplying those weapons to the rebels? Why would they want to undermine the incumbent government over there?
Well, this is what I meant to say. I meant to say that the weapons are coming from
They
the
are not.
United States.
America is not supplying. They are buying it from America. They are getting all most of the way. America is not supplying, so it's not American government that's doing it. You have companies that
Hold
are
on,
doing it. I mean,
Jude, Jude,
they
Jude,
know their
hold
business.
on. I know
Yeah,
you
go ahead.
hype, Jude. Hold on, brother. I'm coming there, right? So
Right.
the U.S. are supplying the weapons via by the Haitian oligarchs because they are the one with the money. So they are buying the weapons from the United States, and the United States are distributing that weapons to Haitian ports, and then some of these weapons are coming from the Dominican Republic border, and the Dominican are taxing the Haitians to get these weapons to go in the country. See what I'm saying? But the thing
So like
is,
illegally through the Dominican like border too.
yes, yes, yes,
Okay.
yes. The thing is, a lot of Haitians are so low IQ. Instead of taking these weapons and go against the very same oligarchs and politicians that are giving them these weapons, to went to different neighborhood and commit atrocity to other people that looks like them. They're not doing that. What they're doing, they are instead taking these weapons and and commit genocide on the population.
Yeah, but Rasmus, the question I want to ask you is that, let's say, like, for instance,
Go
like,
ahead.
let's say a country like let's say a country like US, for instance, right? There's always a cooperation between American military with the government of with the incumbent government over there, right? So let's say a country like Ghana, for instance, there's a rebel group that is rising within the country, right? And they want to purchase weapon. You think American government is going to do? They're not going to do that because they feel like they have companies, they have interests over there, and American militaries over there protecting their interests. So there's no way they're going to supply weapons to a rebel group to undermine the government, which in turn would affect their existing corporations and business or interests over there. Does that make sense to you? So what do you think is the motivation behind that? Why would they be willing to do that? Because even let's say the private weapons manufacturing industry are the ones supplying them with the weapons. They will feel, oh man, should I sell them the weapons? Is it really against the interest of my government? They're not gonna do that, man. Before
But
someone
see,
before
see,
someone does that, they know that they have the approval of the top people for them to do that because they don't want any backlash that comes against them from the government, from the central government, if that makes sense to you.
let me say this to you. America have a lot of interest in Haiti, but the thing is, the Haitian people does not know how to fight the American to get rid of this interest. So what they are doing is they just blaming. They just blaming and accusing American for American and other foreign entities in the countries like for a lot of things. And I hate when Haitian people do that because you know who the enemy is. Why are you not going after your enemies? Because like any country that is that is a powerful country, they are going to take advantage of you. If your government
Rasmus,
allow.
who are the Haitians' enemy? For I've never asked you, who do they consider their enemy?
Oh, that's easy. It's the Haitian oligarchs. It's the it's
Who
the
are the
it's,
other
it's the
guys?
mullah.
Who are they? Who are them?
Well, let me explain to you. The oligarchs are those people of Middle Eastern origin, and second, like the mulatto elite, because we do have a mulatto elite class in Haiti, and then we have the
Okay.
politicians. So the politicians, are the one that look like me. So they
Now, how
are
did they
for.
have how did Haiti
Mhm.
allow mulatto elites to have influence over them, man? How does that make sense?
Because they have
Because
money and the former president gave them the right to they were doing business. Is the same in every African country where the white man or the mulattoes that got money dominate the economic sphere in that country. Is the same thing. The black man does not have the same mindset like a mulatto, and that's a fact. Or an admixture. Of course, that's what is
Oh, really?
happening in the most African countries where Lebanese,
you know, as harsh
Syrians,
that may sound,
dominate the economic sphere. You know,
as harsh that may sound, man, Judah is telling the truth, man. Judah
there
is
you go.
Judah is speaking facts, man. And I really hate when Haitians do that, man, because we know the issues, but yet we're not solving it. And also, I want to say this: we don't have we don't have any rebel in Haiti. These people are rebelling against the very same people that was not paying them. That's the reason why they are doing this this so-called rebellion. If they were getting paid, we would not be having this conversation. They're not getting paid.
Exactly,
That's the reason
exactly.
why they
You're
are
right.
rebelling.
Who?
Like the gangs. So the gangs were bought and paid for to go to different neighborhood and fight and fight the local population during election. Because let's say that if we have election and then if the people don't want to vote um, certain candidate, like they will hire the gangs to go to that community and then start killing people. So that way, so that way they can elect member of their own party and do their dirty work.
Yeah, but
That's
Rasmus, any smart politician or any country that knows or that really understands
Who-
power, even if you're going to supply to a rebel group some weapons, you're going
Yeah,
to make sure that you supply them in a way that they wouldn't have enough to be able to defeat you, man. You don't overpower them more than yourself. Does that make sense to you?
it makes sense, but a lot of Haitian people are stupid, so they don't care about any of that, man. Now,
Yeah.
if you were to
How were
talk
they able
about,
to defeat the
hold on.
military, man? That's not what I don't get it, man.
Listen about that. There's no military in Haiti. It's
Oh,
only
really?
the
Is that,
police. It's only the police. There's no military.
wait, what? Are you serious about what you're saying?
Yes, yes. This is how backward the country is. There's no military in Haiti, man. There's no Air Force.
Oh,
There's no Navy. There's no Coast Guard. There's none of that.
then it makes sense now. I see why. That is okay.
It's only the national police. That's it, man.
Do they have superior weapons more than the
What?
rebel groups?
No, they don't, man. They only have like 9 millimeter Colt 45, and that's pretty much it. Shotgun, and that's it. And then the gangs, they have AK-47, R820, like
Wait,
AR-15. Yeah.
when they
So
not
so the gang got more firepower than the police. And
when
guess
they
what?
not
Let me
wait,
tell you
wait,
this.
what about Dominican Republic? Do they have military in Dominican Republic?
Oh, of course, they got a military. They got everything. They got a coast.
Man,
They
man,
got a
wait,
coast guard.
wait.
They
So
got a
if
navy. They got an air force.
wait,
They
wait,
got a
so
military. Yeah.
wait, if Dominican Republic if is your fierce enemy and they have all those military and you don't have it, you don't think that's a sign of weakness, like
So of
from
course,
you?
man. Listen, why do you think that I always say to you that I'm claiming my African ancestry in case if something
Oh,
is to happen, so I can go back to my roots in Africa.
oh yeah, man, you can always come to Zongo, man. Zongo community, man, in Ghana, man. You're always welcome, man. We're
What
gonna give you a
what
place,
why
man.
do
Like,
you think why do you think as Judy I like the vibe in Bafusam? Because I
Why
want
do
to
you
go
like the
and say,
vibe, man? I wanted to ask you why.
listen, man, I like the infrastructure, I like the culture, I like the
Oh
people.
wow.
No, I
Yeah,
like the city, man. It's good
People have
atmosphere,
built
man.
Bafoussam, man.
you know,
I
People
like
have
it,
built
man.
Bafoussam.
Rice Morris, man.
Yeah,
Then
that's nice.
it really
Yeah.
makes sense if Haiti never had a military. Then
No.
it
Zongo,
now
Zongo,
makes sense why the rebel was able to
Zongo. Let me say this to you.
you know
Haiti military was disbanded 30 years ago
why.
because President Aristide fear of a military coup. They decided to disband the military. So all the people that were in the military, right? So after he disbanded the military, all the guns that they had, they sold they sold the guns and other ammunition and other like military machinery to other foreign countries. See what I'm saying?
Man, it's really
So,
hard to rule an African country, man. It's gonna be really hard, man. Especially when you fear that the military might take might might overthrow you from power,
man,
probably kill you, man.
we have no military, man. Like in
Zongo, did you know
our
that
population is
the
still keep
president of
growing.
Haiti was assassinated in his own sleep?
Yep,
Or are
yep,
you not? Did you not
yep,
know?
No, I don't know.
yep,
I didn't know, man. They killed the president, the
Wow,
former
this
president.
chaos
yep.
exactly assassinated. Like I think that was last year. That's
No,
why
Wow.
all this chaos is happening.
that was 3 years ago. Like he was assassinated,
Exactly
and,
in his
and
own
let me say
sleep.
this. And when they came,
Was,
right,
was he a
his
dictator or
own
something?
hold on a second, like his own security
No,
guards, like
listen, guys.
listen, his own security guards let these let this mercenary come to his private house and killed him. I mean, your own security guards. Instead of his own security guard defending him, they allow these people to come in the house and kill him. Man,
Oh, Zongo, I think you are just now familiar with all this. Yeah, yeah, I see why you are some kind of short-sightedness. Really don't know what is actually going on in the international political sphere. I mean, yeah, you
Man,
actually have no clue about what is happening in Haiti
Jude,
at all.
you're the one who's studying international relations, so of course you're going to do some critical analysis when it comes to,
I mean,
you know,
yeah,
international relations, right? I mean, come on, Jude, man, why you acting? We need an insight from you. You're supposed to give us a whole deep analysis on the issue.
ever since the president was assassinated, even the prime minister that was there was been threatened. He just resigned. Now they have another new prime minister who just came like 2 days ago. So that country, I don't know, is gonna be. I always tell people, if I was, we know where these people are located. This barbecue guy, do what happened in Japan during Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Clean these people out and then rebuild that town. That's what has to happen. For real.
Man,
That's what we
man,
know
if
where they are located. They are located in a specific
Dude,
zone.
man.
You know,
do you think?
As much
Do
as
you
I'm
think,
telling you for a fact, you know
Jude,
that.
Jude,
Yeah,
Jude,
yeah, yeah. You tell the truth, man. But you see, the crazy thing
Exactly.
is like the
Jude?
American. Hold on a second, Songo. The American knows where barbecue and other prominent gang members reside and located in the country, right? If they wanted, like, to send what they call it, what they call those those drones to come to Haiti and kill these people, they would have done it. But
Exactly. They have
they
done
just
YouTube
allow it to
videos with
happen.
them. They
They
have
just
done
allow it to
videos with
happen.
them. You know.
Yeah, it's just that with the people, man. Like, the people are weak, man. Like, they aspire to come to America and make a living, and that's it. They don't really give a damn about Haiti like that. Even when you
That's
see
why
them
that's why
pleading
I'm
and
thinking that they
complaining.
like you when the war is going on because America is offering them, refugee programs and
But you
all of
can't
that.
you
And
Right,
can't leave the
right,
island. You
right,
can't
right.
really leave the island though. The island, it has to make it special, man.
They don't care, bro. They don't care. Like, everything you see about this country
Tourism,
is fake,
you
man.
could make a lot of money in tourism, right? Like,
Yes, exactly. We have a lot of beaches. Jude said we don't have resources, but we do have resources.
but people
All
can,
yeah,
this
yeah,
stuff
you're
are
you
right.
can
going to waste, man. All this stuff
you
are
can
going
you
to
can
waste
invent.
because
You can reinvent. Like, I mean, instead of just going
because
back to Ghana, you can probably buy a property in Haiti. You have,
because
a beachfront
we don't have
property.
people that think, man. We don't have thinkers in Haiti. We have people. All they care about is
Yeah, but
having
response
money,
the
being
idea that
greedy,
the
being
idea that
stingy.
the
Yeah.
idea that you came from the motherland, so you always gotta be there. Okay, your heart might be connected to the motherland, but man, it's about time that we gotta start exploring other areas too. You just don't have to go back to where you really came from, right? You,
Well, that's
you get what I'm saying? Okay, we get it. Our heart came from that place, but we don't really have to, always go back to the motherland. Like, the world is open.
I get what you're saying, and I tell Haitian this: if you're not going to do a bloody revolution like you did in 1804, right?
Exactly.
Why not take your bag, find out what tribe in Africa you came from, and then move there, and then integrate within that tribe and marry within that tribe, learn the culture, learn the language, and then shut the hell up about Haiti. Because that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, but not
There's
not everybody. You can't tell everybody to go. Like, if they leave,
right.
someone will take the land, right?
I, but Zongo, you right. I can't tell everybody to do that, and that's why a lot of them are dying. It's fucked up for me to say that, but that's what's
Yeah,
happening.
the
A
elites, the
lot of them are
elites, yeah.
dying.
I
Yeah,
mean, of course, like someone like me, like, I mean, Julie said, "Oh, why am I not staying?" Like, God damn it, the elites already took the country. The big groups are already enjoying the resources in the country. I don't give a damn about what goes on in Ghana, man. Like, you get what I'm saying?
guess what? Guess what? That's how I feel about Haiti, man. That's how I feel about Haiti. I mean, it's what we did was beautiful because Haiti is like Haiti is
You
like
had
South
what
Sudan,
you had what
right?
Mike came when he was speaking highly about the Yoruba people. Yeah, because he's the majority in that country, man. So he's gonna speak that way. If you're a tiny little group with no influence or access to resources, you ain't gonna talk
Guys,
much, man.
let me tell you something, Zongo. Haiti is like South Sudan, right? Because when South Sudan wanted to gain independence from Sudan, because from the majority Arab, because South Sudan, they are a bunch of Nilotic with different tribes. So all these different tribes united and fight against the Arabs, and they managed to free themselves from Arabs um, imperialism and colonialism, right? Haiti did the
I think
same
I
thing
think
too.
I think I think when it comes to the South Sudan and Sudan situation, I think there has to be some kind of religion too. I just seem
No,
to.
I mean it's more about tribal warfare, man. You know, you can't tell me that you united to fight against the Arab because of religion, and now you're fighting amongst yourself because like these tribes store your cattle, and then just because of that, you guys form like you guys are bitter enemy
Yeah,
because
tribalism also. Yeah,
because the Denka or the Nuer stole your cattle, and then you're gonna go on a rampage, start killing people
the
in
reason
their
the reason
village.
why I said that
Come on.
was I met a lot of people from actually the Sudan mainland, and they were also dark skinned people too. So I think it has to do. There has to be some kind of ethnic. I met a lot of people from actually Sudan, and some
Now
of them
let
were.
me don't go. Now let me come in. This is where my intelligence comes in.
Oh, you did a
With
study on that in school.
I mean, I did a whole study on the African continent as well. You know, why part of it was Southeast Asian, but this is where my perspective comes in. You find people that you see when they talk of South Sudan, it does not actually mean that the people that actually from South Sudan are the darker, because you also find others that are also up north. Now, one of the major reason that you have this was because there were other people that assumed that since they are already South Sudanese, Sudan, they are no way they just gonna join the other people in the south, because Sudan was one country. So you have people that were born in every location. So you will find, say, if Ghana was to separate today between the north and the south, you're gonna have the north, some of the north people that were born in the south. And because the Ghana got separated, they're not just gonna pick their bags and move to the north. So they are acquainted with it. So they are still part of that country as well. Now, when it comes to the division, it was based, you could call it race, and you could also call it religion, because this was
Exactly.
where the line was. The majority of the people that were controlling Sudan back in the days were the Arab, like Omar al-Bashir. Then you have people like John Garang and Nilotic, who was a major ally in Omar al-Bashir government, who saw how his own people were being oppressed through religion and through their race, and fought against the separation of South Sudanese for over 20 years. So you will have people that are Nilotic that we still argue that they like Sudan, and you have others that are living in South Sudan, but that doesn't make it a point and say that, they they don't see any difference at all. There's a big difference between this country, and there's nothing as mainland Sudan. All of them are mainland on the continent. When you refer to a country as mainland, it means one is an island country and the other one lives in like a mainland. But
You know what
all
I
of
what
the
I what I meant to say was like what I mean the main like Sudan, and then I was just trying to create a
Yeah, I
distinction
mean,
between
there's
Sudan
nothing
and
as
South
Sudan.
Sudan.
Sudan, you have Sudan and you have South Sudan. That is,
Okay,
yeah,
okay, okay,
yeah. That is
We
what
get
it is.
we get to expect, man. We get what you're saying, you know. But that's the point. Because I heard it like several times on Fadamo's channel that it's about color. But I saw some Sudanese, man. They're like, man, they qualify for South Sudan, man, and they are actually from Sudan. And I actually went to school with them when I was in Cyprus, you know. So it was kind of like I was trying to get it like, is it really about race, or does it have to do a lot bit about religion, or maybe
It boils down
eth-
from
eth-
race and religion.
yeah, you get what I'm
You
saying?
know, the Arabs are majority Muslims, and the South was majority Christians. Even though the South Sudanese, they speak Arabic as well, because that was like the one of their major language when they were in Sudan. So, but they are majority Christians. But you also find the Muslims. You also find some South Sudanese who are also Muslims. Because they were under one country, right? Some have converted into Muslim and all of that. So,
Mm.
and those ones wouldn't argue about religion. They wouldn't, when you meet them, they wouldn't say no, it was because of religion. They might give you a different perspective of what it was. So,
Oh,
yeah,
okay. Yeah, it kind of makes sense now. It kind of definitely. Yeah, but I
that's
did
why
say
when
that.
you guys go out, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, no, say it then. Say what you're saying.
No, I wanted to say that's why when you guys make analogies, is actually, it's good to do a research, or,
Yeah,
and
man.
find out what is
You
really
there,
happening.
you are an expert in that area, so when you give an analysis, we gonna listen to that. There's nothing wrong. Could you say you actually did a study in that particular
Man, stop, man. I mean, yeah, I mean, studying international relations doesn't mean we have to know everything, right? But I mean, nowadays, like most of these things actually are not studied in books. You can actually do your own research. You see, when you talk about engineer and most of these things that programming that they are bringing. I'm not gonna just sit down and say, "Wow, wow." I have to actually check and do okay. Maybe start familiar because with these things before time comes by and we actually don't know what we are doing, right? So
Nah, you don't get what I'm
yeah,
saying, right? Somebody might have spent years to study a topic to gain some kind of specialized knowledge in a field. So you tend to respect the person when he gives an input in the area that he has some kind of like some sort of like specialized
okay,
knowledge, right? You
mm,
can't just go to Google and
okay,
just study something. It takes time to becoming an expert in that particular field, right?
ex-
And I'm not,
um,
and I'm saying because you say your expertise was more in Africa, right? I'm not saying that
yeah,
everything that you say. I mean, because in the national list, you know what it means, right? So it doesn't mean that when you start speaking about maybe tribes or religion, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna agree with what you're saying, because I know like where
right, no,
the boundaries ends,
yeah,
right? I was just saying that some of the analysis that you made, even in the case of Haiti, it kind of made sense that especially because when you said that okay, the reason why they might want to cause some sort of destabilization within the country is that maybe Haiti, the government of Haiti have shown signs that they might want to establish alliance with an enemy of the American government. So it kind of it doesn't mean it's
No,
true.
no, no,
There's
Zongo.
some kind of
Let me stop you
validity
right
over
there,
there.
Zongo.
Okay.
The Haitian government does not want to make any type of alliance with
it's not
other
alliance.
foreign
It's just
country
the
than
United States
America.
might think, but yeah, yeah,
Yeah, the United States might think that, but the Haitian
exactly,
government are in bed with the U.S. government. So they
exactly,
are they are
So
yeah.
doing
if
their
they
work.
are, so
So anything,
if they are,
hold on.
wait, let me
Yeah,
follow up
go ahead,
first.
go ahead.
If they are, because that's what America actually want, right? They want you to be in bed with them. If they are, why cause destabilization? Why supply weapons to the rebels? Why?
They are not the
What
one
the-
supply. It's not the United States
No,
government. People are doing business with the elite. That is what Rasmo is
it's
talking about. The elite
it's the
buying
elite.
weapons.
It's the
Yeah,
elite that are
it,
doing that in Haiti. They are buying the guns from the
exactly.
United States, right? And they
It
are
is not the United
distributing
States
those
government.
guns.
It's companies.
Right, right.
You
It's
you gotta
company. And
wait, wait.
hold on, guys.
Guys,
Let me finish. Let me finish. Not only they are buying the guns from the United States, they are distributing those guns to the politicians. Then these politicians are giving the guns to the gangs, and the gangs are taking those guns with those ammunitions, and then they are just wreaking havoc to certain neighborhood, like to certain town. That's just what it is.
wait. See,
But
let me give you an example, right? See,
yeah,
if you are a business, right? Because you are under an American government, you don't want to do a business that might undermine the authority of the American government internationally, right?
to be honest, I don't think it's the U.S. government. I think it's
Wait, wait,
U.S.
wait,
company. I think
Listen,
it's U.S. company.
I'm
Yeah,
just trying to make a
go ahead,
point. I'm
go ahead.
saying
Finish your point.
if you are a company within the within the country of called America, right? You don't want to make decisions that undermines the authority of the American government. And what do I mean by that? Let's say America has interest in Haiti, right? And there are interests that America is protecting, right? And America prefers maybe for just hypothetically, I don't mean it's true, right? America prefers that they want to be the legitimate entity to supply weapons to that particular country. Now, if they see any signs that any weapons is coming from their country into that region, they might have to deal with that company over there. And those companies do not want to engage in business activities that might undermine the American government. That's the point I'm saying. So if those companies are doing that, it means the American government is aware of it and hasn't, penalized those companies. That's the
No,
point I'm trying to say.
Zongo. Selling weapons is not illegal in America. So even in America, if you have an ID, you can go ahead and buy weapons in any a country, in any company that is analyzed or unacceptable. So if foreign countries are buying weapons from this country, American government does not have the right to stop it. These are companies that are legit. They pay their taxes and they have the right to sell weapons to any countries or individual that they feel like they have to, if they have the necessary documents that they have. So
Yeah,
you
but there's
cannot
a limit.
blame
There's
American
a
government.
limit. Wait. There's a limit. I'm not blaming America. Come on, man. You're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying that even the companies want to do business internationally, they don't want to undermine the authority of the American government. That's the point I'm trying to say.
What are they undermining? I mean, when it comes to what is happening in Haiti, who is undermining who?
I will
I'm
just give you
confused.
an example. I'm just giving an example hypothetically. That's what I'm doing. Let's American
Right, but I mean,
government.
bring
Wait,
it factual
listen to what I'm saying.
instead of
Listen
being
to what I'm saying.
hypothetical. Bring it factual.
Hey, Judah,
Make
you
it
gotta
factual,
listen.
man. Instead of being
Judah,
no,
listen,
I'm
listen.
listening, but instead of making hypothetical statement, make it factual. Let's understand where you're coming from. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, the point I'm saying is that if weapons are finding way into, how do you call it, into Haiti, the country, right? There's some sort of motivation. Somebody, there's there's a motivation to do that. Like, who is actually doing that? Who is giving the approval? You can't just overlook stuff like this, man.
They are
Like,
not
we are
selling
We
talking.
just
weapons for
told you,
war.
Zongo.
What you don't
It's
understand
the
is they
elite.
are not selling
It's
weapons
the
to
elite
attack
and the
people. These
oligarchs.
people are doing business. Someone buy weapons for their own protection, and then they end up giving it to these people. That's what Rasmo is saying. It's not like they
That's
are
what we are
selling
saying to
weapons
you,
to
Zongo.
sponsor a cause. Yeah,
They're not sponsoring no cause in Haiti. It's just that the oligarchs are buying those guns, and then they are funding those politicians, to protect their asset, their business and their interest.
but Rasmo
And
is
then
think
those
about this, right?
politicians, yeah,
Think about this in Ambazonian, right? How do we
right.
Ambazonians get weapons, right? We do
Hmm.
not get weapons only from Nigeria. Even most of the police officers that we capture them, we take their weapons. So don't forget these gangs have also killed police officers in Haiti and they have taken
Yes,
over their own weapons as well.
yes, yes,
So
yes.
Yeah,
so that's why we don't get weapons
Judah,
only.
no, no, Judah, wait, Judah, you're not thinking. You're not thinking properly. Think properly. The ammunition is gonna run out, and someone has to provide with ammunition. Just think properly, man. You're not thinking properly.
People now in Cameroon,
Think.
let me tell you what happened in Cameroon, right? We used to buy bullet, but those guys started making their own artificial bullet from iron. They scrap it and make bullet and feed their weapons with it. So there have been a lot of, especially Haiti. Haiti is in the Caribbean. There are a lot of countries that are close to it. You have Cuba, you have Jamaica, you have all these the Dominica and other countries. They are not far away from major cities, even in Mexico. Mexico is not far away from Haiti. So there are a lot of, even the guys that assassinated or their former president, it was alleged that most of these guys came from Mexico as well. So they can get weapons from
No,
anywhere. It's not only
Colombia,
United States,
Colombia, not
Colombia and
Mexico.
all exactly. Yeah, Colombia and all these places. So they are, yeah, they are
I mean,
they are pro.
my response, my comment was based on what I like. They say like it was coming from the U.S. and Dominican Republic, but if weapons is coming from there, there has to be some kind of motivation, right? And generally, governments do not sell certain weapons that they believe might undermine the sovereignty of another nation, man. You got to think about how nation state operates, man. Like, you are not
That's what
factoring
we
that
just
into.
said. We just say that we
uh,
say it's not the government that is selling weapons to cause havoc in this country. You have a rich person in Ghana who buys weapon for his own protection, and you don't know what he is doing. And at the end of the day, he give it to other gangs to protect him, and these gangs end up terrorizing other people. That is what it is. They are not giving
Man,
weapons to terrorize. Oh
100%,
man.
today. 100%.
man, okay. I mean, that's what you guys are thinking, man. But
But
I mean,
now, hold
but your
on.
explanation kind of makes it where you say you don't have military. But if there's some kind of military, man, like it's hard for a rich person to just buy like let's say like I mean a weapon from a for a country, especially if those companies knows Chinese government have good relations with that government. Why would the company sell weapons to a rebel that will undermine the authority of that particular government? It's not going to happen, man. They're going to get some kind of penalization from their own government, man. You got to think about that from that angle.
Zongo, you don't get it, man. Now stop
I get it, man.
explaining
I get it.
myself. And,
I get it, man. But
yeah.
I'm not gonna listen to what you guys are saying. You just don't understand how things work. I get what you're
No,
saying.
you don't understand
Jude,
how
go
things
easy on
work.
Zongo, man. That's my brother, man.
Uh,
Let's go easy on
yeah,
him, man.
you don't understand how things work. Just because United States has a problem or is trying to be friends with Haiti doesn't mean businesses should stop functioning. It doesn't make sense at all. So let's cut it out. I mean, let's take that discussion out of Haiti and discuss something different. And I want to thank my
Let's
guy Rasmus. Bafusam is open. You want to come into Bafusam. It's a good
yeah,
place. The
man.
climate is good. Businesses are striving. It's a top notch Bamleke kingdom. And yep, it's prospering there. The way they build
No, man.
their
I
infrastructure.
I got multiple options, man. I can either go to Bafisam, Adamawa, or
Oh, okay.
I can go to Kano, Nigeria.
Right,
So
I kind of right.
these
Yep.
are two places in
These are
Nigeria and
similar tribes
Cameroon
across.
I want to visit. Right, right. Yeah, man.
Exactly. So, the Tikas, the Bamom, they are more. See, the Tika, we want you to enjoy the Tikas, man, like the Bamom, especially because these are Muslims and the same time they have a Christian Bamileke like, culture. They still have that culture with them. Like if I
Yeah,
send you their videos, you'll be like, wow, and yeah, man, I understand you, man, and I know we apply this. I, I don't
yeah,
see no
man.
reason.
And also like the Tikar and the Bamoon, like they are very close to the Hausa.
Yep,
Very
yeah,
close.
you're
And
right,
they do a lot of trade business with the Hausa. And you so
you're right.
and also you got a lot of Hausa that integrate themselves into the Bamoon and the Tikar culture. Learning their language and stuff like that in their culture. Yeah, man. So I am highly interested in that, man. You know,
Which part
I
of
It
don't.
seems
Cameroon? Which part of Cameroon are they?
Oh, I think they are in the central region. I think no, the west region,
the
right, Judy?
Tikas are they're in the west region, yeah, and in the part of the west that they are, you see they kind of share border with the Adamawa region of Cameroon and also in Nigeria. So yeah. So, but they're in the West region. They are those the Tikas are those people that they did not get captured by the Muslims, but these are Christians that over time, because with their proximity to the Adamawa region, they adopted the Muslim religion, but they still have that. If you see them, you wouldn't say, "Oh, this guy is a Muslim," because they dress, they do regular things, they party, they do all of that, but yeah, it's like you Zongo, right? They adopted that, that liberal, religious Muslim, they only do prayers, but when it comes to drinking, you see them around. When it comes to partying, you see them around, and then all of that. But if you go all the way north to now Mariwa, where you have the Arab Shuas, close to Chad, Nigeria, Borno, these are fanatics Muslims. These are the
Oh
ones that they
man,
cannot
Judy man
mingle.
always hated on the
No, let
house
me
of
cook
you.
you a little bit, man. Come on, man. I'll stop, let me, I mean, maybe you
Yo,
have forgotten who Jude
yo,
is, man.
Zongo, Judah is not lying, man. Like the Shua Arabs, man.
Exactly.
They're not indigenous to Cameroon. Like they came all the way from Sudan.
Sudan,
Man,
yeah,
who is really indigenous to a region, man? Come on, man. Like who's really indigenous, man? Everybody came from somewhere, man.
yeah, but we know who is coming just of recent, right? Somebody come from somewhere, but there are people that have come in for a long time. And then we know people that are just coming in out of from recent because of war in that region.
Someone says it's a gang in Florida sending out So yeah, of course, got to be some kind of secret organization, but it's not like a valid company just going out selling weapons, man, to undermine the authority of a government. It doesn't work that way, man.
We have moved past Haitian, man. I mean, like I tell us, Moise, they have to be what happened in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And they know the specific location of these people right next door to the airport. Clean them out and build that town. That's just it. Everybody we marked out. Everybody we put. There will be law and order within 24 seconds. When things like this, you don't have to catch feelings, man. Things have to work. That's just it. You don't have to catch feelings. Disperse
You
the
know that
population. Send them up
there,
north.
there's a vigilante movement. There's a vigilante movement in Haiti called Guacale. So
J-
so
Julius
whenever
says you
they
don't have to
spot,
catch feelings, man. This guy.
yeah,
No, I'm telling you, I
so
know
whenever
Haiti
they
to my
spot this game,
fingertips. Exactly.
they slaughter them like they chop them up with with machetes. But machetes not
Exactly.
enough. Like they need the guns. Like you need to give these people guns so that they can defend themselves from the game. I mean, like
Exactly. But that's crazy.
killing them with
As someone,
knives, dagger, machetes. That's
oh,
not enough.
that's
That's
not
not gonna
enough.
get the job done. Yeah.
You see, as someone who is familiar with Haiti, right? I know towns like Cap Haitian, Limbe, all these places. Take the real citizens from that town and send them up north and tell them there's gonna be a major thing that is gonna happen. Encircle this area and clean it out within seconds, and that's it. Everybody that is coming now from the interlands into now the Port de Prince are gonna understand what it is. Everybody is gonna mark time and say, and stick to what is happening. Have a stable government now, and
You
everybody
know
that wanna talk,
one thing I
you know,
found out. One thing I found out recently and I found that on African Tigress on channel. They were saying that the media were pushing that, like Port-au-Prince, is bad, like the gang control like 90% of the capital. And African Tigress went to Port-au-Prince, like she was having a good time, man. Like she went to the mountains, like
Wait, in Haiti?
she had,
yeah,
yeah, in Port-au-Prince, then she had picnic with her
Was the
friend.
Maya
Like she
was
made
the Maya too there too? What the Maya
no,
was in?
no. What the mine was not there. It was only her and then some Haitian tour guide and then some Haitian lady that spoke English fluently. That was a guide. And then they were in Port-au-Prince, man. They were driving in the street of Port-au-Prince. They went to the mountains. They were having a picnic. Like she even cooked like one of Kenyan like dishes matoke. They were having good times, man. I'm like, man, like the media is lying about Port-au-Prince. They were saying like it's 90% of the gangs control that area. I'm like, nah. I mean, it's only like the area like the gangs are at. That's the area they control. I mean, Port-au-Prince is big. Like I was like, there's no way they can control like a Port-au-Prince, man. Like Port-au-Prince is the second largest city in the
Has
Caribbean.
Port-au-Prince ever been the capital city? I remember one time you mentioned me the capital, Muchana or something like what? Was that like the old city
No, no, no,
capital
no,
or
no,
what?
no, 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 no. The old city, the old capital was Marchand. Marchand, right? So
Oh,
Marchand
Marchand,
now,
okay.
yeah, Marchand is now called Dessalines, right? So that was the capital of the Empire of Haiti. That
Okay.
was the old capital, and it needs to be the capital again. But
Why?
the
Why does it need to be the capital?
because that was the original capital. That was the
So, so,
original one. You
so,
can't you can't change the original and then make it into something new because where Port-au-Prince is seated Port-au-Prince is set at a fault line. So anything happen. So if we
right.
have another earthquake, it is doomed. So where Marchand is located at is at the center of the country. So we're not gonna get hit by earthquake. Port-au-Prince need to be like the economic capital of Haiti, just like Yasmouk. What's the economic capital of Cote d'Ivoire?
Rice
Uh,
points. Rice points.
Abidjan,
When was the last time?
Yamasoko,
oh,
Yamasoko.
is it Abidjan or
No,
Yamoussoukro?
it's
Yamoussoukro.
Yamasoko.
Yamoussoukro.
Yeah, it's
It
Oh,
Yamasoko.
used to be
okay,
Abidjan.
okay, okay, yeah.
Do you know?
But
Do
but
you
But
but,
know?
but
Wait,
like
wait,
more,
wait.
let me.
Juliet. Do you know even in Cote d'Ivoire, when you come down, they also say Aquaba over there too. You know that, right?
Yeah, it means
Yeah,
welcome.
but because yeah, it means welcome. That's like the major language. But as much I wanted to tell you something, right? When it comes to the proximity of where you guys have your capital cities, especially in the Caribbean countries, you kind
Yeah.
of realize that. Zongo, why are you laughing, man?
Zongo is always laughing, man. It reminds me of my little cousin.
what is
Always,
Judy, Judy, Judy want to sound intellectual. I'm just listening to him.
yo, leave Judah alone, man. Let him talk.
Go ahead, Judy. Man. I'm listening.
What's most of Caribbean countries have their major capital cities close to the ocean, right? Is a lot of different reasons. Is used for travels. Is used for business. It's used for a whole lot of things. There's no island country that has an island that is land in the inland. It can be encircled at any point in time, and there is no space for you to leave that environment. So there have to
Hmm.
be a lot of escape route when it comes to building your capital city. That's why most Caribbean countries prefer their capital cities right at the coast, you know. And I think that's the major reason. Most African countries have that major issue because when the slave trade was going on, their major cities were actually lined up at the coast of, you see the major cities like Accra, Abidjan, Freetown, Monrovia, Douala, all of these most African biggest cities are all cities at the coast, because these were all slave, cities. But now they are having that intelligence of
Nah, man.
taking
It
it
used to
into
be
the inter.
no. It used to be Cape Coast though, but currently it's Accra. The capital used to be Cape Coast. That's
But,
where the
but Cape Coast is Cape Coast in the interland. No, it's also a town at the coast.
yeah.
So
Well, I mean to say it's not Accra. It's rather Cape Coast. Just
yeah,
that's
yeah,
where you
yeah.
find
I
those castles.
understand.
That's why you find those castles over there.
I,
Yeah, in
I
Cape Coast.
understand that. What is the distance between Cape Coast and to Accra? Is not
That's
up to 10 minutes if
oh
the road are
man.
beautiful, if the road are paved. I'm telling you for a fact because
But
I
it's fine.
actually
It's
know
fine.
that.
It's fine. It's fine a little bit, man. It can take like 30 to
I
45
mean,
or probably an hour to get to.
if the road are well paved, it's not up to 10 minutes or 20 minutes. If you ask me,
It's fine, man.
you
It's
know,
fine. Accra, man. From Accra to nah, it's fine, man. Anyway, go ahead, man.
yeah, but
I wasn't trying to to obstruct you, man. I was just clarifying for the audience. Anyway.
yeah, like I was saying, right? You check of Cuba, Havana, all these towns, and yeah. So yeah, I wish that Marchand can, wish, but I don't think that we ever gonna happen. But just the fact that Marchand is not a capital is not what is bringing the downfall of Haiti. I think it's like you said, they have to take responsibility of that action, you
So
know,
where do you prefer?
and
Where do you prefer the capital to be situated? In the interland or in the coastal area for Haiti? Where would you
Well,
prefer?
let me say this. Like, during colonial times, like the capital was in Cap Haitien, right? Cape Haitian, but at that time it was no like Cape French, Cap Français. So when we get independence, then they changed the name of the old capital from Cap Français to Cap Haitien, right? So my best bet is like like the capital can be in the north, in the way north, but it's way up there, So I mean, Port-au-Prince, man. I don't think Port-au-Prince needs to be the capital, man, because
Is it or
Port-au-Prince is where.
is that a port, right? Okay, obviously.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a port, man. Like like Port-au-Prince. Like I said, the port is in it. Yeah, it's
Mm-hmm.
just Port-au-Prince is just chaos, man. Like political upheaval. It's very stressful, man,
it,
and
it, it, it's like
it,
Kingston, Jamaica, man. I mean,
yes,
it's
yes,
chaos
it's
over
very
there as well,
chaotic. It's just very chaotic, man. And when people talk about Haiti, like they think that the whole country is in chaos. It's just one little spot, man. That's the problem, And I
Yeah, but I
was
mean,
Ye-
people they can make like let's say they can make the state the capital more of like they can have maybe an economic capital and also choose to have more like the state capital being the administrative capital too. just like
Yeah,
we do.
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that Port-au-Prince need to be the economic capital, and then like Marchand need to be like the executive capital, and maybe Cap Haïtien can be like the judiciary capital, just like South Africa, because South Africa has three capital. You know,
Yeah,
Pretoria,
but you don't have
Johannesburg, and what's the other one?
you, Haiti, Cape Town, but you don't have
Oh, Cape
Blue
Town.
Fund.
Yeah.
They are, yeah, but you don't have the money to run a raise a kind of government like South Africa. I mean, come on, Rasmus, let's be realistic and factual for a minute. I mean, even
Judy, man,
maintaining
why you
one
gotta kill it,
capital
man?
Man, Judy,
Why
man,
you
even
gotta
Judy,
kill
maintaining
man.
my hope, Judy? God damn, man.
even maintaining one capital city, you have not been able to. You want to have three? No, I mean, for a small country like Haiti, I mean, they have. Did you realize that Haiti is the most populated country in the Caribbean? I mean, their population is bigger than more than that of Cuba. I was like, wow, and Cuba is like the biggest
Yes, it is,
island
man. It's
country
12
in that.
million. It's
Yeah,
12
yeah, it's
million,
12
man.
million
That's
bigger
not a
than
lot of
Cuba.
people, man.
Yeah, that's not a lot of population, but it's like the most populated in that Caribbean, that Western Hemisphere,
No,
but Cuba
I mean,
has
it's a lot of people considering like the geographical mass over there, right? On the island, the way
uh,
they. It's a lot considering like the geographical mass of that particular island. That's what I mean.
yeah, but what I'm saying is they even have a population bigger than DR, Dominican Republic, and Dominican Republic is bigger in terms of land mass than Haiti and also Cuba, which is like the biggest Caribbean country
But that's
in the
the same thing.
biggest island.
That's the same thing I was saying. You just wasn't listening properly.
Oh, I probably did not actually draw inference on what you were making or analyzing. I was having difficulties
You know why?
analyzing it.
Why you try to use big vocabulary just to sound smart,
What?
man? Hey, Rasmus, have you noticed like Judy like he's trying to like use vocabulary just to sound smart, man?
Yeah,
Like
I noticed that, man.
Zongo,
he's just using the words out of context too, man. I'm like, come on, man, Judy, man, just make your
wait,
point.
out of context? This, do you know what drawing inference is? You say out of this guy, man. Go ahead, man, Zongo. I'm done with you, man.
Man, come
Yeah,
on, man, Judy.
Jude is polarizing his intelligence.
Oh man, Judy, man, you get Judy trying to sound smart. I'm like, yeah, shut up, Judy, man, shut up, Judy.
When I speak, they say I'm trying to sound smart. When I speak some kind of way, they say Judy is dumb. Like, where should I be, Rasmus? What
No,
is
no, no,
going
yeah,
on? You know?
sound smart, sound smart. We want you to sound smart. That's what we
I
want.
mean,
No, that's what
like
we
when
want.
I go dust, when I go dusty, they say Judy, man. You know.
To be honest, I like Dusty Judy, man. I don't like intelligent Judy.
Man, Judy, man,
Oh
Judy.
man, I used to be dusty for real, man. Zongo, you actually, I mean, me and Rasmus have been for a while. Me and we've been Wakanda, we've been Rasmus have been on YouTube for like a while too as well.
Oh, for real?
So
How long has it been on
you
YouTube?
you just barely knowing these people, man. We have been for. That's why even if I talk down or talk, Rasmus will always be on my pad and be on your pad, Zongo. You
Yeah, I
know.
noticed that. I'm like, I noticed that too.
Yo, Zongo, let me say this to you, man. Me and Judy, we used to go back. We used to go back and forth, man. We used to go back and forth in the chat, man. I used to go hard at him, man. And
Yeah,
then
man, Judy, man.
and then one time, like I called on the panel, and we started talking, and like we call it a truce, man. Like we make amends, and then
You know.
we met up, man. He's a cool guy. He's a cool dude. I mean, once
He gave me.
yeah, I
Me
mean,
and Zen, we have met
once you
some
know
once in
him,
a while. He called me, yeah, you
yeah,
know.
yeah. I mean, once you know him, you start talking to him. You know that like the guy, man, that's been spewing a
You,
bunch of rhetoric.
YouTube,
That's
Judy,
not really him. You know what I'm
YouTube,
saying?
Judy, YouTube, Judy, and real life Judy is not the same person,
No,
man.
it's not the same, man. It's not the same, bro. It's not the
Judy,
same. It's a cool guy, man.
a lot of people tell you that, man. Why do you think people talk about you? It's because of your character, man, Judy, man. You just like it's like, man, they can't believe like Why are you always against every people, man?
And
Why you
I'm just
always?
being factual, man. I just being factual. When people don't like it, I just that like, oh man, Judea. Most Africans want to sugarcoat things, right? Like I remember when we first got on YouTube, when these guys were talking about moving to Africa, all of that. We were of the notion that no, Africa is not like the way you see it, right? But you see people come here and say, "Oh, Africa, oh this and that." You go, no. I was like, no, it's not like that, man. Let's not sugarcoat things. We are still running away from Africa. Things are not happening the way you guys think, And I mean, even when I was on this Wakanda channel, it was like, oh wow, really? I was like, yeah, of course, But you have people that they panda, oh, Africa is this, come here, we'll build. I'm like, man, and that's why they go there. They see their expectations are not met, and they run back to United States and all of these things. So I've been one of those factual guy. Everyone that has been following Jude knows that, man. Jude just speaking, man. He doesn't, sugarcoat anything. And that's why most of my friends are Wakanda's channel. People I still have people that I talk to. You
People
know.
don't like just people don't like objectivity. Even back in the days when I was just being objective, people thought I just know I was just a coon and stuff like that. People thought I was a coon. Even Ja used to think I was a coon too, man. I'm like, really, man? They just don't want me to criticize, people sometimes, Like when adult education came on this platform, I just like the fact that he was just he taught more on a business sense rather than just thinking emotionally or just being subjective to his group sometimes, like to unlike what other African Americans do sometimes, right? So just like that. But someone like him might be labeled as a coon on a different like Gatamap will label that adult education guy a coon, man.
Yeah, gas them up is I wouldn't have been with him. I mean, he knows me personally. Like it's just if I was back in my old self, gas them up wouldn't last in this panel anymore. I'll
Have you
clean
seen
his ass out.
have you seen him like have you seen him personally before?
No, not seen him personally, but I've talked with him personally one on one. Like I mean, if me and him. If I was on my old self, he wouldn't be coming on this panel anymore. One of the
Julian,
reason why he took it.
why didn't you join Afidama's show yesterday? I saw your comment on the show. Why didn't you join, man?
Well, I decided to post that comment to put my allegiance that I'm actually around, But
I,
uh,
I was like, oh,
why
Julian
you
was
laughing,
watching.
man? I might give you the terms.
No, 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 no. I mean, because I listened to that show, right? Because the reason why I actually watched it was because like when he criticized Mike, he supported Mike TV against Mike, but then he was criticizing Mike TV. I kind of,
Yeah,
I kind of, I kind of saw that very strange, though. I kind of saw that very strange.
no, I mean, finding out very strange. It doesn't mean he doesn't know him, but he's making that topic to bring people to his panel to talk about it. I mean, he also follows Kaizo's channel, also know how people go. Come on, man, you talking as if Afidemus used to be like people that were kicked out of different channels because of how arrogant he was and went and created his own channel. He just, I mean, it's as if you making an analogy that he doesn't knows him. To me, it's like it's sounding some kind of confusing because
Did you
I've
watch
known
the
Mike
show?
TV in the past,
Did you watch?
huh?
Did you watch the one that Mike TV and Mike was there on Kaiser? You didn't watch it, man. So you can't really tell
I did
if
not watch it, but if he came,
No,
if I came
no.
on
Let me
that,
say
there are
this.
certain people. Let me
Rice
tell
Munch,
you,
did you watch
there are
it?
certain
Rice
people
Munch, did
that
you watch it?
I didn't watch it, but let me talk about the Afidam situation with his encounter with Mike. I think what Afidamis was doing, Afidamis was observing Mike TV. He wanted Mike TV to agree to everything he was saying in accordance to what Mike TV was saying to him. So Afidamis was doing that because Afidamis was testing him so that it could do a show about him and expose him. That's what Afidamis was doing.
Exactly. I'm also aligned with certain people on this panel, even Mike TV. When he was going on this debate with that other guy, I was aligning with Mike TV, despite the fact that I don't like him. It doesn't mean because I'm aligning with him means I don't know him. I know him, but I'm aligning with what he was arguing. And if he makes certain points that align with me, I'm gonna accept it and align with him and kick an African person that is being dumb on the panel. That's just what it is. Afidemos came in, and because Mike TV was speeding some truth, he had to align with him and talk down on Mike. And that is how we do on YouTube. If you have
Yeah,
been following us for a while, you need to
forget
know that.
about forget about what I said about not knowing Mike or something. I mean, the point, even the main point, you were just talking about, something else, man. The point I was just trying to say is that he was confirming that there are some dark skinned people that were indigenous to the land, and there are people that came from Africa too. That's what he was saying. So in
Yeah,
other
but
words,
look, though, we all know that's not true. Afrodamus was lying his ass out. We all know
no,
that's
no,
not true.
no, he actually meant it. Actually, no, I don't think that was a lie, man.
He didn't meant it. He didn't meant
No,
it. I know
no, no,
Zongo
no.
doesn't know.
I know
Zongo,
Afrodamus
Zongo
Watch.
lying.
doesn't
He
know.
didn't meant it, man.
Did you watch the show?
I did.
It's
I
not
did watch
about
the show.
watching.
All right,
Even if
man.
I don't
Listen,
watch, I
listen,
can draw.
Zongo,
I can.
Zongo, you are
Yeah.
new in this YouTube street. Jude would do the same thing too,
Exactly.
and then kill your argument later on. I remember one
And there
time
you
Jude
go.
was saying that there was no such thing as the transatlantic slave trade. It was like
Exactly.
it was something
You know,
like
Okay, but see,
I think it was something
see,
like the fault
no,
lines,
no,
like the tectonic like slave trade,
but
something like that. You were saying, Judy. Yeah,
Rasmus, there's a way you can, speak in a sarcastic way to mean something, even though you don't really actually mean it, right? You can tell it there. But
yeah.
I mean, Alfredamus was actually serious, and he was saying that even Mike was not
Nah,
reading.
he was not serious. I knew it was a
Okay,
bluff. I knew it was a bluff from the get go, man.
let's change the conversation there. But I actually
Yeah.
did watch it, actually, man. I actually did. I'm like, damn, like, why is it? It kind of sounded like a whole tip. He was mentioning books, man. He was mentioning books that he said Africans don't read. I'm like, God damn.
that's Afidemos, man. You don't know
You don't know
Afidemos.
Afrodamus,
You
man.
know,
Afrodamus,
Afidemos show
man.
used to be
Listen,
one of the
he's really
craziest
good
shows
at
back
what he
in the
does,
days,
man.
man. It's just that stuff. Afidemos show. Before when you came, I was like, "Who is this guy that came? Who is this Zongo guy?" I mean, Afidemos show used to be like, "What man? This guy is Zongo, man." It's all good, man.
Man, Judah, keep quiet, man. Judah was mad that
Yo, yo,
sometimes
yo, Zongo. Afrodamus will flip
Afternoons will
on
let
you,
me.
man, in a nutshell.
He what'd you say?
I said Afrodamus will flip on you in a nutshell, man. You
I mean,
don't know that guy, man.
yeah, he flip on Judah too, man. He flip on Judah. That's why Judah. He flip on Judah, man. He flip on Judah,
I
man.
remember that, man. Like he took Judas wench.
Yeah, right, man. For
Oh yeah, Judah, you have wrench, right?
Judas was pissed, man.
Oh, why, Judah? Why did you took your wrench though? Why did you took your wrench?
man. I mean, Judy, man. Do you know the card? If I was supposed to have a YouTube on this street, I would have been one of the most successful YouTuber. I mean, come on, man. Like even Kaizo knows that. Like there was no dusty guy on this planet than me, man. So when Afidemos brought me on his channel, me and him know what we were doing. To disrespect me like that, man. Come on, like man.
Yeah, okay. I mean, people. I mean, you can only get traction if you speak ignorantly. I mean, that's the only way you can get. I mean, that's the only way you can get like traction, Judah, man. If you speak ignorantly, just like a lot of people, man. Like, is that what you really want to be identified
No,
as,
no,
man?
no, no. The fact that you guys don't understand YouTube, let me tell you, right? When people are doing live, they call us. They say when they do this topic, they're gonna have a lot of people that are gonna be siding, saying one and the same thing. Now they are actually looking for people like us that can actually bring backings and talk down on those major topics to make it linear. You see, when people are coming here and someone creates the topic like Kaizo call me say, man, I'm talking on this topic about show African Americans, are they our brothers? A lot of people are gonna be coming on this panel and say, yes, they are our brothers, they are our brothers, they are our brothers. But this is where the Jude skills come in. I mean, discuss with other people, bring out that, trying to make a false claim about all this and that, say, I mean, making the discussion flow, the same time putting a frank face on what is happening, So when you see us doing these things, you think, oh, wow, they must have a frank, oh, he came up with facts, or he did. No, it's because, I mean, come on, man.
Yo, yo,
That's
Judah, you should have never made Marishad cry, bro. I wasn't there,
I mean,
man, but
I made people.
you made that poor lady cry, man. Like she's a sweetie, man. She's a
Nah,
sweetheart,
man.
man.
You know what?
Uh,
Even
She's
okay.
Even Kidola call me and say, man, Jude, man.
you fucked up, Judy, man. Anyone else, man, not
Because even
Marishad, man. Come on, bro.
Mike TV came and he was looking for Kidola's number because he know Kidola is gonna speak ignorantly. You get what I'm saying?
Right?
Like Kido is gonna act emotionally, and Kido is gonna be dissing the FBAs, and that's what he wants. He wants ignorant people to come on this platform and spew ignorance, man. So
Yeah.
just don't think
But
that if you wait, don't think that if you have your own YouTube platform, the reason why you get traction not because like, you sound smart. That means you speaking
no, it's
ignorant.
not being smart, man. Just being on YouTube doesn't mean you are smart. It's the way to draw traffic to your YouTube. That's what being smart is, because you want to make that views, you want to make that money. That's what it is. I did not say having a YouTube is being smart. But it was Morris, man, that lady, man, she sent me, and I mean, on the Telegram group, right? It's like, Jude, like, what is going on? You like, I mean, now we cool, man. We are even planning to take a trip to Tampa, man. I mean, people on the Telegram, like in September, if anybody that want to be part of that, trip, you want to meet in September in Tampa, trying to know
Yeah,
who is
man.
who, man. Yeah, I mean, she's a cool lady,
Very
yeah.
cool, man. Very sweet
Oh,
voice, man.
the
Very
Tampa, Florida,
gentle, very
the,
kind.
the, the Tampa, Florida
you
trip.
know.
Why not Vegas though? Why all the way to
Yeah, we
Florida,
might
man?
do Vegas, but after the Tampa, we might do Vegas. We want to start something start, man. And most of these guys are in the East Coast, so let's do
Shit, why
Tampa
not
first.
Tennessee, man? Let's do it in Tennessee, man. Country music,
No,
Man,
you are
Nashville.
closer
man,
to Florida, man. What is in Tennessee, man?
I ain't moving all the way, man. If I ain't getting no nothing, man, I gotta get me some,
Yeah,
you get what I'm saying.
But Zongo, we have a lot of snow bunny here in Nashville, man. I mean, you feel
Exactly.
right at home, man.
I'm not
The
going.
guy doesn't. I mean,
I'm not flying all the way to meet no freaking Negroes, man. I gotta get me something.
No,
You know what I'm saying, right?
listen, Zongo,
bro,
listen.
you fly to get the
We have
females over.
more
You are
snow
not flying
bunny
to
in
get there,
Nashville
man.
than Negroes.
Exactly. You are going there. I mean, over there, you are getting your own. You think if I'm going there and we are meeting up, you think I'm going to be trying to get one of these? No, man. Nigga, what the fuck you talking about? I'm trying to get a horse around that area, man. Like, I already got all my shit on who's closer to me. That's what I'm looking for, man. I have all
You got,
my, yeah, all my,
you got your
yeah,
stuff on deck, right? You got your stuff on deck.
yeah, I got my apps that are running, the ones that you could get chicks, all these Bumble and all of these things are working 24/7 in these locations, you know. And yeah, just go on there, probably drive to one of these university areas, and everyone that is in that location, it just pops up on my phone. And all what you do is message, man. What's up, what you doing tonight? And that's it, you know. Come
Judy,
on, man.
man.
Zongo, you never answer my question. On a scale of 1 to 10, how pretty is your snow bunny?
I mean,
I'm pretty, god damn it, man. Like, I mean,
I'll pretty she, man. Judy, I've seen her before, man. I'll pretty she.
nah, I'll probably say 6, if you ask me.
Well, you gotta send it to me, man. Send it to me on Telegram, man. Send it to me. Send it to me on my
Yeah,
DM on
because
Telegram. I need to see
because
that, man.
the one that Zongo has, I wouldn't date. Like, my snow bunnies, man. They top notch. I mean, you gotta be different, man. You know, but Zongo is all the way for you, man. But there are some snow
Why
bunnies. I
not?
mean,
Why not? Is she pale? I mean, does she have a tan?
Yeah, she's not really a snow. Yeah, yeah, she's. I mean, so you have to send that picture to as much. I cannot make that allusions to it. You
Yeah, you
know.
gotta send it to me, man. Let me make my own judgment and analysis, man. Then I'll let you know. You gotta send
Exactly.
it to me, son, bro,
But
man.
as boys, are you into snow bunnies? I thought you were all into FBA ladies as well. You know. How come
You
you are
know,
not talking about snow bunnies? You know.
listen, Judy. Unfortunately, I'm not. Like due to cultural reason, like historical reason, I'm not. But I don't judge people like who date these people. Like I think these people are very nice. I mean, they are always nice and gentle to me. But for me, like for historical reason and cultural reason, I don't date these people. Like if you're not black, I don't want to deal with you. But yeah, I do have a lot of FBA girlfriends. Like the kid, my baby mama is like, yeah, FBA. So you know,
Right.
from time to time, I still deal with them. I still mess around with them. I mean, even though we're not together, I still mess around with them, man, and they love that. So yeah, but
So
I'm
so
not.
in you guys in you guys communities, right? Like us, I mean, for us to get married to FBA is like it has to be really, really, really. Do you guys have that same, or in Haiti, like most Haitians do not mind getting married to FBA ladies,
I mean, listen, when it comes to FBA lady, we don't mind, man. We don't mind. It's
Oh,
not
okay.
like like be like like I said this to you, like being Haitian is not. It's not a lineage or an ethnicity. Like anybody can be Haitian, just as long you are black. Because like
Yeah, but I
even
was
even
surprised.
even even
Yeah, you
when we
don't
married
wanna.
FBA, we see them as one of us, man. I mean, nowadays like they don't see us as one of them because like they want to delineate, and I'm cool with that. But
Yeah,
I still
but
mess
that's
with them.
noise. That's an internet bullcrap, man.
I
Just
know that. Yeah,
yeah.
I
A
know
lot of
that.
them, a lot of them that are out here, man. They don't know what the hell is called FBA, man.
No, they don't know. They have no clue,
Yeah.
man.
Uh,
No, I asked one of my baby mamas, like they don't know what
my
FBA
my
is.
F,
She don't
my
even know
FBA,
what FBA.
my FBA lady that I had, she was never on the social media anyway in the first place, man. She's not gonna know what the hell is going on social media. She was just never a social media person, you know.
They don't have time. Like they too busy working, man. They
She
don't have
used to
time.
see me. She used to see me as a nerd, just being on YouTube all the time, man. Like that's how she saw me, man.
Hmm.
Yeah, I was just a nerd, man. Just on YouTube, man. You gotta go outside and socialize, man. What are you doing on YouTube?
Yeah,
Yeah,
all the shit that you see online, all the vitriol, all the hatred, like towards African and towards descendant of African in the Caribbean. It's internet, man. It's the internet. But outside of the internet, man, these people don't even think about like people in Africa or people in the Caribbean. It's like they're too busy like paying their loans, like their credit, paying their mortgage, working hard, like working double shift, working like triple shift, and working three jobs. They too busy with their lives, man, with
yeah,
their
man.
kids and their wives, their husband. They don't got
I
time
mean,
to
for
be on
me, I don't
social media.
stay. I don't stay in downtown. If I was staying in downtown Seattle, like it's like I'm in Seattle, man. Man, you don't be seeing me on the internet, man. I stay like in a burb, man. It's mostly family housing out here, mostly married. They don't really have, everybody's with their family and stuff like that, right?
Yeah,
So it's kind of a little different, and it's far away from uh the state the state capital. You get what I'm saying? I mean, there's a lot of things I could do. It's just like some of the friends that I have over there. I just don't like those kind of like how do you call it, to just meet at a bar and just be doing those kind of like white people stuff. I don't like it. I just want to hang out, dance, and do stuff like that.
Where's
to be honest,
Kaizo?
Sister Zambo, do you drink
I'll say
alcohol?
he's back.
What do you say?
Do you drink alcohol? Be
Oh,
honest.
no, I don't.
So,
I've never drunk alcohol before or smoke. I
oh
don't smoke.
wow,
I don't smoke. I don't drink.
oh that's good, man.
hmm I don't smoke. I don't drink, man. But have I met Gambians, Muslims that smoke and drink? Yeah, a hell of times, man, in Seattle.
Wait,
That's
Rasmus,
how.
are you a Muslim? Are you want to be do you want to be a Muslim, or you just want to preserve your African or culture or voodoo? Is that, are you familiar with
Well, the best way I can explain this to you, right? On my dad's side of the family, we don't, we don't do voodoo, right? So we are mostly, some of my, some of the people on my dad's side of the family, they, they are adherent to Islam, and some of them are adherent to Christianity. For me, I'm more what you would say like agnostic, you know. I don't I don't choose like any religion. I'm more agnostic. But if I had to convert like into a religion, for me it would be Islam, because to me people were Muslim, like they took
These
their
are your
religion
people,
very
man. These are
serious.
your people, man. Why would you want to like
No, no,
this?
no, no, no. Hold on a second, Zongo. Let me finish. It's just that for me, I see that with Muslim people, they took their religion more serious. You may criticize Islam, you may say that it's a fake religion or it was created by Arab, whatever. But at least they take the Islamic tenets very serious, like compared to Christianity. Like a lot of Christians, they are nothing but a bunch of hypocrites. Like they don't follow what's in the book. Like you know, if Christians was really Christians, bro, a lot of the stuff in the Bible, man, it's more strict than the Quran. If they take that Bible serious, man, listen, man, listen, you will not find like any Christians who are hypocrite, man. But the thing is that they don't take the Bible serious, because like
Yeah,
you
man.
can't tell me that you do something
Don't take
silly and
the.
then you're gonna be
Let's
like, oh, I'm gonna find grace in God, blah blah blah. You can't tell me that you
don't
are
take
gay,
these
you are
Negroes. Let's talk
lesbian.
the. Don't take these Negroes seriously, man. What your dad is and what your people are, man. You're a part of them, man. I'm not
Right.
saying you don't acknowledge who you are as your people. I mean, even the House of People, we've always known that the Magus are our people. The House of Muslims now have always acknowledged the Magus are our people as the indigenous House of People. But now the people are far removed from that, right? They've been mixed with Islam and they have a new version of their identity. You just gotta embrace it and just move forward.
Hmm.
If you are in Africa, you're gonna think it's just only the House of People. It's not just the House of People, man. If you go to
Yeah.
Turkey, they have the same issue. The Turkish people, they have people that believe here, they still believe in Islam. And they have people that kind of believe, like, you know what? The Arab kind of influence our culture and we want to return back to our indigenous language, right? It's everywhere, man. But some people feel like, hey, this is who we are now. I mean, Turkish were great people when they embraced Islam. Without Islam, they are nobody. The history is nobody, man. So are you going to let that go, man? Like, really? Is that what you're saying? So you just have to determine where you find yourself. The Hausa people were really, influential within that region when they embraced Islam. So are they going to let that go, man? This is really their history, man. You can't really
Right.
let that go,
Right.
man.
Right. Right. Right.
So you kind of, it depends, man. Now, if you were
And,
practicing your indigenous religion, like the people, okay, I mean, I get it. It came from Saudi Arabia, and the people kind of, clinging to that because they believe that okay, the prophet came from their region and they enjoy some kind of monopoly. People go to Hajj, make money over there, so they kind of have some kind of tourism when it comes to that, right? So it kind of makes sense, right? But what about Iran? The Iranians, they were never Arabs, man. They are not Arabs. But the whole
yeah.
identity has changed, man. Like, what are you talking about? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it's
Yeah.
not just really Africans that were influenced. A lot, what are Pakistanis, man? Bangladesh, man. These are not Arabs, man. Afghanis
Right.
are not Arabs. You get it? So you just look at it from one Malaysians, man. They are not Arabs, but majority of them are Muslims
That's
too.
I guess that's what I'm saying to you. Like they took their religion serious compared to people who adhere only to Christianity. That they don't take Christianity serious. Like they don't really take the book serious. Like they're a bunch of hypocrisy. You can't tell me that, okay, you know that being gay and lesbian is a sin, right? Why is that? You're saying that, oh, God is not gonna judge me because I'm gay and lesbian. Because in Islam, if you are gay or lesbian, they're gonna take you on top of the roof, and then they're gonna throw you off. They're gonna take you on top of the roof, and then they're gonna throw you off, and then you die.
I think the
So
challenge when it comes to someone like me, right? The challenge is
yeah,
that, right?
yeah,
If you want to become an independent thinker and say you want to return to your traditional beliefs and something, I mean, it's going to be some kind of backlash, especially like where you come from, man. It's going to be
mm,
social stigma. So the best thing is you don't even want to return back to where you come from. You might have to leave elsewhere because when you come back, the
mm,
African societies is mostly communal, right? So
right,
if you want to go to pray, they're gonna say, "Hey, come along, let's go to pray." You get what I'm saying? So the structure of the society does not encourage individual thinking and doing things by yourself. You know, here, okay, here in the U.S., it's really practical. You know, you can choose not to do whatever you want to do. Nobody's gonna force you to do what you don't want to do, right? But if I go back to the own community, man, if they call in the azan, man, God damn it, you can't be in the room, man. You gotta do something. If you don't pray, they're
hmm,
like, hey, Suraj, why are you not praying? Like, what's wrong? I mean, you just went to America. All of a sudden, you became a kafir. All of a sudden, you get what I'm saying?
let me tell you this, Go, because of my dad's side of the family oral history, we are prone like to convert to Islam easily than to practice voodoo, because like people on my mother's side of the family, they practice like Ifa, they practice voodoo because their ancestors like were Yoruba, and then their ancestors were also like Tikal from Cameroon. So they are prone like to practice these African traditional religion. Compare people
Hmm.
on my dad's side of the family, even though some of them are Muslim and most of them are Christians, like they will never practice that. Like they will condemn it. Like they will criticize it and stuff like that. Like my dad, oh man, my dad's like he's a hardcore Christian. You can't tell him nothing when it comes to Jesus. See what I'm saying? But at the same time, he's a hypocrite. And I don't like that. I don't know if it's the religion that makes him like that, but he's a hypocrite, man. But I
No,
do think
no,
that
I think Christians kind of like the understanding of their God is a little different. Like the Muslims are more strict. You gotta follow this and this and that. God says this. If you
right.
believe in God, you gotta believe in command. He says this. You gotta follow that. Because it's like, oh, even if you don't do that, God is all forgiving. He can forgive you for even the wrongdoing that you do. So there's no. I mean, even Islam says that, but they still want you to stick to what God's Allah says, right? So it's a kind of little different. Growing up with them is they kind of view it a little different. They kind of
Yeah,
view it a
man.
little different.
Yeah, that's why I ask you, man. As a descendant of enslaved Hausa, if I were to go back, let's say to Kano, or to any like prominent Hausa city in northern Nigeria, like do I have to in order for me like to be accepted back in the community, do I have to accept Islam?
Most of them are mostly Islam, right? And their thinking is kind of skewed from that direction, right?
Mm,
The only person who's going to understand you is someone who actually grew up in the West. Yeah,
mm,
yeah. I mean, see, growing up in Ghana, man, my whole understanding was preoccupied with my tribe, my group, and now I knew a little bit about, even Ghana, our other groups, right? But outside of Ghana, man, I had no knowledge about that. I had to come on new over here to hear about Nilotic and all those. I'm like, God damn, what is that? You get what I'm saying? These are all new information to me, bound through all those things.
you
These
know
are
what,
new,
man?
these
You're
are
not
all
you're
new
not lying
information.
at all.
These are
Because
new.
at my old job, right, in New
Mhm.
York, when I was living in New York, I had a friend. He was Fulani, but he
Mm.
was a Fulani man from Guinea Conakry. And I
Yeah.
was telling him about the Hausa people and how like his people come to Hausa land, like they were like Islamist reformists. And he was saying to me like, "Oh man." I didn't know Fulani people were in northern Nigeria. I, like he didn't know none of these things. He
Yeah,
didn't
man.
even know that. He didn't even know that outside is one of the largest tribe in West Africa. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
a lot of
saying?
people don't know that, man.
Yeah, a
Because
lot of people don't
The
know
Hausa
that.
people are not. They don't. They are not like. They have not really embraced like like the southern like English education. So they are not really. They are not. You don't see them out here. You don't see them. Speaking about stuff like they are not really concerned with stuff like that. They want to pray to God and believe in Allah and die and go back. That's how they think.
Yeah,
They
man,
don't, yeah.
and also, our people are
They don't
everywhere in
believe
West
it. They don't.
Africa.
They don't believe in traveling to the west to look for greener pastures.
Nah, nah,
It's
they
very
don't,
rare,
man.
man. It's very rare,
They,
man.
they just stay in that region,
The
man. Like they
only
just
the
stay
only
in the
house of
Sahel.
the only house of guy is the liberal guy that comes from Ghana like me.
Yeah,
I'm like, yeah, man, I gotta. You get what I'm saying? The house of
yeah.
man.
It's to be honest with you, it's hard like to find like a Hausa community in the West. You know.
Our response is deep down too. See, it took me time to even understand. Even like the more I leave, the more I
Hmm.
understand. Right? Even like when I was in Ghana, I always wanted a job. So that's why when I never had a job in Ghana, I just came to the US just to find me a job. And the more I just started working, the more I'm understanding, man. There's more to life than just to get up and just go to work, man. You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like the more you leave, the more you understand life better, man. Sometimes there are certain things that someone might say you might not even get it. But the more you leave, the more you get what I'm saying. Like so, even the idea that Julia was saying earlier, oh man, many people want to get up and just come. Yeah, of course, initially people would think so, but once you come and you notice how the system is, like, gosh, then your whole idea of life changes. You see things a little different. You begin to appreciate what you used to have from your home country and what you had, some of the freedom and the privileges you had and stuff like that. Yeah,
Hmm.
man. But as far as the Hausa people, man, you can still say you're a Hausa and not a Muslim, but most of them are really, not really Muslims, man. Their thinking is just from that angle, right?
There's
Yeah.
this, there's this, uh, there's this Wakanda lady that find out she was her ancestors are from Fulani
Fulani.
tribe. She left YouTube, man. She did not like it. She did not want to be associated with Muslim or Fulani or Hausa. So
Oh,
instead of from here, yeah,
But Judah, you
wait,
know
wait.
what's
Did you
messed
say
up?
she left YouTube? Is that what you're saying? She left YouTube?
Yeah,
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 man.
yeah.
I
She left
mean,
YouTube because she found out,
yeah,
her ancestors were Fulani slave traders. But you know
yeah,
what's
yeah.
funny?
Oh, yeah.
Guys, let me say this. You know what's funny? It, 85% of Haitians are descendant of slave traders, not slave victims, slave traders. So like it's just that they got caught in the act, and then they were sold to the enemies to the white man. That's what happened. Like my ancestor was sold.
That's
My
the
ancestor was sold to the Yoruba people in Badagry, and they were taken to the island in 1774. That's how we were enslaved in Haiti. But a lot of us, man,
but Rasma, it's really interesting that you still
yeah,
know this thing, but African
yeah, man,
Americans
it's it, it,
they don't
it's
have it
it's
though.
our history, man. It's our history, bro. It's our
What happened
history,
to African
man.
Americans? How did they lose everything? They claim to be Indians, How did they
I,
lose everything?
I think I know what happened is what happened is like like in America, right?
Hmm.
America is like flat land, and the Caribbean is rugged. It's very mountainous. So a lot of these enslaved Africans, right, from different ethnic groups, they were not enslaved for long in the plantation. So they just took off and they fled to the mountains and create their own Maroon community. And from them creating their own Maroon community, they pass down their people's history to their children, and their children pass that oral history to their children, children, children. In America, that didn't happen. In America, they work these people to death, and then they force them not to speak their language, and then they did horrible things to them, like for instance, rape them, and like slave breeding. Like they bred them like guinea pigs. In the
Yeah,
Caribbean,
but
that
come on, man,
happened.
it's everywhere, man. They do that everywhere, man. Come on,
But to be honest, in the Caribbean, it wasn't like that, man.
man. In Ghana, even in Ghana, like Costa Rica, they had a lot of albinos. I mean, mulattoes over there, man. They did that everywhere, man.
No, Okay, I understand that. I'm talking about slave breeding, man. Like having your dad mess around with your sister, your cousin, mess around with your female
Man,
cousin. That happened in America, bro.
man, Judah, why are you laughing, man, Judah?
You
I
don't,
mean,
you don't get it,
it's
Zongo.
not
Zongo
funny.
don't
It's
get it,
sad,
man.
but that really happened,
Yeah,
bro.
Zongo don't get it, as Morris. I mean, he don't get it. Yeah,
Keep quiet, man. What you mean I don't get it, man? I'm like,
Mm,
he don't get it,
hey,
man.
hey, Judah, man, where is this your new attitude come from? Like, you don't get it, like all this feeling that you get it and
yo,
I don't get
Zongo,
it. Uh-huh.
yo, Zongo, on some real shit, man. Listen, when I tell them, I came from this tribe, that's who my people are. Like, they doubt me. The reason why they doubt me is because they think that I have the same experience as them. I don't have the same experience as you. My ancestors
No,
they have like the same experience as you. So if I'm
because
telling you this is who my ancestors are, this is the ethnic group in Africa I came from. Why are you doubting me? I mean, you should be proud of me and congratulating me. This is who I descended from. But you want to doubt
mm,
me because you think that my experience is the same as you when it's not.
mm.
You know. So yeah, man, it's in a way, it's kind of jealousy and envy. See what
I
I'm
was gonna say
saying?
one of the renowned African American intellectual. He's an economist. His name is Thomas Sowell, and a lot of times where he made comparison about this uh crazy accusation of this uh victimization mindset that they have towards white people in America. He always compared them to their siblings in the Caribbean that have similar experience as them, and these people when they come to the U.S. they thrive. They have better economic excellence, and thrive. You understand? They have some kind of like upward mobility when it comes to employment opportunities, unlike the
Yeah,
fellow African American counterpart. So it's obvious that he says that it's obvious. It's not really slavery, there's something really wrong with the culture, that's what he said, man. This is an African American intellectual born and bred from Harlem, New York, grew up from the project, experienced all those kind of
yeah. I know
Let me
you're
so-called
tell,
talking
let me
experience.
tell
about
you, Zongo.
Thomas
Let me
Sowell.
tell you what
I
happened
know.
about slavery, right? Even some Americans, when slave trade was abolished in America, some of these black Americans did not want to be free. They wanted to, they loved the enslaved master. They wanted, they were getting food from the master. They fought for freedom. I'm telling, yeah, most of them fought for this guy, man. What the heck are you laughing about, man? I'm giving you facts, and you're putting your 32 teeth, man. Yeah, I mean, come on. This was what happened. Yeah, black Americans were kicking against it. It was some of them that they even took them away from the masters, and during nighttime they will run back to the masters. You know, to live there. They were driving masters cars. They were going out for dinner with them. They love it. So they were having difficulties trying to go fend for themselves, trying to be strong, trying to be free again to do things. They were having difficulties doing that. So I mean, it was different. Like as Mo is talking, like than Haiti, where these guys were actually out in the open field. They did not have any master's benefit, like in the United States, where you could have a master's that was so rich, you know but not as in Haiti or Caribbean, where these guys had to actually, do things on their own or actually have to be on the farm. Yeah, so it was actually different than the ones in America. So they got stripped off because the masters could not actually pronounce those African names. They gave them names like Jackson. John. All this is the kind of name. So they strip them of their culture and everything, man.
Yeah,
And
but
they make them
the
speak. Yeah,
Haitians, the
Yo,
Haitians,
yo,
the,
yo,
the Haitians.
Judah, Knock Miz is lurking in this YouTube street, man.
the, I saw a video of Nakmizi fighting a boxer, and I'm like, God damn, I'm gonna kick his ass, man.
But well, you know that me and Nagmizi has been going on for decades. Even you know that Nagmizi, like you think I'm scared of that. I've been even Nagmizi now even came and say, Jude, please, when you're on the panel, I respect you, man. You like you stand a test of time. Yeah, he come on. He doesn't.
no, no, but the thing is, you can't Nakmizi. Usually, when he comes prepared, man, because there's nothing you can speak down on African Americans, and he doesn't have a threat on you from the homeland where you come from, right? So
Yeah,
if you wanna go ahead,
but he
man.
wouldn't he wouldn't say anything to me than like what he would talk to one man. If you're talking down on black Americans, now Mizi might kick you out or talk shit. But when it comes to Jude, he will probably agree. I remember when I was talking down on one of these African American and Nangmizi came, he said, yeah, I agree with Jude, man. Even Marisha was like, what? Like, yeah, Marisha was even I think it was at that show where Marisha was, I'm
Yeah,
like,
that's
why
because
are you actually going to say
that's because he knows you. That's because he doesn't take you seriously, man. Come on, man, Judah, man.
oh
Like
get
what are you
it,
talking about?
everybody, yeah, like see
If
this
I
guy.
talk, like Mizi respect me, so he always want to come at me. He want like but Judah, man, nobody takes you seriously, so they're gonna let you rant, and then they're
Now,
gonna pass
Mizi
by
used
you.
to come to me back and forward. He's just tired that I could stand the test of time and bring him down. No, I live in this country. I actually have evidence of like his own people. Like, he's gonna come to you because you dumb. You don't actually have facts to bring it on the table. When he tell you anything, you're just gonna consume it. When Nangmizi tell me stuff with the stuff that I've experienced, I'm like, he's gonna tell you black Americans are the most successful in America. I'm like, and you're gonna assume like, oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're right. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I'm gonna be like, bro, are you serious with all the shit I see around me? I mean, come on, man. He knows that. So that's why he's scared of actually going detail into me and him going back and forward. Because I'm gonna say some shit that is gonna piss him off, and probably he's not gonna be coming online anymore. That's just it, man.
Nah,
Eh,
like
eh,
Mizi is
eh,
not
you know, like
like Mizi is not afraid of you, man. Judah, man, cut the
Oh,
crap.
I mean, even as Moise will tell you, I'm not good trying to make me sound like, oh, I'm, up there, but
Judah can
I've
hold his
stand the
own,
test of
man.
time, man. I
That's
can
one thing
hold
I
my
like
own
about
without
Judah.
anybody
He can
backing
hold
me
his
up.
own,
I
bro.
stand the test of
Judah,
time on this street, man.
Judah, yeah. Rice is booty clapping for Judah, man. We know
No,
that,
I'm
No,
not.
he's not, man.
I'm not really clapping for anybody's song, but I'm just telling you, I know this guy, man.
you know I mean, like, man, St. James. Look, it used to be like few of us, man. St. James, Mike, me, who are for them. Yeah, these are the kind of people that you'll probably think we are in the
Yeah,
same
Mike,
encyclopedia and stuff.
Mike Tyson was over 40 years age, man. I'm like, man, this most people have been like
Ooh,
Mike.
oh yeah,
Mike,
man. What do you think?
he was like 40 or something.
Yeah, but I mean, people have been on here for a long time, man. You just come in online and you just assume we don't know each other. We know everybody, man. We know who is who. Many, yeah. Come on, that's why I'm not lying. Like, there's nobody that has been and that doesn't know Jude. Rasmo is this. Come
Listen,
on, you know.
everybody know Judah, man. A lot of people get pissed off at Judah. 95%
Yeah,
of the
I
time,
think, I
everybody,
think, I think,
everybody
I
know this
think,
guy.
I think, coming in contact with Judah. I think what was that? I think somewhere. I think it has to be in 2022, right, or 2023.
Oh, for
Not that
you, I
long.
mean, for me, I would say it's maybe like around 2018, maybe like 6 years ago,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
God
28.
damn,
Yeah, something like that, man.
that's a long time, man.
yeah, man, yeah,
Yeah, yeah, man.
yeah. This guy is
Yeah.
Man, it
still
was
the
like
same
20
person,
twenty
man.
twenty man, 2020, man. I was just trying to get my degree, man, for YouTube, man.
We're talking about
And
guys that used to be
listen,
on the
in
panel
the
like
early
this.
days, like
Man.
Judy was a proponent, what was very prominent, in Pan Africanism. He
Yep,
kind
there you
of
go.
changed his tune.
So who changed his mind then? Who changed his mind? Who changed it? Afrodamas or who? Who changed your
No,
mind?
no, I think. I think it was the NBA that changed. Well, it might have been, like uh,
I
the
think
Wakandan queen, the
Afrodamus,
Wakandan
man.
queen,
I
man.
think Afrodamus changed his
Sister.
mind, man. Afrodamus
My fellow
influenced him.
Haitian
You mean
sister, man,
Afidemus,
might have
man?
changed his
Afidemus,
mind.
come on. This guy, man. It's like Afidemus, who's Afidemus? Like,
Afrodamus influenced you, man, Jude, man. You don't think so, man?
No,
influence
it's not
Afidemus. You say
Afrodamus.
Afidemus influence. Are you kidding me?
I think it's the
Who is this
Wakandan
guy,
queen.
man?
Jude, that
Yeah,
was
Jude, we changed your mind, man, because you were very independent African and
Yeah,
Pan
I was
African too.
instrumental in this Pan African stuff. I was like, I think it's most of the discussion. People like Rukoya. It was one point in time. Rukoya used to be a tap dancer. This Ghanaian lady. These
uh-oh.
Ghanaians,
She's
man.
Ewe. She's Ewe.
Yeah, she's from Togo and Ghana. She was
Yes,
always
yes.
kind of just tired of her rhetorics about how this and that. She was speaking like from that elite point of view. Oh, African Americans come, you are this. Yeah, I was like, man, I was tired of that stuff, man. I was like, man, fuck that, you know. And
Yo, Jude,
Wait,
do
wait,
you
wait, wait,
remember
wait,
the
wait.
time when
Which,
me and Dr. R called the Wakandan Queen, and then Dr. R was saying that we're not one people. Africa has always been divided. We are a tribal group of people. We are a tribalistic society. Like I only
right,
care about my people only. And then I was agreeing with Dr. R, and the
yeah,
Wakandan Queen said to me that I can't
yeah,
believe you, Rossboy.
see,
You being a
but
Haitian,
the
you
thing
are
is,
agreeing with this guy. And
but
I was trying to explain to her my point, and then she kicked me out.
Rasmoy, wait.
Yeah,
A lot of people don't get it, but on the
right.
continent, Pan Africanism has always existed on the continent, man. It does exist, man. So the idea for you to say it doesn't exist is just preposterous to me, right? It exists, man. You get what I'm saying? If it never existed. My people wouldn't be able to migrate to come to like Togo. Uh, I mean, marry people
but
over there.
migration wasn't as a result
Uh,
of Pan Africanism. Now, let me tell you why many people migrate in Africa during that period. People migrated for various reasons, either because of famine, or they are being chased out by a major tribal, or there's a tribal conflict, or someone did not like each other. There's a lot of reasons why there's a mass migration in Africa. It wasn't because of Pan Africanism. When the Bantus were migrating, it wasn't because of Pan Africanism. It was because of various reasons. The family was getting bigger and bigger, and they needed to expand, get more farmlands, and all of these things. Come on, Zongo. I mean, it shouldn't be coming from a point of being
Yo, Julie,
myopic.
let's
And
not forget that
I mean,
the
wait,
Bantu
wait, wait.
migrated because they wanted to conquer. Like they
Rasmus,
were in a
Rasmus,
conquest.
yeah,
Rasmus,
I
Rasmus.
mean, there are
Wait,
a
wait,
lot of
wait.
points
Rasmus,
on it.
Rasmus. See, a lot
Yeah.
of you guys, when you make conversation, you always speak about the past, man. I'm talking about recent migration, man. Forget about no.
What recent migration? There is no recent migration right
Wait,
now,
wait, wait,
Zongo.
wait,
I mean,
wait. Calm down first. Let me explain, because I wasn't done with my point and interjected, man. Sometimes you gotta keep quiet and listen. Man, you had a point. I mean, there's a reason why my great grandfather migrated, right? Because like imam leadership and something like that. There was kind of dispute over that, so they migrated. They were like
exactly on that dispute,
wait.
it means
Let
something
me finish.
forced them to
Wait,
migrate.
wait,
It wasn't because of Pan Africanism.
Hold
listen.
on, Julie. Let him finish real quick.
So they migrated. When they migrated, settled in Togo, they find the people, the 10 people, the Kotoko people. They weren't Muslims. They converted them, right? And they became Muslim. I mean, within the area that they went, right? They converted some, they married them, and then they migrated further to, the Togoland region, right? Even when they migrated further to Eastern region, the people that created the Zongo community in the Eastern region, the people like the Hausa people that came, they were in the first settlers within the Eastern region of Ghana. The Asantes were already over there. The Krobos were already over there, but we did settle within the Asante area, the Kriapim area, right? But when they came over there, the Kriapim people gave them land to settle over there. That if that is not Pan African, what is that? For a different tribe to give you a land to settle to practice your own religion, and also give you a seat
And
with
and and,
the
and,
actual.
and
Wait,
what
wait,
what
let me
what
keep
what
quiet.
what
Keep quiet. Let me
what year
finish.
was
Keep quiet.
this? No, I'm asking you a question. What
But
year
what did
was
they
this?
get
Don't
in
tell me to keep
return?
quiet,
Yo,
bro.
Zongo,
What the fuck are you talking about? What year
what did
was
the
this?
Zongo community give the Aqua Pem people in return? They had to give them something back for them to allow them to be in their land.
No, I want to
Mm,
ask him what year was this? What time difference was this? What year was this all about, Zongo?
Oh, that was a pre-independence era, man. Like
So,
way
so,
back
so,
in.
so that is a long time then. So isn't
Well,
that a long time?
man, pre-independence era. I don't mean like sometimes when you speak about Bantu migration, you're talking about somewhere in the 18th century. I mean, nobody's speaking about talking about the
No,
20th
but
century, man. Wait, come on,
pre-independence,
man.
I mean, migrating it means the country wasn't stable. People were still migrating. I mean,
Well,
come on, man. I mean, they give them land is because you
guys,
guys come
just
in
listen
and
to the
bought in.
point, the focal point. The point is they were able to coexist with other groups without having to fight. That's the point. The point is they came with trade. They enjoyed the peaceful trade between those new groups, and they gave them place to stay. So the idea that people are not relating with other Africans, that's crazy, man. It doesn't work that way, man. That's always been a peaceful coexistence with other groups. If you come in peace and you are on their terms, they're going to give you a place to stay, provided that you don't overthrow their people, the people, the owners of the land.
Hey guys, I gotta
That's
bounce. My battery's low. My battery's at 15%, and I'm still at work. So see you guys
All right,
later,
man.
man. All right.
I mean,
All right.
that's how it works, man. Judah, man, you just don't the way you kind of talk sometimes, man. Like you act like all you gotta do is just look at your surrounding and see migration patterns and how we have communities, in other places, man. If people don't really like people in other places, they wouldn't even allow them to come.
See,
Liberia,
what you don't understand is when migration happen, when you are coming in, either you are superior to the person you are meeting in that location, or you have something that you are bringing in to offer, or that person cannot stand a test of time to even chase you out. That's how migration is. It's not because of Pan-Africanism. You came there and dominated it, or you came there probably superior strong and they couldn't do nothing about it, and you don't want to admit it, and you are passing a history as if they took you in like that. I mean, come on, man. That's not how you talk history. When you are talking history, you don't talk on one perspective. You have to argue on both ends. Why did they really accept us? Were we superior? Were we strong? Did we come with military? All of these things, you know.
nah, they came by trade and they settled. They were traders, man. They come and trade with other groups, man, other tribes, man. And
Right.
people
So
like
you have
that.
something that you were offering, right? If you had something that you were offering and they did not have, and they think
So,
that okay, maybe if these guys settle
so
here, they're gonna,
what is what is Pan African about then? What is it about? What is the purpose of it, man?
when they talk of Pan African, let me finish. Don't get confused between communal lifestyle and Pan Africanism. The word Pan African it relates to Africans crossing the border. He is like a North African person walking close tie with a person with a sub-Saharan person. That's what Pan African is, or probably working with a person from a different country. Right now, when you talk about communities working together in a country, that is not Pan Africanism. That is Pan Communism, communal lifestyle. Working together. That's what we coin Pan Communism. That's not pan. So you cannot relate that to Pan Africanism. It makes no sense at all and doesn't hold any substance. So don't get
Listen,
confused with that.
uh,
You know.
Julia, listen. I mean, see, when people say you have low IQ, they do have a point sometimes. Listen to clearly.
Oh wow. So people
Wait,
have actually said that and you acknowledge
wait,
it.
wait. Listen.
Uh,
These are migration patterns that came from a region from Nigeria area, man. These people are not really indigenous to even the territorial boundaries of Ghana, man. That's the point I'm talking about, man.
you,
Like
you, you see,
the
Zongo, you have
people.
no clue. So you are telling me that these guys that came in Ghana were not before independence, were not actually Ghanaians. They came from Nigeria.
not just only there.
And those
Some of
people
them came.
accept.
People, people came from Benin. People came from Burkina Faso. People came from Niger, and these are people in those own communities, man.
And so that community take them in, realizing that they came from this country. Is that what you mean?
But they are, man. They now
No, I'm
have to.
asking you. So the community actually knew that they came from Nigeria, and they took them in.
But there's no such thing as there's no such thing as countries at that time. These are groups moving from place to another place, man. They just
Exactly.
migrate.
So if you're making the assumption that there is no such thing as a country, how will you? That's why I'm telling you that that's pan communism. It's not pan
No, but
African, because pan Africanism deals with
Judy, Judy, listen to people say Pan Africanism. It's just a terminology, but whom are they relating to? They're just relating to people, man. People on the land, on the continent, man. Just sometimes apply some kind of reason sometimes, you know. Don't just be just listening to definitions.
Bro, go ahead, man. Maybe change the topic. I'm not gonna go down that line with you, man. I don't, you know. Uh,
Man, Judy, man, I mean, it's hard to hold a conversation with you. I'm trying to, educate you on this thing. You are trying to, say pan communism, but what is Pan Africanism really about? Uniting people of the same, from the same continents, have some kind of economic cooperation.
The word
Maybe,
Pan-Africanism did
listen,
not
listen,
start
listen.
until after 1960 in Africa, when Kwame Nkrumah even talked of Pan-Africanism about countries. Ghana independence is not, to other countries.
Listen, listen,
So
listen.
that is what Pan-Africanism comes from. Anything you were doing before pre-independence is
Listen.
Pan-communism. You can go and do your findings on it.
Wait, forget about the definition. I'm saying inherently people were doing that, but on a larger international
Yeah,
scale,
but
wait. People were not couldn't see that from that level. So the ideology helped to raise the level of consciousness to the higher level, like including decolonization as part of the ideology and all, and also uniting for a greater interest against another foreign power, which the tribal groups cannot see from that level. I mean, come on, man. Like, come on, Judy, man. I gotta go right now, man, because it's hard to
yeah,
really
you
hold.
gotta go, man. Me too. I gotta go. I'm not gonna fall for your pokey discussion and stuff. Trying to, make I have to,
Man, Judy,
I'm,
you don't making a smart point, man. You just try to argue,
oh
man.
no, I mean, it's not smart at all. It's saying that you guys were practicing Pan Africanism before Pan Africanism. I'm like, oh,
That's that,
it just doesn't
no,
make sense. What were
that's
you,
not what I mean. That's
you
not what I
know?
mean. I say they
Okay,
were.
what was your point?
Point I'm trying to say is that if you look at interaction between groups, there were elements of Pan Africanism around, like cooperations
Okay,
among
if you say
each
elements
unity.
of it, but yeah, that's communal. Do you know what communal lifestyle is? Communism. Do you know what communism is? I mean, because most of us that have studied international, yeah, communism is an important. Do you know what communism is?
Explain, Judy, man. An expert.
Uh, Communism is some kind of a lifestyle where people be in a community or from different communities closer to each other, kind of work together, improve on the goal of that community. That's what communism is. So you cannot coin that as Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is a larger scale where you want people that are not based on different communities in that zone. You like doing business with, or talking to, interacting with a person from a different, tribe, a different country, a different mentality, who had a different, he went through a different total bag. I mean, all of that. That's what Pan-Africanism is.
Jude, if a Bangui person, a group of Bangui people, migrate all the way to Ghana, and they were accepted, and eventually they had a thriving community over there, and they live peacefully with other people. Isn't that an element of that? The unity among
No,
tribes.
now that is different, because if the community actually knows that they are actually from a different country and they are doing that, and then that I will acknowledge them for that. But you saying that these communities did not actually know that these people are from Nigeria, so it doesn't
What I
hold
mean
any
is that
substance.
what I mean is say, listen, Juliano, listen. Pre-independence era, there were no territorial boundaries, man. People over there existed within their, geographical location without understanding of geographic territorial boundary of countries, man. Are you listening to what I'm saying?
Now you talking on a point that you don't matter. I mean, before pre independent, the countries were already demarcated. You already knew what Ghana was. You already knew. But
Oh
that's why
man,
when Ghana
come on,
gained
man,
independence, they did not have to.
Jude.
Let me finish. That's why when Ghana gained independence, they did not have to go and claim Benin Republic or Togo to put it in Ghana, because the alignment was already, that country was already aligned to what was to be Ghana, or to what was to be Togo, and all of those things.
You
So
are
I'm not gonna.
speaking.
I'm not.
You are speaking on the more institutional level. I'm speaking about on people living on the ground that they have no, they just get up and move. That's how people have always been migrating without no territory. They just get up and move and go. Come on, man. Like, why are you finding? Why you can't?
Okay,
Why can't you
okay,
just
okay,
relate to
Zongo.
stuff like that?
Let me close my eye. Let me close my eye and say, okay, I agree with you. Okay, let's go in from there. I agree with you. Let me not.
Man, man, Judith, man, you gotta upgrade your IQ. You gotta read more books, man, to
No,
improve your
no, no,
your
no.
IQ, man.
Let me just say, I agree with you. I'm gonna end it right there. I agree with you.
You gotta
You
read more
know,
books, man. Judith, man, read more books to improve your
but I
comprehension.
wouldn't accept that fact that that is Pan Africanism, because I think you really don't know
I
what
say,
Pan Africanism. You
I
should
say
go and
elements.
study.
I say
You should go
elements,
and
man.
study pan
Elements.
communism and find out what pan communism is. I mean, that elements work, but that's the elements of pan communism, not pan Africanism.
Oh man,
So,
you just read definitions, from
oh wow,
international relations. That's what you read, man.
wow.
When you went to college, man, you just read what they taught you. You don't really, read. You don't really like. You didn't kind of like delve deeper
Mm,
into the
it-
definition, trying to assess it,
so
man,
are you
and
telling me
relate
I've
it
been
to.
conditioned? Okay, I mean, if you say
You,
so, I mean,
you
we
just
all
read the
went to
definition.
school.
You just read
Huh?
definition and you just read definition of what you are told and you just believe that you don't relate it to the reality. You know
I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna go back and forth with
how
you.
is pan communist different? Because Pan Africa is more like on a more continental base at the larger scales. Pan communism is on a smaller scale. How is it different from each other, man? Come on, man. Hey, man. Goodbye.
Now,
Have a good night.
now you just keep go ahead, man, and leave. Let me. I'm gonna stay on this panel because there are people that are coming in, so we can hold discussion on political what is happening in South African politics, and I don't think you have the IQ to hold discussion on South African politics.
Jude. Hey, Jude, man. So now, if someone is a lay person in another country's politics, that means the person has low IQ, man. Is that like
Yeah, of course. I mean, you cannot stand it. I mean, we're talking. I mean, international politics. Now, this is where I mean, discussing politics across Africa is what we call international politics.
of course
Those are the kind of the sub.
it is an
Huh?
international yeah, it is an international politics. Yes, it is.
Exactly. So, and these are major like courses in international relations. For you to relate with other countries, you actually need to study their political, economic sphere, and all of this, social, and all of these things. And when it comes to international politics, I don't think you have that IQ to actually go back and forward with what is happening.
Dude, man, you very funny, man. You very funny, man.
You know what I'm saying? Like right now, if I'm telling you about what is the political sphere in South Africa, you don't know the major player in that politics. You don't know who is leading, what is going on at this point in time. As someone, I mean, most of us that study international relations, we take any politics or elections in Africa very serious, because we don't know where we had to exercise, our right when it comes to analyzing politics in Africa, or what is actually going on. So we follow Chad politics, we follow South Africa, any country on the continent. And
Hmm.
I was following Chad elections to the extreme of actually thinking that the opposition was gonna win, but it did not. Now I'm also
Are you
into the
gonna
South African politics as well, so
are
it's
you going
very
to work?
important,
Are
man.
you going to work tomorrow, man? Are you working tomorrow?
Mm, You say you're working from home. I'm also working from home, so I might be on
Oh
here for
man,
a whole day or something. Yeah.
oh man, Judy, man. Oh, Judy. Oh, you don't work. You don't work.
Yeah.
You don't work on Mondays, do you?
What you mean? I don't work on Mondays. I'm off weekends, but I work from home on Mondays, man. So
Oh, okay.
yeah,
I was just
yeah.
asking.
You're gonna see me on live. I mean, maybe if I'm not sleeping, maybe I'm doing some work, or you're gonna see.
Uh,
Yeah.
so if I don't know political South Africa, that means I have low IQ. Is that what you're saying?
No, you cannot stand a test of time arguing, talking politics, especially international point. I mean, you have not even be capable of analyzing the politics domain in Ghana. Then you want to be talking.
Wait. So if I don't understand political South Africa, it means I have low IQ. Is that what you're saying? Like really? Because I
No,
really don't.
when it comes to the trend of politics, right, or political patterns, I don't think you can actually draw an analog on where what is happening, what is
I
going
can
on.
draw what? I can draw what? I can draw on what? And what?
Political analog. I don't think you
Uh-huh.
can actually you have an IQ of drawing inference from the politics of these countries. I don't think you have that. Yeah, yeah. So you cannot stand it. When we talk of, yeah, like, I don't think you can actually hold that. That's what I'm saying. I don't think you can actually hold conversation on. Maybe
Yeah.
you can actually have to study it, but I don't think you can actually want to analyze. Or like I mean, when you were talking about Haiti, right? You did not actually know that few days ago or a few years ago their president was assassinated. These are the kind of major backgrounds that you don't know about it, right? So when we're talking about politics in South Africa, you might be concerned with the now, but you don't know about the history, the pre-history back then. Well, all of that, and those of us that goes into all this international politics. We start talking about the track record, what has happened in the past. It's not just now and all of that. So you don't have that past history. You only have you might know of the recent, but not the past. That's what I'm saying. You know.
I mean, but what does that have to do with IQ though? Like I don't get what you're saying though. Like, do you
No,
really
yeah,
understand
it doesn't have
the
to do with IQ, but when it comes to analyzing, it's some form of analyzation that it goes with. It's not. I mean, don't be perplexed in the way I say IQ. I mean, it doesn't mean you have the
Man, Jude,
stance of analyzing it.
you are really doing a great job, man. I like the fact that you are really using your choice of vocabulary is really improving, man. You're doing a great job, man. You're all really
So
doing.
my choice of vocabulary. Wow, this guy, man. I mean, you just came on YouTube for a while, because when it comes to DOS, we just talk. You really don't know what is going on. Yeah, wow. Yeah, go ahead, man. It's my choice of
Man,
vocabulary. Are you kidding me?
man,
Do
I'm
I
just
have to do I have to satisfy you with my choice of vocabulary, or what? What is your point?
no, I mean, I'm just commending you for really, improving your communication, as far as like vocabulary choice is concerned. Man, you're doing a good
So
job.
all what we're talking about. So the vocabularies that I'm using. So actually, it's a signal. So does that mean? Oh, I mean, does that mean that we have to use it often and often to actually pass a point? Because I've been speaking this way, and you
No,
probably
man.
don't get it.
No, in the past, man. No, not really, man, Judah. But anyway, Judah, man,
Mm.
I was just trolling you a little bit, right? So I wasn't. I'm not just, yeah. I was just trolling. Don't take it personal, man. I was just trolling you, man. The thing
You know, I come for you, man. Like, I come for you, man. Like,
I'm back. I'm back. Jude.
uh, oh man, what is this, man? You got this Gambian dusty guy down. What the fuck is going on? Down, what's up, man? What's going on? Are you out from the doors
Jude,
already?
I'm back. Jude, how you
It's been
doing, man?
no, my
is
guy.
it?
It's been a while, man. What's going on there?
It's been a while. Hey, so good. How you doing, man? You
Oh,
good?
what's good? Oh, what's good, dog, man? What's good? Long
Yeah, it's
time.
good. It's good, but so good. I said I was gonna debate you on something else or something. I can't remember about capitalism and socialism or something like that. Or is it one of
Man,
your things you wanted to debate about? What is it? can't remember, or by you used to coin it something like that, but I will remember it at some point. You used to mention it a lot.
What you
Jude,
mean?
I can't remember the name. Can't remember the name. But it's he just towards capitalism and socialism, something like that. It's around those topics.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you come into my channel, we can talk and all that. And Al
Oh,
as well.
you have a channel? What's the name
I
of the
have a
channel?
channel. I have a channel. I have a channel and all that stuff.
How,
But my
eh,
channel is specifically to actually talk to someone and all that stuff. Actually speak and actually iron
what's
out
your
ideas and all that stuff.
what's
You
your name?
understand? Like,
Darth, right?
it's
It's
not
Darth.
DAF, it's MD2V4.
Oh,
MD2V4. So if you subscribe to MT2V4, you will catch that I'm reviewing some of these conversations that are
MD
happening in
two V
MD,
4.
MD2V4.
Is it M? You mean M as in mango?
No, it's the MD2V4, not M. Yeah, M as in mango. Yeah, MD2V4 used to be a hashing algorithm and all that kind of stuff. Never mind. Okay, Jude. How you doing, Jude? Bantu
It,
supremacist, king of
it's
one.
been a while, man.
Yeah,
We've
man.
been a while for on the street for a long time, man. It's
Kaiser,
nice to see
yo,
you back, man.
Kaiser has been oh yeah, I think I kind of, yeah, I didn't kind of like put it on also. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
have
Just
chosen
subscribe to that channel and all that stuff. All
yeah,
right.
Kaiser do comes on your channel to support you, man. That's really good, man.
I don't see Kaizo support me on the channel. My channel is kind of low key. I'm not
Oh,
super.
really, huh? I don't support you. Huh?
I don't see Kaizo you support me. My
Man,
channel is
man,
low key
I
and
don't
all that.
I don't mean in terms of giving
Uh,
money, but I see his profile on all on all the videos you have in the past 4 weeks, man.
All right. Now I'm just basically reviewing conversations that like really stand out to me and all that kind of stuff. So if a conversation stand out to me, then I say I want to add in my 2 cents, obviously because I've been blocked for a long time and all
Oh,
that.
you were reviewing from Kaiser's channel. Okay, I get.
Yeah, I'm reviewing from
Okay.
Kaiser's channel and all that stuff. Like sometimes things can get lost. Like somebody will say
Mm.
something and it's like you have to pick it up and expand on it, but then it gets lost in translation because there's so many people mixed up and all that stuff.
But that's
So,
it, yeah, man.
huh? Yeah.
But that's it.
Sometimes. Yeah, exactly. So right now I think I'm gonna do a final part of Sneak Man and Hamas conversation. I think it was around the same time Kizo came into the realization that this Africa's lack of need for expansion. Why we lack the need for expansion. I think I did even approach it once to Abi, why Ethiopians never evangelized the rest of the region and all that kind of stuff. So the snake, he was like, why do Africans expand but to a certain scale and all that stuff, but they stop there? What is the reason for that and all that stuff? So I thought that was an interesting point of view that they were making.
That
Well,
used to be one of the guys that panders a lot on African Americans. He used to be that guy till when I finally switched, and they were surprised how do they switch like that. Like
yeah,
let's die, man.
yeah,
We've been a long time, man. Wakanda. I mean, it's glad to see you back. All what Nang music did to you, you keep finally, got a
yeah,
chance
it
to
is,
come on
man.
this one,
Look at this
Yeah,
guy.
now
you know.
you are not you gotta look into the House of People, man. The House of People, the most common language in West Africa is the House of People.
Is it? Is it? Okay,
Yeah,
okay. That's
so
interesting.
they weren't just sticking in where they come from, man. They spread across,
I
man.
mean, I mean, now you're most common because Nigeria is like the most populated region in the country in the region. But
Oh
really, the
man,
most
you,
the most
all
expansive people have been Fulanis or Mandinkas. You understand what I mean? Because these people
yeah,
expanded all the
but
way from Senegal, Mali, and Ivory Coast, and Fulanis all
yeah,
the way from Mauritania all the way to Nigeria. So
yeah,
I can
but I
tell
mean,
you,
Fulanis do not really have influence like that, though.
they have influence. They have certain types of
Yeah,
influence.
because for me, I'm not even trying to base from his. I mean, even based on my physical like observation, like you might see people in other community in Ghana, the people that speak Hausa, they are not really Hausa people indigenously. You get what I'm saying? They got
Uh,
converted to the religion. I mean, I
uh,
get it, it's a foreign religion, but like the people that really had that knowledge with the Hausa people, they're the ones who spread it across, man. So
yeah.
some tribes did expand it, man, but maybe
So
not.
what does that mean? Are you saying that we should all speak Hausa now or something? We should all be Hausa should be the lingua franca of West Africa. Is that what you're suggesting?
I mean, some people have argued that, most political political
Uh,
commentators in Ghana have actually argued
but you
that.
see, Hausa people are so quiet that they are so quiet that nobody knows about them. You see what I mean? Like the people are in fact. People are in fact starting to speak Pidgin or Yoruba or something like that because Yorubas are like traveling everywhere. So if there's going to be if there's going to be anything close to that, it will be some kind of amalgamation with because it also has to do with influence. You know what I mean? So Yorubas are
Yeah,
having a
but
lot of influence.
the
Nigerians are
Yoruba,
taking
yeah,
having
the
influence.
Yoruba language is not really influential compared to Hausa, man. Trust me.
But who knows Hausa though? Like nobody knows
If you
Hausa in
if you
that
go
region.
no, because that's the problem. The problem is like when you come on, you don't you haven't actually gone on the continent to actually witness that.
It's Hausa spoken in Togo.
He's from the continent, bro. I mean, he's from Gambia. What are you talking about?
I
It's
mean,
Hausa.
I'm
It's
I'm
Hausa.
from.
It's
Man, if you
Hausa
go to
spoken in
Ghana,
Togo.
if you go to Ghana, every single community speak Hausa, man.
Okay, so you
Every
got all the way to Ghana. You got all the
yeah.
way to Ghana.
If you go to
So,
Togo and you find Zongo community, they speak Hausa over there. If you go to Benin
uh,
too, same thing.
okay, so you go
If you
all
go
the
to
way to that region. Okay,
yeah,
okay,
if you
okay.
go to Burkina Faso, all you gotta go just Google the Hausa speaking country, Hausa speaking
But then
people
you
in
have
West Africa.
Fulanis right across the belt of West Africa,
But
all
what
the
I'm
way to
saying, even
India.
if you find Fulanis, man, they still speak the Hausa language. That's the thing. So there's
Mhm.
something about like the power of the
And then you have
language.
Mandinkas all the way to Ivory Coast, almost close to Ghana. So it's kind of like who's gonna accept? It's this speaking of one language. We don't really need to speak one language. You know what I mean? We can speak multiple different languages, and if you really need to trade, you will find a way to speak to the other person. You know
All
what
you
I
gotta
mean?
do, like, well, why are you disputing? They say like the most popular language in West Africa is Hausa, man. Even Hausa is spoken even in Sudan too, even in even in Cameroon, it's
Okay.
spoken over there.
Well, we'll
I,
see how it happens. Whatever way happens, we do like gas them up say
I
we
mean,
do need education.
all you gotta do is just Google the Hausa speaking people in West Africa and just see the number of people, man.
Right, right. We do need a language.
Just Google that
So let
right
me address something. Let's skip the language one.
there.
Jude has been running amok in this channel ever since I was gone. Hey, Jude, this guy has been enjoying. Jude, you've been running amok, saying all kind of smack and shit, all left, right, left, and center. You know what I mean? Saying shit about Gambia and all that kind of stuff, right? Right? So what you gonna do now, Jude? You know what? I'm not gonna go too hard on you today, Jude. You
That
understand me?
Yeah,
you stay
I'm trying to be nice with you, man. Don't bring my
I'm
dirty
not gonna
side
go
of the
too hard on
line,
you because I went too hard on you last time. You understand
are
me?
you
I think Ike had to ban me and all that stuff.
are you in London, Dad?
Yeah, I'm in London and all that kind of stuff, so I shouldn't be
Okay.
really standing too long and all that stuff. You
What's
understand?
the
Because
time? Is it morning time over there?
I'm not in London necessarily, but it's 10 o'clock or something. 10 13. Yeah, it's morning time and all that kind of stuff.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah. So I should actually be getting off with work and all that stuff. So I should be getting up with work, preparing, trimming down computer networks. What are you doing for work, Jude? You say you're working from home now.
Oh yeah, I see, man. What's
Judah
going
works.
on?
Judah works at Judah works at night as a cleaner in one of those.
I know you want to go there, bro, but he has high IQ. He has the highest IQ. You know what I mean? Hey,
Eh,
Keizo. I want to address you.
Yeah, what's good?
So one of our arguments between me and you and Tankybot, we were arguing a
Right.
point before where you said IQ is not just environmental; it's also nurture. It's also nurture or also hereditary and all that
Okay.
stuff. And I was denying IQ was hereditary as well, and I just said it's simply just environmental and all that stuff. So we
Mhm.
can do. So if IQ is hereditary, that means people's experiences. Understand people's experiences or even experience of complex societies. That is also hereditary as well, right? So if you look at Africa, there's two places that have a much more expanded they have a much more expanded experience, such as the Horn of Africans who have traveled all the way to Mozambique and had meetings with Philippines and met other races and all that stuff. And you have the Sahelian Africans who have built major empires of significance that the black man can refer to as what we did in history. They even went all the way to Spain, and they've built the empires in Mali, Songhai, Ghana, Ouagadougou. So this was our experience in the Sahel, right? So hereditary speaking, right, our environment and management of central big governments is definitely much more superior than people who are Bantus or who are pygmies in the jungles of Senegal, in the jungles of Cameroon or Congo, correct? Now another
I
point.
disagree.
Hold on.
I disagree
Another point. Cape Verdeans are mixed with Jews, Portuguese, and other white peoples as well, plus the Senegambians, and they are listed to have the lowest IQ. But you look at Cape Verde today; it's one of the most developed countries, better than than other dusty African countries. So how is it that, hereditary speaking, our experiences seem far more advanced than those pygmies in the jungle? So how come the pygmies in Cameroon have higher IQ?
This guy, man, you don't let me get Kaiser. Go ahead and talk. Then maybe I might
Sorry,
come in, man. This guy is dumb, man. It's not your interaction. It's hereditary. That's why you still have low IQ despite your interaction with white
What
people
does
and other
hereditary
races,
mean?
right?
What does hereditary mean, Jude? What's hereditary mean?
Hereditary means you inherit your low IQ from your forefathers, from your parents, from your culture, and all of
Right.
these things. The pygmies in the jungle have been able to transform trees and leaves into medicinal plants, and that's where their high IQ comes in. You guys have never been able to transform anything in your whole entire life, and that's what it is. You cannot compare yourself to a pygmy. A pygmy is of a better standard. A pygmy will be sold more into the slave market with a highest price tag than a person from the Gambia and Cape Verde. You know, you must have gotten a lot of interaction, but not have an IQ of that standard.
My days, Jude. That's scooping. That's scooping. The experience. Anyways, let's let Kezo respond. Respond why the experience.
Kaiser is not gonna respond to you, man.
Respond why the experience of a pygmy is far more of a higher IQ than the Cape Verdean.
Okay, there's a couple assumptions you've made which I don't fully agree with. So first, if you look at the data, Southeast African Bantus are the most organized societies, right? If you look at Africa GDP Development Index, they're the ones who are doing the most. Namibia, Botswana, South Africa. So
you're talking in the modern day. Okay, you're talking about hereditary. You're talking about hereditary. You're talking about in modern day terms where Europeans have organized these societies. Europeans built these societies, not the Bantus.
Wait, hang on. That's right. Botswana, it was the Botswanans who built it. Actually, they were not really colonized. They were actually a protectorate against the Dutch. So the British didn't develop anything. So no systems, this is a history you can look up.
I know the Botswanan president actually was quite educated in the West, and he did very well. Yeah,
and it's not what you're saying. What I'm trying to say is Botswana was unlike other African countries. For example, Kenya, they developed Kenya. They built railroads. They built Nairobi because they needed trade with Uganda for whatever resources. In Botswana specifically, the British saw that there's nothing there. They didn't know about the diamonds or anything, so they didn't do anything there. Mm-hmm. So meaning Botswana was not built by white people. That's the kind of correction I wanted to put there. Sure, South Africa was, and Namibia was, but Botswana wasn't. So if you look at Botswana, that's actually created like that by its own population. Now, you mentioned something. Here's the thing, right? It's difficult and impossible for us to isolate these factors. For example, hereditary. Okay, so there's something that you inherit through your genes. There's something that your environment through nurture, exposure to a high IQ society is actually both a hereditary and also environment. So, okay, you mentioned Horn of Africa, right? There's no such thing. Only the Habesha, specifically the Axumites, were a high IQ society. Somalis couldn't read or write.
Somalis got all the way to traded with the Philippines and the Chinese. They said that.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. I mean, look, if you live on the Red Sea, you have access to people who use boats.
If you are conducting trade and exchanging currency, and you have a system of counting and all that kind of stuff, a system of numerical
They
counting,
didn't have a
then you are
system.
quite high IQ.
They didn't have a system of counting. That's what I'm trying to say. Somalis were an uneducated group of people. Look, and again, it's nothing to do with Somalis. What you miss is that's the Swahili coast. All the countries in the Swahili coast were trading with the Arabs and the Persians and the Indians and the Chinese. That's why literally in Kenya, you go to Mombasa, you go to Lamu, you have heritage sites because of this trade between people. That doesn't make you high IQ. It just means you were proximally next to other communities, so you just borrowed from them. I wouldn't consider that actually high IQ. Now, this Habesha, right? People from the Aksumite kingdom, which later became the Abyssinian kingdom, they were high IQ. They created their own writing systems. They were actually, world power at that time. They had currency. They were, I would say, but I wouldn't involve so-called Horn of Africa. That won't make much sense.
But okay. Let's say like the Malian Empire in the Sahel, right? It was developed by Africans originally, by Mande-speaking people in the Sahel and all that stuff. It was developed by Africans and built by Africans, and then later on started to trade with the wider world. Ghana as well was like that. Ghana was like that. Songhai was like that. So
you mean Kingdom of Ghana?
Yeah, the Kingdom of Ghana, Ouagadougou, somewhere in between Morocco, Mauritania, and Senegal, and all that kind of stuff. So these are naturally Africans. So if they were such high problem solvers that they have built ways and means to administer large scale of people and all that stuff. Are those people better problem solvers than the pygmies in Central Congo?
No, not necessarily.
Come on, man.
There's a reason I say this, right? For something to be there's a reason I'm saying this. That's right. When I mentioned that the whites grew up in harsh climate conditions in Europe, which were wastelands, and only the people who could understand time, they could, let's say, save up resources for the next 4 months during winter. Animals like bears hibernate. They eat a lot of food, right? That's instinct. However, for humans, we don't have that same instinct because we're not geared to survive in only one climate, right? We're heteroclimate kind of creatures. So only high IQ people thought, hang on, if we just save up all the animal fats, we cure the meat because there's no fruits or vegetables growing during winter, we can actually survive. Oh, maybe we have wheat. If we keep enough wheat in the storage room, maybe we'll survive. Now that takes a few high IQ people to do it, and those who don't die, right? It's not one of those things where it's forgiving. So meaning slowly for Europeans, and I'm talking about thousands of years, not even tens of thousands of years, like 10, 20,000 years. The difference with Africa, these kingdoms you mentioned are only 400 to 500 years old. That's not enough time to really have the level of hereditary IQ.
400 to 500, that's a bit too. 400
right.
to 500, no, that's too low. These are thousands of kingdoms, probably. 400 to 500, that's around slavery time.
Can you name me how old
400, 500 is around slavery time. That's when we became exposed to Europeans 500 years ago.
So it's around that, right? The Kingdom of Mali was founded in 1230, right? AD. So that's like 200 years before slavery. So still like 600 years ago, right? Yeah. The issue with that's not enough time for the IQ or so for you to basically undergo some kind of evolutionary process. That's now the issue. You would need this kingdom to have been there, like ancient Egypt, that can actually create a high level community, or all that kind of stuff. But this is very recent. The European stuff, going through. No, it's true. I mean, look.
Just imagine.
Look at Egypt today, right? Hang on. Look at Egypt. Look at Egypt. 1 second. Look at Egypt. Look at Persia. These countries are shitholes today. Yeah, these were the creators of so-called modern civilization, ancient Egypt and ancient Persia. I mean, that area, right?
The civilization emanated around maybe 700, 800 years ago. The civilization emanated in its greatness. But over time, they have been evolving in understanding their climate, understanding their environment, and solving problems to the point that they produce such a higher civilization that you'll ever find in the jungles of Congo, right? Number two, and you said it's also it's also hereditary. So that means those genetic bloods within Europeans, either it could be Scandinavians or Jews or any other people, that blood has seeped into the Cape Verdeans as well, right? So the Cape Verdeans have the lowest IQ, even lower than Gambia, based on those stupid world population scores that you provided. Cape Verdeans who are mixed with Europeans over time. This, and if you look at Cape Verde today, and you look at Cameroon or Congo, it's a major difference. So come on, Kaiser. Come on.
No,
Come
no.
on,
Okay, so
Kaiser, bro.
no. I wouldn't. I don't think that's sound reasoning. As I
Come
mentioned,
on.
right?
Come on.
Cape
Kaiser,
Cape Verde has a lot of white population, right?
Right.
When you
So-
have countries with adjacency to white people, there's deals that they can make with the European countries that other countries which are mostly black don't have access to. I'll give you a very simple example of this, right?
That's the point,
One
bro.
reason why the Somali community is richer than other communities in Kenya is because they have diasporans abroad who obviously have access to Eurodollars, right? And banks who can lend them money and then they can build in Kenya. So when you have white people in your country, you literally have the same adjacency to the West.
Cape Verdeans
So if
don't
you
have
have that,
Cape Verdeans don't have a lot of
Really?
white people. It's just mixed race people. It's just an island full of mixed race people. You
No,
understand
no,
me?
they
It's
have
like
no-
Dominican Republic. Why is Dominican Republic still as dusty like that? Cape Verde is better looking than Dominican.
no, that's different. That's different. Let me show
Dominican
you the
Republic
Cape
has
Verde.
white adjacents, Puerto Rico and all that stuff, but Cape Verde still came out on top.
No. Look, and also here's one issue I disagree with your logic sometimes. You find things which are called contrived examples, right?
No, I'm just
That you're always going to find. Okay,
Okay.
see, let me ask you, why is Botswana doing better than
I'm
Cape
just
Verde?
saying. I'm saying if it's hereditary,
Hang on.
then-
Yeah, I get your point. But your logic for your argument to be sound, it needs to be consistent across multiple countries. Botswana is a Bantu country mixed with the Pygmies, literally. The Bantus mixed with the Khoikhois and the San people. Yet it is the most successful Black African country, and there was no white development prior to colonization. So you'd have to explain that away. For your logic to be coherent.
I could simply say
have to say
Botswana. I could simply go to the logic and say Botswana had some favorable treatment based on the initial president's relationship with the West and all that stuff, and how he approached the relationship with the West and all that kind of stuff. And he married a white, and he married a white woman. So in a certain sense,
So that you're right, but you see, all of that culminates to high IQ movements. That's the point. Making good trade deals is an example of high IQ, and
Come
having
on,
a
Kaiser.
population
come
with low
on,
crime
come on,
also
come on,
similar
Kaiser.
to that high IQ.
Come on, Kaiser. Look at the
Yeah.
state of Congo. Look at even okay.
Forget
Kaiser, no
Congo.
problem.
Why are you so focused on one country?
Okay.
Look at the state of Burkina Faso.
Hold on.
Hang on,
I'm just saying.
your
Our
logic is
achievements.
not coherent. Hang
I'm
on, your
saying
logic is
I'm-
not coherent, right? Was Burkina Faso not part of these great empires? It's a shithole with 34% reading rate, like illiteracy rate. So is Niger. So is Mali. Literally, Mali's a shithole right now.
But hold
So
on, hold
how
on,
can
hold on.
you-
Hold
Your
on,
logic
hold
is
on.
just not logicking.
Hold on,
ahead.
hold on. This region is the region that produced anything of significance in terms of history
I
that
get
black
your
people can
point,
speak of.
right?
Anything
I
of
get
significance in terms of when it comes to black people. Because
I get
if you
your
look
point
at the
with that.
achievements of these people, even if you look at
That-
our arts in terms of boat building, in terms of food, culinary arts, in terms of music and all that stuff, and we have more complex instruments from Senegambia than we do.
You're missing the point here, right? That's why my point stands, right? This 800 years of empire kingdom history is irrelevant in the scheme of actually creating a high IQ population. It's just not long enough. Like the Europeans had tens of thousands of years living in shitty conditions where nothing grows. So their attention to time, temporal reasoning improved significantly in that manner because the idiots just died off. We didn't have the same kind of selective pressure in Africa. So look at Mali. Mali's literacy rate is 38%. Right? You can't come for Congo when Mali is even worse than Congo. Niger is worse than Congo. Burkina Faso is worse than Congo. So, and logically stated, right, the highest level of living standard is South African. Hang on. The best countries actually go against your logic. Is South African Bantu mixed with the Khoikhoi. With the Bushman. They have the highest
I
IQ.
mean,
Come on,
Gambia, I
Keto.
mean,
Come on. Look at this
with
dude.
an
They shut up.
IQ of like 10%. Are you kidding me? Come on, see this guy trying to compare the pygmies to Gambians. Are you? The pygmies are well, educated and have a higher IQ. These are people that have
Hey,
turned leaves into medicinal plants,
the
and you are
pygmies
calling
can
them
speak.
low. Are you kidding me?
The pygmies can be colonized today if the world, if there was no international order and all that stuff. They
So
can
look at
easily
this, right?
Okay,
colonize
so
and
The
keep it
didn't your
slavery.
people got
Congo,
colonized?
the literacy rate. They look at this, right? The literacy rate of Congo is actually one of the highest in Africa. It's 80%, way more than any of those Sahelian countries.
Wow,
This is your tri.
So that's what I'm trying to say.
wow.
The GDP per capita is much higher in Congo than it is in Burkina Faso, Niger, or Mali. Congo is actually
Exactly.
doing better than most countries in
No,
Africa.
no, Keto. We're talking about IQ being hereditary and all
Yeah,
that kind
I
of
agree
stuff.
with you. And my point is, right, 800 years of no true selection pressure is not enough. And I'll explain why, right? These people. Hang on. I'm trying to make a really.
Hold on. The fact is, the pygmies in Cameroon and all that stuff, they have been there longer than us, the oldest people in the planet, and they still live in the same state. While you can say we are like lesser than them, but we developed far faster than they did.
Because
No,
they
they
were
did not
surrounded by.
develop because they did not mingle with the white man the way you guys do. You interact. No, it's not developed. You interact with the white man, but the white man dominates your mentality.
The
pygmies have been able to. No,
interact with the
You-
white
you are
man
co-
to produce those high civilizations. We didn't interact with the white man to produce those civilizations that black people can speak about today. We didn't interact
So
with
go
them.
ahead, man.
Let me make my argument. Yeah,
Go ahead.
let me quickly make my argument. That's right.
Go ahead.
The hereditary factor is not enough because there's two reasons, right? First of all, these so-called empires.
You guys argued it. You and Tanky argued it. I was arguing environment.
I'm making a logic point, right? I'm trying to first dispel saying that African kingdoms have not been around long enough to create a hereditary factor in the IQ of that specific community, and I'll explain why. Right? These kingdoms are not like small group of people that were intermarrying each other in a village of high IQ people. No, these communities kept expanding and taking on other African tribes and other African dusties, and then intermixing with each other to create these empires. The moment you have an empire, you can no longer control the gene mixing, because now you're expanding and you're bringing people in from other cultures. So by that simple fact, any kind of benefit from having that initial high IQ family or kingdom or village would no longer be seen throughout the descendants, because there's too many people mixing. That's the point. If you want to truly have endogamy, hang on. I'll give an example of something that could have been hereditary, right? Look at Somalis, right? They specifically chose people with straighter hair. They chose for that. They specifically chose for that. That's why they tend to have straighter hair than other Africans, right? That was a hereditary thing that passed down, right? But the IQ was never high, so it never passed down. Now, if you look at so-called Ethiopians, right? They didn't select for straight hair. They selected for lighter skin. So you keep seeing lighter skin than other African countries. So those are areas where there was a selective pressure to choose mating strategies based on certain features. What I'm trying to tell you is the Malians, ancient Mali kingdom and all these empires did not have selection pressure apart from the royal families. And since the royal families are not that many, because they're small by population, it would not have created a high IQ society. These people were just like, these people are just benefiting from the rules created by the kings and the sultans. That has nothing to do with them themselves being part of a high IQ society. It's different. One last point, then I'll stop. Okay. Same thing in ancient Egypt and so-called Phoenicians, right? These were the originators of modern civilization about 6,000 years ago when they started. However, that's just not long enough, right? To have actually created a high IQ people.
Kezo, what were the hereditary pressures that led the Bakongo people in Congo and the Pygmies to actually, what were the pressures that led them to have a higher IQ than the Sahelians? So what was the pressures?
Well, okay, I don't think it's a pressure. I actually think it's no such thing. Hang on, wait. The reason why South African I say, look, I can't speak about
what
Congo,
were the hereditary pressures that led the Pygmies and that to have higher IQ, to be listed as a higher IQ?
I didn't claim that they have higher IQ than
in fact,
the data claims it. Hang on, I didn't claim it. anything. The data shows the literacy rate
So
between Mali
I'm
and
questioning
Sahel,
the
right?
okay, the literacy rate. Okay, now we're speaking. Now we're
Literacy rate,
talking.
GDP.
So now we're talking. So if a state is in chaos and terrorism is happening, or they have some kind of
But
low
why do they
IQ
have
culture,
terrorism?
Hey, hold on. They have some kind of low IQ that dissuades education and literacy and critical thinking, such as what Islam will do. Then, of course, you can see why
You
that may
literally
be the
have
case.
a terrorist group called Boko Haram. Education is bad. I mean, that's literally the lowest IQ society. Like, you're not going to see in East Africa.
Let's just acknowledge it. So there is no hereditary or environmental pressure that shows why pygmies are superior to Sahelians. There is not such thing.
I don't see the selective pressure for it. I don't see evidence for it. It just happens.
There's no such thing. So it just is by happenstance. These people produce a fake, not a fake. They picked on countries that are smaller and said we will have less pressure from that country. So let's just call that smaller country to be low IQ and pick Cape Verde.
Are you kidding me? What pressure you talking
That's what
about?
happened.
Why they did not choose the pygmies that actually will not face any
part of Congo.
conflict at all? Why would they choose
You cannot
Gambia?
just pick Congo. Congo is a big nation. You cannot pick Nigeria. If you pick Nigeria,
Oh, now you believe that Congo is a big nation? Wow, this guy, man. We have a higher IQ. That's it. You have to prove with it. You guys have one of the lowest IQ on the continent. You know,
just like me and you on an individual
okay,
basis.
so that 1 second, that you mentioned something interesting about Cape Verde. I want to kind of dispel something. A society can be low IQ but have high IQ leaders who set in good systems in place, right? That's what's going on in Cape Verde. The average person doesn't need to be smart; they just have to follow rules.
Okay. In that case, I could use the same thing for Botswana. I could use the same thing. Like,
well, yeah, but we can check out the IQ.
The leaders may be high IQ, but the people necessarily were not high IQ and all that stuff.
Well, according to the IQ, is 81. That's significantly higher. The IQ is quite high, actually. It's around, people claiming it's like 81 or
and they
or
don't
90.
have, and they don't
So
even
that's
have any
high.
they don't have hereditary pressures. They don't even have them. So those hereditary pressures that led to being high IQ, they don't have them because they're the Swana people and they mix with Swana people. They just have to happen a well-educated king who was educated in the West and he knew how to run and administer societies, and that's how they got lucky. They had a high IQ leader. You understand what I mean? So in reality, at the end of the day, if IQ is hereditary, Dr. Keizo, then that list that they put is definitely wrong. Because there's no hereditary pressures that led to the Bantus, the Swanas, to be higher of IQ than the Sahelians.
There is one pressure, and I'll explain it. The Bantus are closer to white man when it comes to culture, right? The sedentary-based lifestyle, meaning they sit in one place for a long period of time, which can allow them to develop certain traits. For example, farming. Ranch farming is way more high IQ than, let's say, pastoralism, which is also more high IQ than what we call hunter-gatherer. So as they expanded, right, you had to learn some kind of cultivation techniques, which actually forces you to learn about time and seasons and respect the times and seasons. And the moment you start doing that, you're actually now engaging where the white man is, right? Because the white man...
West Africa was a mix of both. West Africa was a mix of both. In West Africa, you have the Upper Sahel, who are more kind of. There's farmers there. Mandinkas are farmers, and the rest of the other tribes are farmers. Nigerians are farmers, and all that stuff. So West Africa has farmers and all that.
Well, Southern Nigerians are smart. No one ever came for Southern Nigerians. We know Southern Nigerians. The smartest Africans, actually.
Sahelians also have farmers. The recent Sahelians that you met, like are from the actual Sahara. You understand what I mean? Like the Fulanis and that. These are actual people who used to inhabit the Sahara.
Okay, so basically what I'm telling you is this, right? West Africa, you guys have mixed. In South Africa, they don't have a mixture. It's just one, and that's why theirs is better. Because if you mix dust with a little bit of good stuff, you're going to get some good stuff with dust inside it.
And,
if you mix
only good stuff... You know what was happening, right? Because of complexity of human societal interaction, that led to so many wars in the Western Sahel and Africa region that we had far more advanced weapons in warfare. We pushed out all the Bantus. Like tonight just says, Nigeria.
Wait, hang on,
Nigeria.
you're focusing on the wrong thing. One second, you're focusing on the wrong thing. Well, first, that's impossible. But you're focusing on the wrong thing. You sound like the white supremacist spaces, right?
No.
Hang on. Let me
The analogy is to come up with this superiority that you are more superior to Bantu. That was it. You know.
If you're using white supremacist talking points, right? Let me explain why. You sound like these people say Africans couldn't invent a will. None of these things matter. What you're discussing, it's nothing. What really matters is the evolutionary process of becoming high IQ in a society, not what you did or didn't do. Right now, I have money in my bank. I don't have a car, right? Oh, is it because Kaiser was too poor to afford a car? No, I just don't want a car. I don't need a car.
Okay.
So what you're doing when you're explaining these trinkets of technological advancements, they don't mean anything in reality, because these are just cultural preferences.
No problem. Okay, no problem. Evolutionary processes. Would you say
that's what matters?
Would you say high competition level is an evolutionary process? High competition,
sure.
Right? So I would say that the Sahelians faced a far more higher competition for survival. That there was desertification happening, that there was a desert approaching, and tribes then later on tribes started to fight, and then interreligious wars came and all that stuff. So these interreligious wars came, trade in competition in trade with other civilizations in North Africa. That would have led to a higher evolutionary process than people who are
for aggression. That would have impacted on aggression. Aggression is necessary, right? It's necessary to succeed.
Aggression and certain type of intellect. You know what I mean?
Yes, certain type of intellect. You're right?
Kaiser, hold on, Kaiser. Rasmus want to pay for that Raven to be taken out, man. The guy is, you see, check on the chat, calling him a no IQ guy.
Rasmus is a wet wipe. Rasmus is a wet wipe. You know what Rasmus is a wet wipe.
So wait, hang on. Those pressures would have definitely created some kind of evolutionary changes, and namely, I would say in terms of aggression and also taking charge, and that's why you guys keep jumping across the Atlantic Ocean to go into Europe, right? Kenyans would never do that. So that's what impacted. It gave you guys the willingness to be strong to go running to Europe.
But not only that, the exposure to Islam as well, and all the medicinal sciences that were discovered in the region were written and inscribed.
No. So let me come for you there for a second, right? The exposure to Islam and Christianity and all these things and trading with other people, this will do nothing for your IQ. I'll explain why. This is just inheriting technology. I'll give you an example. Right now, Africa has inherited the technology of the West. We inherited democracy. We inherited the systems that they put in place, and even the phone lines. We didn't create any of this stuff. So when you inherit something, unless you are very, very specific and precise, like what China did, it won't actually change your people's IQ. China actually used the stuff that they inherited from colonization, like in Hong Kong and stuff like that, and they built up the rest of their country. But the issue is, right now you can't say that Africans are the same level as the white man, because we inherited things. We didn't build it ourselves. We don't even know how these systems work. We don't know jurisprudence. We don't really know the spirit of the law, because we had our own systems that are sort of similar. So no, any of these trinkets you're talking about, we did this. That's white supremacy talking points.
No.
Yes, it's a white supremacist talking point. That means
hold on. Trajectorily speaking, even the Europeans themselves inherited what the Romans and the Greeks left them, and the Greeks inherited from the Egyptians. Hold on. So over time they started to. Over time, in fact, they didn't even produce their own script. They just basically standardized Latin and all that kind of stuff. So West African Sahelians, they inherited Arabic, but they were starting to produce their own writing systems as well. Even in eastern Nigeria, in Sibidi or over there and all that stuff, people were exposed to writing systems. They started to create.
Here's a problem with the Africans, and that's why I say they're slightly low IQ, right? On average. And again, I would never use white supremacist talking points, right? The difference with you are talking European, white supremacist.
This is what you do all the time. This is what you do all the time.
That's 1 second, please. If you look at Europeans, they were colonized by the Roman Empire. Do you know what Britain did? It did. In fact, Britain is a name from the Roman Empire, right? So Britain or the Britons, right? What they did is they took the books, they read the books, they created their own language, right? It's through many years, again 1,000 years of this stuff happening until they create their own culture and they kept improving. You Muslims are so low IQ that even today you go to a madrasa, you niggas can't even understand Arabic that you read. That's now the difference between a high IQ.
I'm not specifically Muslim, so I don't know that part.
I'm talking about West Africans here, right? Who many of them are Muslims. It's not about you or me. It's about the people we're talking about. So the difference is, right? A high IQ society would adopt the technology and make it their own. That's what the Europeans did. They adopted Roman technology. The Romans adopted ancient Greek and Egyptian technology, and they made it their own. The difference with you guys in West Africa, specifically the Muslim parts, is you adopted Arabic, yet you didn't do anything with it. You still can't even speak it or understand it or write in it. I mean, you can write No, bro, you cannot argue this. I have been to every single cultural mosque that exists from Africa. These niggas don't even understand Arabic. Like, it's a fact. Like, 2 of them do. But come on, you can't argue this.
Do you know that in that region of West Africa, that there were Mandinkas were starting to develop a writing system called Nko, and Fulanis also had a writing system called Ajani or something like that. So they were developing, and also they didn't necessarily follow Wahhabi Islam. So they created their own Islam. In Senegal, they have a Islam called Mouridism. They created this philosophy of Mouridism where they mix. It's like a
that Islam is not legit. Hold on.
You're kind of missing the point. How come these languages that you claim these people invented aren't used by anyone?
Because the process for Africa's development, which gas them up, tends to say, oh, we haven't created our rights, we haven't done this, because it was interrupted. By the time it was picking up, the Europeans interrupted the process in which
because these writing systems were actually during European colonization. So you're talking more BS. I can tell you the timeline of these languages, right? It was because of the Europeans that you actually created these languages. Nko was created by Solomon Kante in 1949. So you can't go around saying the Europeans prevented the mass adoption of the system when the system was created during European colonization.
All I'm saying is
yes, that you're speaking right.
No. Look at this guy, man. Look at this guy. You like
1949. 1949, brother.
You give me 1 point. He has 1 point. He focuses on that entirely. That's a fact. He has 1 point. He has 1 point. He's
Bantu are the supreme being in Africa. That's why I'm a Bantu supremacist. Come on, man. Not coming down, man. You came out here trying to,
calm down. So Kenzo, still my question stands. There is no hereditary pressures. There's no hereditary pressures of significance that said that Bantus could have produced a civilization similar to Mali.
Bantus are closer to white people.
They didn't. Even today.
Forget that, right? Hang on, that you're worrying about 2,600 years ago. No one cares about that. We're in the modern day. We're talking about today.
Okay, if you're talking about the modern day, if you're talking
modern day, right? As I specified, right? Bantus are the smartest Black Africans out there. That is just a fact based on the countries that they come from, that they rule. They are the richest countries, and they're doing the best out of Black Africans, right? Then after that, you can say the Habesha, right? People from Ethiopia, they're the next ones. After that, then it's like, I don't know, the rest of you guys out there, Somalis and the West Africans are at the bottom. That's just how it is.
Because
Nilotes as well. Nilotes also does.
Bantus are living in peacetime. Bantus are living in peacetime. Because Bantus are living in peacetime, and they have enough time to go to school and hereditary, while
exactly. Thank you very much. You brought up a good point.
So
right?
So what peace is the IQ of the Bantus that they are living in a peacetime? They know what peace is. That's what their IQ
No. Okay, fine. But the argument
that's the whole point, right? As I mentioned earlier, you guys are more aggressive. Hang on, West Africans and Somalis, you guys are more aggressive. You have more of that aggressive gene. You have to trade in harsh conditions. That did not improve your IQ.
We're less docile.
They improved, exactly. You're less docile.
We're less docile than the Bantus.
Correct, right? You call it docility or call it sedentary based lifestyle. Europeans have a sedentary based lifestyle. What that means is it allows you to sit down on a classroom for many hours without it affecting you negatively, so that you can learn and create. That's it. Sedentary based lifestyle is the cultures that do better in modern day lifestyle.
Well, yeah, in the modern day, well, because the world is protected by the United States and the United Nations stuff.
Exactly.
The world is policed. The world is
Correct.
policed by the United States. Once the United
Exactly.
States falls, then you will start to see things kick. We will kick Judah, these people, all the way
Well,
back.
no, because you're missing something else,
Oh,
something
get
called
out of here,
technology.
man.
You're missing something
How can
else,
you guys
technology,
kick
right?
us? We are low
No, we
IQ
already did in
mindset.
the
How
past.
you
We
want to
already
be
did
the
in the
Bantus?
past.
That you're missing a
United
point,
people
right? We're
kick
never
you all
going to
the
go
way back to
revert.
Cameroon.
Hang on. We're never going to revert to where the aggression, is actually what dictates a winner in a battle. We have technology now. We're never going to go backwards. So the cultures that can develop more, can have more peace, can have more better technology, are going to always do better.
Come on, Keizo.
It's
Keizo,
simple as that. Bro, if you
Keizo,
have a drone, hang on. If you have a drone, even a coward like me can operate a drone from the safety of my own office.
Come on, Keizo.
You have to take
Come
that
on,
into
Keizo.
account.
You know, docility is more than just having technology, and docility is about reaction time in terms of responding, in terms of
Why
response
do you think
and fighting.
Chinese and
Now,
Indians are doing well? It's because they're docile. That's literally it.
Hold on. Docility is more than that. Docility is how you respond to threat immediately, how you respond to urgency of threat. So these Bantus, they are so nice and so friendly and so lovely, so humane. And I love it. You understand? I love it. I love Congolese music. Bantu music is the best music. I love it. You understand?
I don't like the music.
I love Bantu music. You understand?
I don't like the music.
But the fact is, if we're in a situation, if you're gonna see a Somali,
all they do is shake their ass and dance.
A Somali is quicker to draw the weapon and it's quicker to draw the knife.
Yeah, so that wait 1 second. That hang on. You bring up another point that proves my point. Yes. So let me explain this, right? And let me explain the difference between the docility of the Somali and the so-called Bantu, right? The Somali is going to react to threats faster. Why? Because he's a pastoralist. And there's a lion in the street literally about to eat his herd of sheep. He has to react, right, in real time to that threat. Now, when you're a farmer or you're stuck in a sedentary-based lifestyle, there is no real-time threat to you. The threat to your cows is a disease might kill all the cows. So you have to learn how to be a high IQ to respond to the trans-temporal threat. And that's exactly why I say they are going to be high IQ hereditary, because they are more focused on responding to threat, not reacting. So, Darth, here's the thing, right? If you have something that's trying to attack you, let's say America, right? We're not going to win against America. You need to understand that. There's no point fighting against an enemy that you can't win. And sometimes you need to sit down and study your enemy before you react to them, right? Docility does not mean that you have no state of awareness of aggression. It simply means you're not primarily acting on aggression. That's a very separate sort of thing.
That's why Bantus or Bantu adjacent people get easily killed by Somalians and all these Caucasus people, because they don't sense the threat from them. Me, whenever I see these Somalians, Fulani, I know exactly not to close my eyes.
Where listen, when we used to have Somalis here, I used to let them talk because I was using them to build my channel. Right? But these talking points you're talking about, which Somalis killing where? Where are you talking about? Give me a scenario. Where?
In Libya and Italy.
In Libya, Somalis being killed. Are you insane?
No.
They're the ones being enslaved.
Hold on, I'm saying in Libya and Italy, you hear Somalis quickly drawing knives and killing their fellow Africans, just like that. They'll just draw a knife.
No, this guy is jealous of Bantu. This guy is just jealous of Bantu, man. He's just jealous of Bantu. He want to be Bantu so bad. Just jealous of us, man. You know.
Where's the evidence of this? Like I don't know.
There's cases where I heard, because I know people in Italy.
Cases where you've heard it, I've not heard it.
Okay,
yet you can't provide evidence.
There's cases where I've heard of Caucasus.
Which country's military is in the other? Which country's military?
I'm not talking in terms of military. I'm talking in terms of
which country's military is occupying the other country's people? Is it Somalia occupying Kenya, or is it Kenya occupying Somalia?
Kenya. You know,
Right.
Kenya is
So
Kenya
Dad,
is
what are you talking about, Dad?
okay.
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 You keep saying things which there's no proof of them, right? As I mentioned before.
Look, you just like you just like to find points and all that stuff. But you heard me. You know exactly what I'm saying and all that.
I know the spirit of what you
know
think
exactly
you're
what
saying.
I'm saying. You
No,
know
hang
what
on.
I'm saying.
I know the spirit of what you think you're saying, but there's no evidence for them, right? You're saying things which are intuitive, yet you haven't gone down the logic train to make sure what you're saying is actually correct. That's now the issue that I have here.
No. I've gone down the logic train, and to me, I've gone down the logic train, and you
show
said,
me where
logic shows
hang on.
people who have hereditary, people who have hereditary inheritance, that will spur hereditary inheritance of pressures that will spur evolution will definitely be more. Yeah. So
I agree, but
if you look at Cape Verdean, they have hereditary inheritance of two major regions of the world with major.
No. Cape Verde, these are low IQ people that just have a system that works. That's a very different situation. If Cape Verdeans were involved in technology, right? Again, you keep missing something. Like let me explain it one more time, right? Because I know I'm saying a lot of stuff. The Cape Verdeans are people who adopted the technology, and they had high IQ enough leaders who are actually mostly white presidents, right? In charge, who set up the system. And then the Cape Verdeans, because maybe they had like corruption, maybe the corruption index is low on them naturally, so they follow the system. If Cape Verdean was an actual high IQ society, what we would begin to see is in science, engineering, technology, they will start making an impact. Unless we see that, then we cannot claim that they're a necessarily high IQ community.
Okay, Kizo.
That's my point there.
Where in Congo, or the Bantustans or the Bantu lands have we seen high scientific development that's not of European origin?
The number one. I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question. The number one country in technology right now and in Africa is what?
You're gonna say Kenya.
Yes, it's Kenya.
Then it's Nigeria, South Africa.
Right, literally, it's Kenya, it's Kenya, Nigeria, then South Africa, it's literally the countries there.
Let me
so, what are you talking about?
To be honest, to tell you, the highest IQ people I can tell right now, right? The highest IQ people I can tell right now who are in the technology space in Africans, not a case of being preferred or favored by the West, is Nigerians. Nigerians definitely are the ones.
Now you're bringing things like favored by the West. There's no such thing. Nigeria has something called population. Hang on. You can't remove one factor, then ignore another factor, right? Nigeria has 200 million people. Kenya has 55 million people. South Africa has 60 million people. So even if you remove the West favoring thing, what that means is Nigeria has a higher population. Therefore, there'll be higher amount of genius people in that population. It's simple math, right? This is why India is more successful than us. They just have more people, so there's more geniuses to choose from. That's it.
I deal with Kenyan people as well in my job. They some of them are smart and some of them are slow and all that kind of stuff.
Actually, the most educated Africans in America. Kenyans are in the top 3. What are you talking about? That?
Okay.
Come on. Let's go Gambian literacy rate. Let's see. Let's look at the Gambia had the Mali Empire. Look at this, man. What the fuck is this, man?
Let's see, Kaizo. What is it? Wow, even a chimpanzee in the Bantu forest. Hey, Kaizo, put the IQ of a chimpanzee in the Bantu forest. Let's see. Put the IQ of a chimpanzee in the Bantu forest. Let's see. What is the IQ? Let's see, man.
Hey.
You know, the guy came dusty. Let's give it back to him. Put the chimpanzee in the Bantu forest. Let's see the IQ.
Hold on. Man. Okay. Hold on. In terms of natural, look, you can even look at it between me and Judy and our lives and all that kind of stuff.
Get out of here, man. What are you talking about me and Judy? Like, who the fuck are you, bro?
No.
Like, did I give a fuck about you or your opinion?
Hold on.
Like, get out of here, man.
Hold on.
You know,
in our personal lives, there's a huge difference between what we do. And in our hereditary DNA, Judy, you understand? My people in Senegambia, when you compare the boats that were built, in fact, we had boats We had boats.
What
and
boat do you guys build? Are you talking
Nah,
about
today,
canoe or are you talking
today,
about boat?
as I was telling him earlier, this guy is a white supremacist talking point guy talking about which treaties they
Exactly.
developed. Nobody
What
cares.
boat did you guys build?
Oh, in the
We-
past we were the Mali Empire. That no one cares. What matters is right now, and right now you guys are shitholes, man. With the average literacy
Exactly.
rate of 5%. You came from Congo, and
Okay.
Congo has a freaking 80%. Literally, pygmies can read better than your Islamic country. What the hell is going on
Exactly.
here?
I'm sorry.
All you guys are focused on is Quran. The Bantus are not Muslims.
I watch Kishi Boots.
The
bro. I watch
Bantus are
Kishi
not
Boots.
Muslims. We don't give a fuck about you guys. You guys
I
are
watch-
the lowest IQ in Africa, man. It's
I
a
watch Kishi
disgrace.
Boots. I
Come
watched
on, man.
as she was traveling across Africa. I watch her. They told her when you get to Senegal, at least that place you can prepare anything to get deep into Africa, into the jungle. So Ivory Coast, Senegal. But once you got to Cameroon, once you got to Cameroon and Congo and Central African Republic, I see all the pygmies taking pictures. I say, these people, look at the way they. I said, I'm sorry, man.
Marcus,
What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, bro.
This
I'm
guy,
sorry.
man.
Random
I'm
Arab
sorry.
traveler. You're talking about some random racist Arab traveler. Let me ask you a question, Daf.
it's not
Which
racist,
country?
it's not
Wait, hang on,
racist.
Daf. Which country do you think Ibn Battuta wrote as the most splendorous society, most high IQ, most beautiful society in Africa? Actually, in the world.
The Malian
Kilwa.
Empire. It's
It
the
was
Malian
Kilwa. It was
Empire.
Kilwa, Tanzania, Kilwa. He
Is
said
it?
Kilwa,
Is it?
Tanzania was their highest level society, so splendor and all that kind of stuff. That's the. Do you know where he said was the worst? He said Somalia stank like shit. You walk through it, it smells like piss.
No, Keizo, you you can argue all you want and all that stuff, but you
Wait, I'm not really
definitely know.
arguing here. We're talking about reality right now, as we stated, right?
know.
The best countries in tech is Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa. Then we have Egypt and all those kind of countries, right? If Cape Verde was high IQ, as I stated, they would actually create something interesting, but they don't. They just adopted a system, and they're following the system.
But the Bantus have not created anything. They've just adopted
What are you
technology.
talking about?
This
guy,
bro.
major countries in
I've
Africa are
just
the Bantu dominance.
Okay,
I've just mentioned you which countries, right? South Africa has a lot of patents. Hang on, that. South Africa has a lot of patents on technology. Kenya has a lot of patents on technology. Nigeria has a lot of patents. It's not the northern Nigerians, it's the southern Nigerians who have these patents. The Nigerians are uneducated with a 50% Sahelian. Again, northern Nigerians are Sahelian. They are 50% education rate for a reason. Bro, you can't argue this.
Tell us any literal, or what do you call it? Literal people. Is it literal people? What's the word? Any philosophers? Any philosophers in the Bantu regions as well that came? Any black philosophers? Do we have philosophers from Congo?
Yeah, okay, hang on. There are many
Do you have
philosophers
philosophers
actually.
from Congo? Do you have philosophers?
Well, I don't know anything about Congo, so I can't comment on them, right?
Okay, tell us some
comment on.
Kenyan philosophers. Tell us some Kenyan Bantu philosophers.
Yeah, I'll type in the names, right?
Do they have any philosopher from Gambia? Let's be precise, since you want to go with Congo. In Gambia, give us in Gambia. We're not talking about Senegambia. We're talking about Gambia. If you want to be precise.
The only way you're gonna know which community is high IQ is in the next 300 years to see which ones develop the most, right? That's what you're gonna be able to tell. From now and the future, the past is irrelevant. As I said, these people adopted technologies. I'll give you a very simple example, right?
Hold on. Let me stop you there. Let me stop you there.
Go ahead.
Let me stop you there. They developed their own civilizations independently of the rest of the world.
No, they didn't. No one has ever done that.
The Malian Empire, Ghana Empire didn't have influence from Europeans
Yes.
until later period.
From Arabs.
No,
Yes.
not from Arabs.
Yes,
the
they
Mali
did.
Empire, the Mali Empire wasn't influenced by Arabs until later periods.
But it was.
Later periods.
Yeah.
Later periods when Islam started to come in. You understand what I mean? But originally it was already set. The North Africans had to come in and do trade and all that stuff and introduce Islam to the region. But before that, it was already set. You understand what I mean? So there was African independently, developing independently in the region. So that's just that. It was just later on when Islam came and they started to trade a lot more, but it was not influenced by them as well. That's what I'm saying. Anyways, okay. But anyways, Jude. You can say whatever you can say. Okay, you can say the past is the past. So we look at the future. Right now, because the world is policed by the United States and we are in peacetime and all that stuff, the Bantus can say they have enough peace to actually do a lot more, pay attention to a lot more stuff. And the Sahel region is at war and all that kind of stuff. But
I'm really surprised that a chimpanzee in the Bantu forest has a higher IQ than a
Yeah.
Gambian. It really surprised me, man. Wow. You know, like really.
Yes.
It really surprised me. What is going on?
Mali Empire did not create itself without influence, right? I hope you know what influence means. They literally were trading with other people. The simple fact you can see, look, influence is this, right? I will go to Judah's house. I'm going to see how Judah makes that bitter leaf soup. Then I'm going to adopt some of that and add it onto my own culture. That's influence. So they did not just start out of nowhere. They were influenced by other cultures that they saw from the Mediterranean and the Arabs, right? That's where they got
around them. All other cultures around them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they were. Come on,
them.
what are you even saying? Everyone is influenced by something.
Anyways,
Europeans developed because of influence. Wait.
Hold on. I gotta pick up a call. Now, I just want to state again: there is no hereditary pressures that shows why pygmies and Bantus should be of should be superior.
I explained it to you.
There's no pressure that you have a higher IQ than the Sahelian.
I explained it to you. It's called sedentary. It's called sedentary-based lifestyle. That is different. As I mentioned earlier, I explain it again, right?
Unless you can say there's preference.
Hang on.
Preference in time.
If you are a farmer, it gives you an ability to think beyond just the moment. Okay. When you are whatever cultures you came from, you're just thinking and reacting in real time. You can't think. You're just reacting. Things are happening to you.
But I already told you West Africa is an amalgamation of both sedentary people and
we're talking about the shitholes where it's from your culture. That's why they have the 34% rate, while Southern Nigeria has a good one. I'm talking specifically from the shitholes that you're from. Those cultures.
That's all. Those shitholes produced what black people can speak today as something of significance.
Nobody cares about the past, right? That's the white supremacist talking point.
You know, these people are still eating caterpillars.
People care about today.
These people in Cameroon are still eating caterpillars. They're still eating caterpillars.
What's wrong with caterpillars?
They eat caterpillars. They eat caterpillars with palm oil and caterpillars.
The guy has no IQ. He doesn't know how healthy caterpillar is. If it wasn't for caterpillar, Ebola wouldn't be existing in you guys West African stuff. That was how all the disease came about. What the heck are you talking about? You know.
Yeah, so Jude, let me show him. Jude, give me a second. Let me show him his superior countries. Look at this, right? Look at this, right? Don't run away just yet. Niger. Ooh, the least educated country in the world is this dusty from this Mali Empire. 20% Jude people can actually read and write. Chad, look at that, 22%, right? Guinea, Mali, Central African Republic, Burkina Faso, right? Sierra Leone, Liberia, it's all these shithole countries that you keep telling. How are you gonna tell? You niggas can't spell your own name.
This guy wanna come here and talk down on Bantus. Come on,
Jude. Cameroon and Congo is way higher on this scale than they are. This guy is insane, man.
Of course. The guy has no clue. He's trying to be part of that round table talk, you know. I mean, we even our chimpanzees in the forest have a higher IQ than their whole country. Tells me, I mean, who are we really talking to? I mean, these are people that actually do not value education. They value taking care of their animals than even going to school. And then, I mean, what point does he has to make on this, you know?
Imagine
man.
your terrorist group being called education is bad. Like, how low IQ do you have to be? That's the terrorist group.
Then he's coming to tell us about their interaction with the white man, how they were close to Cape Verdean and all of it. What gives an F? You were close to them interacting with the white man. Does that mean they gave you the same knowledge like them? No, it doesn't. You know, I mean,
It's just so
no,
funny. What I love so much is just when you look at the literacy rate, all the countries is talking about this Mali Empire, they're all at the bottom, man. Like it's just funny, man.
Exactly. I mean, who's Mali? These are guys that they come all the way to Cameroon to get education. I'm telling you, man, even the Burkina Faso guys. And when I talk to St. James, I tell him how even he's the guy they call Sankara. He did his education in Cameroon, in a Bantu country. We had to give him education to take it back home to Burkina Faso to do what he did. Cameroon or gave him education, you know. So I mean, these guys, man, it's just, you know,